Wang Song was a supercar enthusiast who loved collecting all kinds of cool sports cars. He even joined an international car association that only allowed members whose wealth and car collection met the approval of other members. Originally, Wang Song's cars didn't meet the standards, but half a year ago, when he acquired Koenigsegg, he finally met the criteria. This car association was very powerful, and none of its members were ordinary people. It no matter which car company had a new release, they would be the first to know. Just a few days ago, someone got a tip that the Apollo Sun God series had a new car, and more interestingly, this car was custom-made for a particular figure. Only 10 of these cars would be produced, each with a pre-tax price of 40 million RMB. Even more interesting, it was said that this limited edition sports car was a weaker version of the custom-made one, which meant there was an even more special custom version above it. The official pre-order time for this car was this December, and Wang Song saw an identical car in Fang Jueyu's garage. What did that imply? The Apollo company made that custom car for Fang Jueyu. He was that mysterious figure nobody could dig up information on. Is your car the Sun God's VE? Even though he already knew the answer, Wang Song couldn't help but confirm it. You actually recognized it. They told me this car hasn't been officially sold yet. You wouldn't. Wang Song was about to ask, but he felt the question was unnecessary. 10 to 1. Apollo company was also owned by Fang Jueyu, or at the very least, he was the major shareholder. I don't know what to say. Let me just bow to you. Wang Song collapsed helplessly onto his own sports car. If he'd known there were so many top-notch sports cars in the garage, he would have rather let his Koenigsegg bake in the sun all day than come to this garage to get this mental shock. Stop the nonsense. Let's go inside and talk. When Fang Jueyu got down to business, he got a lot more serious. Why the rush? Let me take a look around your house first. Wang Song seemed to acknowledge the fact that Fang Jueyu was indeed much wealthier and more influential than he was, perhaps even more so than his own father, Wang Lin. Thinking about it this way, everything that just happened seemed perfectly understandable. Didn't expect you also like music. As soon as they walked into the living room, a piano caught Wang Song's attention. He had never studied music, but had a strong liking for it, sometimes learning guitar and singing from the artists under his label. My parents forced me to learn piano and violin with a whip when I was little, Fang Jueyu said exaggeratedly. But I'm quite grateful for that. Without their pressure, I might not have persevered. This piano's pretty nice. Should be quite expensive too. Wang Song touched the piano body, feeling like he was having a dialogue with history. It should be quite valuable. This piano was gifted to Chopin by one of my ancestors a long time ago, and many years after Chopin's death, it was returned. You're right, rich people can say anything, and I believe it. Wang Song rolled his eyes. Why not say this piano was the first in the world? Even though Fang Jueyu was very wealthy now, Chopin's era was long ago already. Could his family have been rich since then? Believe it or not. Fang Jueyu shot him a look. He hadn't even taken out Paganini's violin yet. Otherwise, this guy would surely think he was bluffing. Have a seat. Want something to drink? Coffee, thanks. Wang Song sat down on the sofa, feeling a slight surprise at the texture on his butt and hands. This sofa was also presumably quite valuable. Sure. Fang Jueyu dialed the housekeeper's phone. Auntie Sue, please bring 2 cups of coffee, the best kind. Let's get to the movie matters. Wang Song intended to start discussing business. Okay, what stage are you at now? Fang Jueyu inquired. I bought the rights and adaptation rights, and have contacted a Hollywood special effects team. The props needed for filming are also being purchased and made, but I'm still considering actors, locations, and a director. Any problems? A lot. Wang Song sighed. You haven't made a movie. You don't understand. Now it's all about popular actors that, if you don't invite these popular stars, the box office might not be high. But if you do, the movie's quality might drop significantly. Wang Song was speaking about the reality of the entertainment industry, although not everyone's like that. Most popular actors have inadequate skills, poor acting, and many transitioning musicians or idols are criticized for their poor work. So I want to hear your thoughts first. Wang Song turned his gaze to Fang Jueyu. Do you want to make money or create a great work? Why not both? Like any kid, Wang Song wanted to make a great film, but didn't want to lose much money. Actually, after that TV series came out, my friends and I discussed who the ideal actors would be in everyone's mind. Oh, let's hear it. For Xiaoyan's role, Hu Yao seems to be the best choice. Hu Yao was Fang Jueyu's first choice, that he had acted in many Xinxia series, and his acting career broadened over the years. Though not young, his acting skills were top tier. Moreover, his popularity was not less than those trending young actors. If they could invite him, it would certainly attract a large fan base. I thought about that too, but his roles have greatly shifted that I'm unsure if he would be willing to take on this part. If you could contact him, leave the rest to me. Fang Jueyu was full of confidence because he had a trump card that he believed would have a huge impact on Hui Yao. As for Xiao Suner, I think we have the same candidate in mind. Fang Jueyu and Wang Tsong exchanged a smile. For this role, there seemed to be only one person who could fit it in the hearts of all movie fans. The goddess Lin Ruohan. Hui Yao and Lin Ruohan had collaborated once 10 years ago, and that work became a cherished memory of childhood and youth for a generation. If they could reunite on screen, it would be a shock to the entertainment world. They identified the best fit for each actor and aimed for a perfect film, with each role carefully selected. But Wang Tsung's expression grew increasingly somber. Even though these actors were no longer young, they still had a massive fan base, and their pay wouldn't be cheap. If hired, the total budget of 1 billion might be pretty tight. Fang Jueyu, with such a cast, I'm afraid our funds might fall short. Wang Tsung finally voiced his biggest concern. We haven't even secured a shooting location yet. That's another huge expense. Lately, Hangqing's schedule is packed. Starting to shoot on time might be a problem, and we need some reserve funds. Suddenly, Fang Jueyu had a brainwave, and he couldn't suppress his smile. He was just worried about having nowhere to spend money. Haven't solved the location issue yet. Yeah, why? I have an idea. What if we build places like Qingshan Town, Yunlan Sect, and Demon Flame Valley from the novel to a certain scale? Are you suggesting? Let's just build our own film set. You're crazy. Wang Tsung was absolutely stunned by Fang Jueyu's audacious idea. Didn't he know how immense the funding needed to build a large film studio was? Even just the price of a plot of land was astronomical, and adding construction costs. Even Wang Lin, his dad, wouldn't dare to undertake such a huge project. Hangqing was established in 1996, costing billions back then to build this massive film city. It was expanded and improved step by step, and the total funding must be calculated in the hundreds of billions. Even an ordinary company group couldn't bear such a large investment. Continue reading in my virtual library empire. I'm serious. Fang Jueyu said firmly. His liquid assets were currently unused, and now, out of nowhere, he suddenly had several billion US dollars, which were still increasing. He was eager to make a wild investment. Fang Jueyu, you're oversimplifying this. Wang Tsung said, my plan for the first movie is to film until Xiao Yin completes the 3-year agreement and ends the battle at Yunlan Sect. This involves the Gamma Empire and Tagore Desert, and there are numerous locations. Building it would be a huge project. Although all the buildings are flat tile houses and won't take too long, you have to understand the construction area is very large. To shorten the construction period. You'll need many workers, which will be very costly. When it comes down to it, isn't it just a matter of money? Fang Jueyu sipped the coffee that had just been served. Try this. It's civet coffee, costing over $1,000 per pound. While that's true, this isn't something you can fix with a mere couple of billion. If you want the entire first phase to be completed within a year, you need to invest at least 50 billion. The total assets of Wang Tsung's whole family were about 300 billion renminbi, excluding stocks, real estate, cars, and other fixed assets. Come up with the money to build such a huge film city. Even Wang Lin would need a major monetary effort. 50 billion, huh? Fang Jueyu sighed. Now you know how difficult it is. Wang Tsung saw Fang Jueyu's expression, realizing that his financial resources weren't limitless. I just think it's too cheap. 50 billion renminbi wasn't even 10 billion US dollars. Given the capability of the team behind him, that kind of money could be earned back in 3 months at most. After a year, he wouldn't even have spent his principal. What did you say? Too cheap. Wang Tsung nearly spat his coffee onto Fang Jueyu's face. This is 50 billion, not 500 bucks, or even 5 million. How can you think it's cheap? I'm not joking, it really is too cheap. Fang Jueyu was lost in thought. Use the best building materials, hire the best designers and construction teams. If one team isn't enough, then 2. If 2 isn't enough, then 4. My goal is to build this film city within a year. You must be insane. Wang Tsung sneered. At this budget, you could spend 100 billion easily. You have that much money? You don't need to worry if I have that much. I only ask you one thing. If I truly have this money, can you handle getting the land, design, and construction sorted? As long as there's money, except for becoming immortal and immune to all poisons, nothing's impossible. Wang Tsung knew money wasn't everything, but these issues could easily be solved with it. In that case, no problem. Try to get in touch with those actors first. Leave the money matters to me. You really don't have 100 billion, do you? Wang Tsung stammered. Even the world's richest personal assets were just about 100 billion US dollars. 100 billion RMB equaled nearly a sixth of that, and they couldn't possibly have that much cash, right? Old Wang, Fang Jueyu patted Wang Song on the shoulder. You know nothing about my financial power. I've even told you before that I, myself, am not aware of how much wealth I have. 100 billion RMB is indeed a lot, but even my small portion of liquid funds makes more than that in a year's investment income. You? Wang Song finally began to understand a bit more about this friend he'd met just a few days ago. That he knew Fang Jueyu was wealthy, but he'd pushed the concept of wealthy to as far as he could imagine. But now he realized he still underestimated him, that a small portion of his liquid assets could generate hundreds of millions in US dollars yearly through investment, so that figure probably needed another zero. And his fixed assets, how much money did he really have in total? Wang Song's imagination had reached its limit. If what he said was true, he could easily put his name at the top position on the Forbes rich list. Are you serious? Yes. Fang Jueyu nodded seriously. I've just taken over my family's wealth. Aside from money, I have nothing, so I might need your help with those things. I'll give you 10% of the shares. Sounds good? 10%. That was equivalent to Fang Jueyu giving him 10 billion for free, not including future earnings, and all he had to do was purchase land and handle bidding. There's nothing better than this. Not enough. No. Wang Song waved his hand. Even his total assets weren't 10 billion. I thought it was too much. My goodness. Are you trying to make me work for you? Haha. That's not how it is. That I provide the money. You provide the resources. We're collaborating. That if you don't want it, then you're not considering me a friend. Fine. For what you just said, I'm in. This kind of opportunity was once in a lifetime. That if Wang Song missed it, he'd regret it forever, and he was eager to see the Gamma empire he'd imagined. By the way, old Wang, do you know of any media companies looking to transfer ownership? Fang Jueyu suddenly remembered this. With Wang Song's resources and connections, finding such a company shouldn't be too hard, right? You're also interested in the entertainment industry. Wang Song noticed the industry gap Fang Jueyu had, but suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. You're not planning to use this name to flirt with celebrities, are you? No need for that. If you want, I can introduce you to a few. Get lost. You think I'm that kind of person? Fang Jueyu cursed. Just tell me if there are any or not. There are. Quite a few, actually. Wang Song replied. Because of the restriction on Korean Wave this past couple of years, many of my friends' media companies are struggling and looking to sell. If you're interested, I can get in contact for you. Thanks. Fang Jueyu expected that this little task wouldn't be a problem for him. Also, there's one more thing I'd like your help with. Isn't Guisinu signed with your company Bamboo Live for 2 years? I want to bring her to my media company. Don't worry, I'll pay the penalty fee. Just don't tell her. Oh, that explains it. Wang Song suddenly understood. I wondered why you buy a media company. You really have your eye on that little girl? Huh. You're willing to go all out, huh? Fang Jueyu gave him a fierce glare. All right. I'll let her go, and you don't have to pay the penalty. Just a few million, not even close to the shares you're giving. I'll terminate her contract in a couple of days. Wang Song surrendered under Fang Jueyu's gaze immediately. But let me tell you, it's not easy to make someone famous. The entertainment industry is extremely complex now. No need to worry about that. I got it covered. Fang Jueyu smiled slightly. With Xiao Yi around, there was nothing he couldn't handle. All right then, I won't bother. I'm hungry, and I'm staying for dinner at your place today. You've got quite some taste. The two sat across from each other at a luxurious Nordic-style marble table, where the tableware was already set. This wasn't my doing, all arranged by my personal assistant, that I just moved in with a single suitcase. Forget what I just said. Wang Song was already raring to go. By the way, remember what we talked about last night? If you couldn't deliver the Italian Alba white truffle and almas caviar, you'd have to livestream doing a handstand while pooping tonight. Wang Song seemed to already have the scene in his mind. Don't worry, I'll definitely help get your video recommended on popular pages and even add a few panda haha stickers for you. You might be disappointed. Fang Jueyu smiled slightly as he pressed a small button on the side of the table, and several chefs pushed in carts from outside the door. Shiny silver platters were placed on the table, and the chefs skillfully opened the plate in front of Wang Song, then poured a small cup of strong liquor over a steak cooked to medium well, lighting up the griddle as if by magic. What kind of beef is this? Why does it have a floral fragrance? Wang Song had tasted countless beef dishes, even the legendary Kobe beef raised on Kobe lobsters, but he had never encountered anything like this. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Fang Jueyu rolled his eyes. Mr. Fang, this is a special batch of Wagyu beef, different from regular Wagyu. These Wagyu are fed with specially cultivated feed, and during their long growth process, their meat also acquires the feed's natural fragrance. This beef is produced only 2,000 kilograms per year, just 1/20 th of ordinary Wagyu beef. Fang Jueyu, you're the real deal. You're serving me such great stuff on my visit. Wang Tsong drew in a deep breath, holding back from grabbing it with his hands for the sake of face. It's nothing. I eat like this every meal. You? Wang Tsong said as he took out his phone. Wait, what are you doing? Planning to post on Weibo again. Fang Jueyu quickly stood up. I've held it back all morning. After letting you show off for so long, can't I vent a little? Wang Tsong said, uploading the photos he'd sneakily taken today, got a panoramic view of the villa, 5 supercars, a piano, and this plate of beef, accompanied by the caption, visited the bigwig's house today, feeling utterly humble. In no time, that post blew up. Pagani Huayra, DMN, a lifelong dream. Why do I see something strange mixed in? How is there a Wuling Hongguang in that corner? Whose place is this anyway? At Principal Wang, please explain. I just used my years of Photoshop skills to zoom in on that piano. Guess what I found on the side of it? Commenter upstairs. What does this say? Can't read it. Idiot. Can't recognize it's Chinese, but it doesn't look like modern writing. DMN. Is this the piano Chopin played? 66666. Bowing to the bigwig. I'm hungry. Principal Wang. Stop scrolling. Your truffle and caviar are here. The chef brought out a plate of fruit salad and a plate of white truffle. The fruit salad nearly covered with a layer of caviar. Don't try to fool me. I've had Italian Alba white truffle and almas caviar before. Don't try to pass off ordinary goods as something special. Wang Tsong scooped a bit from the salad, and as the caviar touched his lips, his pupils widened several times over. It was that taste, unbelievably fresh, as if it wasn't canned. How? How did you manage this overnight? From the taste, it definitely wasn't something he had stockpiled at home. It was too fresh. I had it flown in directly on my private jet from Iran. Fang Jueyu began slicing his steak, entirely ignoring Wang Tsong's expression as if he'd eaten something foul. It just arrived this morning, very fresh. I even had some for breakfast. Not bad at all. You really know how to incite envy, don't you? Wang Tsong gave up on maintaining appearance. Such things weren't everyday occurrences. He had to eat until Fang Jueyu cried. Hey, are you reincarnated hungry ghosts? Leave some for me. Your journey continues at my virtual library empire. $2 billion young men feasted at the table without a care for their manners, drawing a slight smile from the chef. He didn't understand the world of young people. He only needed to do his job well. Placing the remaining food on the table, the chefs quietly left the villa, pushing their carts. Dozens of minutes later, the two laid on the sofa with their bellies bulging, leaving almost nothing on the table. Fang Jueyu, your chef's food is amazing. From now on, I'm coming here often to freeload. Wang Tsong mumbled. Scram. This isn't a cafeteria. Fang Jueyu laughed and cursed. I don't care, or I'll stay here tonight and not leave. Wang Tsong shamelessly replied. Do you think I won't drive you to my mental hospital in my Wuling Hongguang? Fang Jueyu joked. My hospital's equipment is top-notch. Electrotherapy is even stronger than Professor Yang's. Quit kidding. Wang Tsong couldn't help but laugh thinking of that mental hospital. One was a principal, one a dean. Netizens already nicknamed them the Heir brothers online. I, Wang Tsong, am not someone who accepts favors without reciprocating. Wang Tsong declared, just for this meal alone, I'll have your media company's operational licenses and everything sorted within a week. Ha ha ha, then I'll count on you. With Wang Tsong stepping in, he would surely help eliminate many troubles. All right, I should get going. Wang Tsong stood up. Starting today, I'm getting busy with the Film City project. In a couple of days, I will first set up a meeting with the actors to discuss salaries and schedules. Great. If you need money, just let me know, and no need to save me any. The more you spend, the happier I am. Fang Jueyu teased ungraciously. You're a freak. Wang Tsong lazily walked out of Fang Juyu's villa. I'm off. Don't bother seeing me out. I never intended to. Fang Jueyu slammed the door shut with a bang, lacking any of the host's warmth. Having resolved many matters, Fang Jueyu was in a great mood. But there was still a significant task in a few days. On Friday, Fu Zi would be pressured by her parents into a blind date. And now, that was a top priority. Sister Xiaoying, are all arrangements in place? Fang Jueyu called Zhuang Ying. Rest assured, everything is proceeding according to your plan, with just one last step, which will also be sorted out by tomorrow. That's good. Fang Jueyu unconsciously smiled. Snatch my brother's girl? You probably don't even know how to spell danger, do you? Ding Minghui hadn't slept well in several days. Ever since meeting Fu Zi's parents last time, he had felt that they weren't just unsatisfied with him. They were extremely unsatisfactory. Even though Fu Zi's family lived in Jiangnan City, their economic conditions were just ordinary. Due to an international conference held 3 years ago, housing prices in Jiangnan City nearly tripled. It might not be comparable to a global metropolis like Shanghai, but it was still pretty terrifying. Nowadays in Jiangnan City, in slightly better locations, the starting point for any house was 3 million. Even a down payment would require 1 million, and Fu Zi's family couldn't possibly come up with that kind of money. As for Ding Minghui's family, they were even more strapped for cash. Even though they could secure a good job after graduation, it would take years to save enough for a down payment. He couldn't exactly live without eating or drinking, right? Ding Minghui wasn't worried, as guys could afford to settle down later on. But Fu Zi couldn't wait. After meeting Ding Minghui, her parents started asking around and using connections to find her a new partner. Fu Zi's qualifications were decent. In terms of appearance and education, she was above average. After a long time, her parents settled on a young man named Meng Xiaoyang. Meng Xiaoyang was a Ritter with a master's degree, T27. After just 2 years of work, he was already a sales manager at a multinational company with an annual income of over 800,000. He was dashing and had an outstanding presence. Because Fu Zi's mother had a classmate working at that company, she got to know this young man. After seeing Fu Zi's photo, Meng Xiaoyang was also quite satisfied. Although her family was a bit below his, it wasn't a burden at all, considering his high potential for advancement. With such a good option, how could Fu Zi's parents possibly give up on this golden opportunity? Despite being from a prestigious university, without background or family help, Ding Minghui's prospects in society would be limited. There was no contest. Meng Xiaoyang became their top choice. However, Fu Zi and Ding Minghui had been together for 4 years. They had been secretly dating since high school, deceiving teachers and parents alike. Such a strong foundation of emotions couldn't be easily shaken by someone supposedly superior like a Ritter with a master's. Where her parents demanded they break up, Fu Zi refused without hesitation. But over the summer, her parents confiscated her phone and even locked her at home. With the help of her older sister, who she had played with since childhood, the news of her arranged date reached Ding Minghui's ears. Although Fang Jueyu had invested a significant sum of money in his company, it was just starting up. Even the departments hadn't been fully established. All the investments had been put to good use, and on his own, how could he possibly compete with Meng Xiaoyang? Even if Fu Zi stood firmly by his side. What about her parents? Her parents secretly arranged for her to meet Meng Xiaoyang. Upon learning this, Fu Zi cried and screamed, but her parents didn't care at all. The night before last, while her parents were out shopping, she escaped from home and ran to Ding Minghui's company to find him. But her parents called to threaten her. If she didn't show up the day after tomorrow, she would find her mother's dead body instead. Fu Zi knew her parents all too well. They were prideful people, and this threat was all too real for them. Minghui, maybe you shouldn't go today. My parents will definitely make things difficult for you. If they threaten to die, I'll threaten to die too. Fu Zi, though small in stature, had a stubbornness beyond ordinary people. No way, if I don't go, doesn't that mean I'm a coward? Ding Minghui replied, even if I'm there to endure their disdain today, I want to stand by you. And didn't my roommate say everything's on him? Maybe he'll find a way. Ding Minghui tried to sound carefree, but he knew deep down that Fang Jueyu might be rich, but that was his own wealth. Being roommates, it was already beyond generous of him to provide funding to help start the business. He dared not expect anything else. Just then, a text message popped up on his phone from Fang Jueyu. Old Ding, go meet Fu Zi tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. See, what did I tell you? Ding Minghui showed the phone to Fu Zi. He's so powerful. He surely has a way. Explore more adventures in my virtual library empire during this period. Fu Zi had come to know Fang Jueyu's identity. He was that Dean Fang, recently making waves online. Even Wang Tsong, the wealthy second generation, admitted that he was just a subordinate. Maybe Fang Jueyu really could help them out. Friday arrived as scheduled. Feeling anxious, Ding Minghui and Fu Zi walked into an upscale restaurant. The place was chosen by Meng Xiaoyang. It was both quiet and elegant, a popular spot among young people. Fu Zi's father, Fu Changhong, and her mother, Wang Yin, were already seated by a window, facing a rather handsome young man. They seemed to be chatting about something, with laughter and conversation as if they were a family already. Ha ha, Xiao Ming, you're quite a talker. Feel free to drop by whenever you have time, but we're not far from each other. Wang Yin was thoroughly impressed with Meng Xiaoyang. Although he was a bit flashy, that was only natural given his age and accomplishments. Of course, I have some friends in Australia who recently sent me some nutritional milk powders that they're really effective for boosting the immunity of people your age. Next time, I'll bring a few containers. Ah, great. By the way, when will Fu Zi arrive? Meng Xiaoyang grew a bit impatient. They had agreed on 11:30, And it was now 5 minutes past. They had been sitting there for half an hour already. Meng Xiaoyang was indeed good at making conversation. However, with two middle-aged folks who shared no common interests, half an hour was enough to exhaust all possible topics. Why isn't that demon girl here yet? Wang Yin checked the time, glanced towards the entrance, and exclaimed, "There she is." Just as Wang Yan's smile began to form, it vanished upon seeing Ding Minghui beside Fu Zi. Her face immediately darkened. Meng Xiaoyang's courteous smile also froze for a moment. He was aware that Fu Zi had a boyfriend, but with his own credentials, he was confident the other would back off. However, seeing the two still together, it seemed the breakup hadn't happened. He quickly recovered, putting on a polite smile once again and subtly placed the keys to his BMW 7 Series on the edge of the table. "What are you doing here?" Fu Zi's parents' faces turned ice cold at once, pulling Fu Zi to their side. "I told you to come alone." "Bringing him along, what does that mean? Are you trying to embarrass us?" Wang Yin stood up and said bluntly, "You can forget about it. And no matter what, her father and I will never agree to you two being together. Stop hanging around and pestering Fu Zi." Ding Minghui understood that he wouldn't be well received today, but he hadn't expected her parents to openly express their stance with such an attitude, freezing the atmosphere instantly. "Uncle, Auntie, please don't get upset yet." Meng Xiaoyang quickly stood up to smooth things over. "I know this guy has been with Fu Zi for a long time. If they break up just like that, I might have to reconsider things. This just shows that Xiao Zi is a good girl, right?" Xiaoyang understands the situation. Upon hearing this, Fu Zi's parents felt a bit more at ease, but their gaze towards Ding Minghui did not improve at all, and they said pointedly, "Unlike some people. Uncle, Auntie, please have a seat. Since you're here, we're all friends. I'm not so petty. We can talk things over slowly." Meng Xiaoyang extended a hand towards Ding Minghui. "Hello, my name is Meng Xiaoyang, sales manager at Renault Biotechnology." Ding Minghui completely ignored him. Not because he was rude, but because how could you speak kindly to someone who wants to snatch your girlfriend, especially when they were aware of the relationship? It was clear that the other party came with bad intentions. "Sit here, quietly, don't open your mouth unless you're told to." Wang Yin glared at Fu Zi and whispered in her ear, "Brother Ding, right? May I ask which company you're currently working for?" Meng Xiaoyang asked sarcastically. Just a college student who started some gaming company with a bunch of kids. It's just a group of kids fooling around." Before Meng Xiaoyang could answer, Wang Yin spoke for him. "That won't do." Meng Xiaoyang shook his head, speaking earnestly. "The gaming industry is tough these days. The initial investment is exorbitant, and the maintenance costs are high. Even a mobile game faces difficulty in breaking into the market. You should focus on graduating first, then find a steady internship before considering starting a business." Meng Xiaoyang himself had tried his hand at entrepreneurship, but failed halfway due to various reasons, so he knew the intricacies well, speaking as if an elder teaching a young one. "This is a later issue. I heard that Brother Ding is a student at Jiangnan University, ranked in the top 3 nationally, with potential for great future development." Fu Zi's parents were suddenly puzzled. Why was Meng Xiaoyang suddenly supporting Ding Minghui? "But you should know, housing in Jiangnan City is expensive. Xiao Zi is an only child and certainly won't follow you elsewhere. Maybe you'll have a decent income in a few years, but can Xiao Zi wait until then?" Meng Xiaoyang kept referring to Xiao Zi, as if they were already close. "If you want to be together, you need a stable place to live, right? Of course, you haven't graduated and don't have a steady income, but that's normal. Which young person isn't like that nowadays? But if you don't mind me asking, Brother Ding, what do your parents do for a living?" "His parents are just workers at a small factory," Wang Yin said coldly. "Oh, that's not good. You've just graduated. You need to support yourself first, and it's essential to send a bit back home to honor your parents, right? You won't save much by the end of the year." Meng Xiaoyang appeared to be considering Ding Minghui's situation. "I'll work hard." After holding back for a while, Ding Minghui finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Ding Minghui was an honest person, not great with words, whereas Meng Xiaoyang, as the sales manager of a multinational company, was eloquent in terms of verbal sparring. Even 10 Ding Minghuis combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. "By the way, Brother Ding, how is your company doing now? Have you reached series of funding yet? How are the profits these days?" Faced with Meng Xiaoyang's barrage of questions, Ding Minghui was at a loss for words. He was responsible for the security section and knew nothing about the business operations, which were handled by Chang Kai and some recently hired staff. Ding Minghui's personality ensured that even though he was crucial, he remained quietly in the background. "It seems your company isn't doing well, just getting started, right? What's the registered capital? It can't exceed 500,000, can it?" Meng Xiaoyang's tone was full of contempt. "So you can't give Fu Zi happiness?" After laying the groundwork, Meng Xiaoyang revealed his ultimate goal, which was to belittle Ding Minghui to worthlessness. Uncle, Annie, although I'm just a small-time manager now, I make hundreds of thousands every year. I've even bought a house in Jiangnan City, in the Jiangdong district that you're welcome to visit anytime. After putting Ding Minghui down, he began to elevate himself. What, Xiaoyang, you live in Jiangdong district? Houses there aren't cheap. Fu Zi's parents were practically beaming with joy. Jiangdong district was one of the fastest-growing areas economically in Jiangnan City, with house prices soaring. The cheapest was already starting at 4 million. But it's not very big, just over 120 square meters. I still have to pay off the loan for a while, Meng Xiaoyang said, feigning modesty that in reality, that apartment's total price was nearly 6 million, but due to Jiangdong's talent attraction policy, 80,000 was waived, and with his parents contributing 2 million and the savings he accumulated over the years, he only needed to pay off around 2 million in loans. Stay updated through my virtual library empire. A loan of 2 million was only a matter of 4 to 5 years. With his yearly salary of 80,000, Fu Zi's parents were increasingly satisfied with Meng Xiaoyang, almost wishing to marry off their daughter right there, while Ding Minghui's face grew gloomier. Meng Xiaoyang had been observing Fu Zi's expressions. He noticed subtle changes in her gaze whenever he mentioned his income and financial capability. There's hope. But what he didn't know was that Fu Zi's expression only showed her care for Ding Minghui. The better Meng Xiaoyang appeared, the harder it would be for them to convince her parents. The food is here. You all must be hungry after chatting for so long. Meng Xiaoyang said, let's eat first. I'm sorry, Brother Ding. Since I didn't know you would be here, I only ordered for 4. Now would you like to check the menu and order something? This meal is on me. Meng Xiaoyang spoke as if he had already won a victory. Seeing Ding Minghui bowing his head and not speaking was proof of his thorough win. Holy crap, look, a Rolls-Royce just pulled up outside. Suddenly, some young people in the restaurant exclaimed in admiration. Their attention was drawn in that direction as well. It was a brand new Rolls-Royce Wraith, which must have cost millions with all fees. Even if he didn't spend a cent on anything else, he wouldn't earn that much in decades. Then, a man in a suit who looked like a chauffeur came out of the car and walked into the restaurant. The server immediately opened the door. Although just a driver, driving such a car meant he wasn't just an ordinary driver. Could the owner of that car be in the restaurant? Everyone's gaze followed the chauffeur until he reached a table by the window, and under Ding Minghui's surprised and bewildered eyes, approached him. Mr. Ding, sir, do you have the wrong person? Compared to the bewildered look on Ding Minghui's face, the expressions on Fu Zi's parents and Meng Xiaoyang were even more dramatic. What did the driver of that Rolls-Royce just call Ding Minghui, Mr. Ding? Everything Ding Minghui wore from head to toe did not exceed 200 yuan. He was not even qualified to be a driver of that car, let alone deserving of being called Mr. Ding. Yet the driver didn't even glance at them and continued speaking to Ding Minghui. Mr. Ding, you forgot. This afternoon you have a project to discuss with Zhiding Technology, and the head of Zhiding Technology is expected to come over this afternoon. Zhiding Technology? Meng Xiaoyang could hardly conceal his astonishment. Zhiding Technology was not some obscure small business. While it was still a very young company, it dominated Jiangnan City's gaming industry. Getting into Zhiding Technology was almost every graduate's dream. Even a regular graduate would need to have their abilities recognized and earn at least a 200,000 yuan annual salary, with many earning millions after 3 to 5 years. Enjoy exclusive adventures from my virtual library empire, however. Zhiding Technology's threshold was not low. Ding Minghui had applied for a position there before, but was rejected at the final interview. Yet the person in front of him, whom he had looked down upon, was going to discuss business face-to-face with Zhiding Technology's head today. How could he not be shocked? Mr. Ding, do you need to go now? Manager Fang might have something to report to you in advance, the driver continued. Manager Fang. Upon hearing this surname, even if Ding Minghui wasn't the sharpest, he could figure out that this was arranged by Fang Jueyu. He had called 2 days ago, telling him to follow along today, that everything would be arranged. Was this the arrangement he was talking about? But what use was this? None of this was his. Even if Fang Jueyu did these things, it changed nothing to it. Was just a show-off in front of Fu Zi's parents and Meng Xiaoyang, which had no meaning besides checking the legal. Representative of this company would expose everything. Oh, by the way, Manager Fang instructed, knowing you're meeting your future in-laws today, to bring along Miss Fu Zi and the two of you. He said it's not too late to discuss your matters after the meeting. This, Ding Minghui turned his gaze to Fu Zi and the others, and Fu Zi gave him a strange look. As for her parents, their expressions were even more spectacular. Weren't Ding Minghui's parents workers? Had he not graduated from university? Though he was already starting a business, Had he and his fellow yet-to-graduate students brought the company to such a level? No, we must take a look. Fu Zi's parents immediately made a decision that if it was all true, then Ding Minghui was 10 times better than Meng Xiaoyang. It's okay, we can go together. Little Ding's work is important. It's no problem. Wang Yan's tone became much more cordial when addressing Ding Minghui. Fu Zi seemed a bit uneasy. She knew her parents were thinking of her, but still found them somewhat opportunistic, never imagining they would be so shameless. All right, the three of you can come along, and this gentleman, is he Miss Fu's brother? The driver looked at Meng Xiaoyang and said, You? Oh, I'm a friend. I'd like to come along too and visit your company, if that's convenient. Meng Xiaoyang couldn't believe Ding Minghui truly had such capabilities. Who would pretend to be poor just to come here and live below the radar? Were they so wealthy they were bored and wanted to be ridiculed? Mr. Ding. The driver looked at Ding Minghui with an inquiring gaze, and Ding Minghui noticed the driver subtly gesturing at him, signaling to allow Meng Xiaoyang to join. After all, he was just a driver and had already said enough. Making such decisions was beyond him. Oh, then let's go together, I don't mind. Ding Minghui realized, but regretted immediately after speaking. While Fang Jueyu could arrange the driver in the car, what would happen at the company? However, sir, I'm afraid there's a problem. Mr. Ding's car only has 5 seats, so you might. Oh, it's fine, I'll drive myself. Meng Xiaoyang quickly grabbed his car keys from the table and slipped them in his pocket. Others were driving a Rolls-Royce, while his BMW 7 Series, decent as it might be, was clearly not in the same class, and there was no need to embarrass himself. They hadn't eaten much, but no one had any appetite left. The bill was already paid when the order was placed, and the 6 of them left the restaurant together. Are we really going to ride in this car? Fu Zi hesitated before getting in. Get on. Ding Minghui patted Fu Zi's head. You and Uncle and Annie sit in the back. Don't worry, whatever happens, I'm here. Okay. Seeing the determination in Ding Minghui's eyes, Fu Zi nodded heavily. Fu Changhong and Wang Yan had never in their lives ridden in such a luxury car. They boarded nervously, unsure of where to put their hands and feet amid the incredibly luxurious interior. Little Ding, this car must cost a lot, huh? Wang Yan cautiously asked. Other departments in the company handle these things. I only manage game development and security. Ding Minghui had no idea how much the car was worth, so he half-lied. Are you Miss Fu's mother? The driver quickly stepped in to help Ding Minghui. Mr. Ding has always been responsible for the company's development and security departments and doesn't concern himself with these things. Let me explain. The car, with its features and including taxes, totals 12 million yuan. It was bought from Mr. Ding by the company this year. This, Wang Yan and Fu Changhong took a sharp intake of breath. This was more money than they had made working hard most of their lives. Something isn't right. Wang Yan, being perceptive, noted Ding Minghui could never fake such an inferior posture. If you're truly a general manager of a large company, how could he behave like this? With such resources, if he wanted to marry Fu Zi, he could have driven this car when they first met. But the last time they met, Ding Minghui and Fu Zi left in a taxi. Could it all be an act? He wanted to appear poor and test them. The couple began to let their imaginations run wild, noting Fu Zi seemed oblivious to it all. But none of this appeared to be intentionally arranged. Even renting a Rolls-Royce would cost a lot of money. We'll know whether it's true once we see the business license at the company, Fu Changhong whispered to his wife. How could this happen? Following behind, Meng Xiaoyang's expression turned twisted. Just when he was about to succeed, how could this happen? No way. It must all be fake. I'll see how you keep up the act once we're at the company. Meng Xiaoyang thought maliciously. When Ding Minghui was almost on the verge of collapse with anxiety, the car finally stopped. It was in a high-tech industrial park located in the city center of Jiangnan City, where almost all well-known companies were established. The competition here was incredibly fierce. Any company that could survive here was either deeply rooted and unshakable, or a powerful new generation company that battled its way to survival. Was Ding Minghui's game company really here? The car stopped in front of an imposing building. Although this building wasn't as luxurious as a top-tier game company like NetEase Thunderfire, it was still over a dozen stories tall, and its intricate design clearly wasn't the work of an ordinary design team. The mere construction cost of such a tech building could run into tens of millions, if not billions. How could a team of college students possibly afford this? Mr. Ding, I'll go park the car first. Manager Fang is waiting for you in the lobby. I'll take my leave. The driver bowed and then drove the car into the building's underground garage. Ding Minghui was like he had lost his backbone. Not knowing where to go, he had been to this high-tech industry area with a few other roommates before he remembered that this building was the headquarters of a company called Leiyun Game Company. Although this company wasn't the top of the top, its business spanned from PC games to mobile games, hitting a monthly cash flow scale of hundreds of billions. You had to know, the most popular mobile game currently on the Huaxia market only reached a monthly cash flow of 20 billion. Thus, this company was already highly competitive, with rapid growth in performance and cash flow and tremendous development potential. Explore stories of my virtual library empire, but when did he become the general manager of this company? Even if Fang Jueyu had immense capabilities, could he really make the entire company play a charade with him? Xiaoding, hurry and take us inside. Wang Yin couldn't hold back anymore. IT was their first chance to enter such a magnificent company building. Xiaoding, is this really your company? Fu Changhong still couldn't quite believe it. Yeah, brother Ding, take us in and show us around, Meng Xiaoyang said, noticing that Ding Minghui was standing motionless in front of the building, becoming more and more suspicious. Why aren't you moving? Did you arrange for that driver to fool uncle and aunt? If so, I deeply doubt your character. Hearing this, Ding Minghui grew even more nervous inside. How could a fourth-year student like him instantly transform into the general manager of a large game company? If he really walked in, wouldn't everything be exposed? Let's go in. Fuzi walked over to Ding Minghui and held his hand. Didn't Fang Jueyu say he had everything arranged? Could he really be setting you up? Ding Minghui nodded. He was already on the tiger's back and couldn't get down if he didn't go inside. It would prove that everything just now wasn't bluffing to save face, which would make the situation even worse. Hello, Mr. Ding. Two security guards bowed deeply and opened the door for them. Upon hearing this address, Ding Minghui froze for a moment. The two security guards recognized him. He was sure he had never been inside this game company before. How was this possible? While he was still in a daze, a young employee walking by also greeted him respectfully. He felt as if the entire company knew him. For some reason, everyone's gaze contained awe, even a hint of fear. What's going on here? Ding Minghui, bracing himself, walked to the company's reception area, where typically every company's licenses and certificates were displayed. Thunder Technology Company, Limited, legal representative, Ding Minghui. When Ding Minghui saw the name on it, he felt like someone took a giant hammer and slammed it hard on his head. He really was the legal representative of this company. This was too fantastical. Is this a listed company? Meng Xiaoyang was already dumbfounded. The process from company registration, venture capital financing, to listing was incredibly tough. For ordinary companies, even spending over 10 years would be normal, and many died halfway. How old was Ding Minghui? Did he start a business as soon as he entered college? Where did he get startup capital? And, counting everything, only about 3 years had passed. Going from a company's founding to being listed in just 3 years could well be described as a unicorn. No, it must be someone with the same name. Meng Xiaoyang still didn't believe it, but when he saw the photo on the license, he fell silent. The person in the photo looked exactly like Ding Minghui. The photo hadn't even been taken long ago. This, Xiaoding, is this really your company? Fu Changhong couldn't help but ask. Well, it's not entirely mine, but it's something I started with a few friends. Ding Minghui didn't quite know how to explain, as this company's name was what they registered not long ago. But their company had just been established. How could it already be listed? Yet the business license and many of the senior staff lists were indeed Thunders, with the names of Fang Jueyu, Fu Jun, and Cheng Kai prominently listed. It seemed like the entire company had somehow suddenly moved from just a few hundred square meters of office space to this game company building. What kind of incredible operation was this? A woman, looking like a secretary, dressed in formal attire, walked over to them. Mr. Ding, this is last month's cash flow report. The new mobile game we launched 6 months ago once again saw a significant increase in cash flow this month, reaching 1.2 billion. However, other ongoing PC games only showed a slight increase, with Thunder World at 830 million and Dream Mysterious City at 250 million. With every number the female secretary mentioned, Fuzi's parents and Meng Xiaoyang's bodies faintly trembled. All these numbers added up to over 20 billion, right? Though it was just cash flow, the competence and potential of the company were evident. God knows how those few young people developed the company to this extent. In just a few short years, the Fu Zi's parents' gazes toward Ding Minghui became increasingly gentle, like a future father and mother-in-law looking at their prospective son in LAW. Yes, for Meng Xiaoyang. He had long been overlooked by them. Where's Manager Fang? Ding Minghui asked. Oh, Manager Fang is waiting for you in the conference room. He instructed that once you arrived at the company, you should be taken over immediately. The boss from the other side is also here. What about them? Don't worry. The secretary waved to the reception staff. Xiao Su, entertain Mr. Ding's guests. Sure, Sister Chu, leave them to us. Then I'll head up first. Ding Minghui said to Fu Zid. He couldn't wait to find out what was really happening. Ding! The elevator opened, and the secretary led him to an office door. Mr. Ding, Manager Fang and the others are inside. That I'll go ahead and take care of my tasks. Oh, I'll let you get on with it. Ding Minghui nodded woodenly and then pushed the door open. Was there a boss? There were only 3 people in the conference room. Fang Jueyu, Fu Jun, and Chung Kai. They were sitting on the sofa, looking at him with amused expressions. Chung Kai raised the coffee in his hand. So, old Ding, what kind of magical experience is it to suddenly own such a big company? What's going on here? Can someone explain this to me? Seeing these familiar roommates, Ding Minghui finally let out the questions he'd been holding back, from the driver to the Rolls-Royce, to this company and all its employees. If he didn't know better, he'd really think this company belonged to him. Don't look at us. Ask him, Chung Kai said innocently. We were all kept in the dark too. We only found out everything when you and Fu Zi went to that grand banquet. I really want to see the look on your future father-in-law and mother-in-law's faces right now. Oh, and that Meng Xiaoyang. This guy looks all refined, but he's really just a backstabber? Fu Jun cursed. Wait, you all knew? Were you guys at that restaurant too? From the way they talked, it seemed like they knew everything that happened in the restaurant. Yeah, we knew, Chung Kai said. That restaurant also belongs to Fang Jueyu. That we pulled up the surveillance footage and saw everything. Chung Kai huffed. It's one thing for that Meng Xiaoyang to give you a hard time, but your future father-in-law and mother-in-law aren't any better. They're just 2. Chung Kai stopped himself from saying more, worried he'd anger Ding Minghui. Actually, Ding Minghui knew what kind of people Fu Zi's parents were. If someone has lived a hard life for too long, they're bound to develop some unpleasant thoughts. But he wanted to marry Fu Zi, not her parents. However, how many parents are there nowadays who don't mind anything? They're just hoping their daughter marries into a good family and lives better, right? Reflecting on this, Ding Minghui didn't resent them much. Let's talk about this company. Man, what's going on? Isn't this company Leian Technology? How come we have Thunder's license here? Even the sign outside the company building has changed to Thunder. I bought the entire company. Fang Jueyu said casually. So everything you experienced wasn't fake, that you're now the general manager of this company. Wham! Ding Minghui collapsed onto the sofa. Even though he had vaguely suspected it, he was still too shocked to speak. This was a public company with assets worth hundreds of billions of yuan, and it could be bought just like that. Moreover, it wasn't a company with a concentrated ownership. The shares were scattered among different businesses, individuals, and organizations. And in just a few days, he had acquired all the stocks. Even if he had the skill and financial means, would people just sell on command? For Fang Jueyu, this was no big deal. Leian Technology's total market value was around 80 billion yuan. Although the shares were scattered, Fang Jueyu's business stretched across the globe. If all his resources were mobilized, he could disrupt the global economy in an instant. Purchasing a few stocks. What was hard about that? It took just 2 days for Fang Jueyu to get all the shares he could find on the market. Although there were still some individual stockholders, he held over 97% of the shares. He immediately transferred a portion of shares to Ding Minghui and the other 2, then moved everything related to Thunder over. With money paving the way, all the paperwork got done quickly. Now, Leian Technology's building, employees, and all its properties were completely under Thunder Technology. The rest was simple. Change the signs, retrain the employees, and arrange some other matters quickly. The reason employees looked at Ding Minghui with such expressions was because they had just learned the names of the new bosses. They hadn't met them yet in person, were unsure of their temperaments, and didn't know if there would suddenly be layoffs. That's why they showed a hint of fear when they saw Ding Minghui. I gave each of you 3 guys 10% of the company's shares. I also paid well to keep the previous technical experts. You guys better learn well and work hard. Don't you dare run this company into the ground. Fang Jueyu stressed. Man, what are you doing? Ding Minghui got emotional, his eyes a bit red. Though the 4 of them had a great friendship, Fang Jueyu spending hundreds of billions for him was a favor larger than life itself. Who could easily bear that? Stop being sentimental. Fang Jueyu knew Ding Minghui was a man of emotions. Remember when I had acute gastroenteritis our sophomore year? Those other 2 idiots were off playing games at a net cafe, but you carried me to the hospital for an emergency visit. If not for you, I'd be dead. Now that I'm doing well, what's a little gesture like this? Back then, Fang Jueyu didn't just have acute gastroenteritis. He also had an intussusception. If it had gone on longer, it could have been life-threatening. The surgery took several hours before he recovered. Saying Ding Minghui saved his life wasn't an exaggeration at all. Bullshit. Don't you have a conscience? Who is the one taking care of you in hospital every day? Feel your heart and say it. Haha, isn't it that everyone's getting something today? Fang Jueyu said jokingly. Originally, Fang Jueyu only wanted to invest some money to help them develop independently. But after what happened to Ding Minghui, Fang Jueyu decided to dive in head first, directly taking them through the startup phase. Since they hadn't experienced the toughest stage of entrepreneurship, there was still a lot for them to learn. I found you some consultants and startup mentors. You guys should hurry up and absorb some knowledge, and help me make back the money I spent and I'm waiting for dividends. Fang Jueyu said, pretending to be fierce. But then, Fang Jueyu's expression suddenly changed. He hadn't checked his personal liquid assets for days. Logically speaking, after spending 80 billion yuan, he should have eaten into the principal of his 500 plus billion US dollars. However, the balance hadn't changed at all. It still lingered over 500 billion. He was dumbfounded. What was happening after spending so much money? Little he, did you bug out? Why hasn't my money decreased? Master, please show me some respect, that I don't glitch. Then what's going on? Where's the money I spent? Why hasn't it decreased? You can't blame me. Little he replied, innocently. Miss Zhuang Ying didn't use your liquid funds to acquire those shares. She used your companies and organizations under your name as the units for acquisition. Their funds weren't counted as part of your personal liquid assets. Democrat, Minnesota. Fang Jueyu felt a murderous urge. He didn't even know this was a thing. Think about it. If you used those funds for acquisitions, would those shareholders easily let go of their stocks? It was thanks to the influence and pressure from companies and institutions that they conceded. So you're saying my money was spent in vain? Not really. This part of your funds can be considered an indirect investment. Given Thunder's profitability, it will earn back the expenditure in a few years, and your assets will continue to grow. Your foresight is pretty good. Fang Jueyu was speechless. He already had plenty of money. Increasing it was just a number. He wanted to spend it. Why was spending money so hard? The four of them chatted and laughed for a while, until suddenly a knock on the door interrupted them. Mr. Fang, according to your orders, the company's leadership is here. Shall I let them in now? The chairman's assistant asked cautiously from outside. Just a few days ago, they had received the news of the chairman's replacement, and from the leadership down to the employees, everyone was on edge, fearing the new boss would make drastic changes, which might cost them their jobs. They wondered how the company's structure might change. Moreover, they had heard that the new directors were a group of young university students whose characters would be much more challenging to grasp. What's going on? The three looked at Fang Jueyu. Oh, I gathered the company's management. Since I've taken over this company, it's got to be run properly, or else it'd be a waste of money. Let's at least meet them first, Fang Jueyu said as he opened the door to the meeting room. These leaders of the company used to be influential figures, but now they bowed their heads in silence in front of this group of students, quietly lining up to enter, fearing they might accidentally upset them. They couldn't fathom how four university students, not yet graduated, managed to acquire nearly all the company's shares, causing the board of directors to collapse overnight, leaving the company in the hands of four kids. In their minds, they had already deemed these young people to be heirs of some powerful business conglomerate, most likely honing their skills. But spending vast amounts of money like this was utterly astounding. Please, everyone, take a seat. And no need to be so formal. Fang Jueyu spoke first. Many of you are founding members of this company. Today, I've gathered everyone here just to meet. Most of the structure will remain the same, so rest assured. With Fang Jueyu's assurance, everyone's expressions slightly relaxed. Fang Jueyu naturally sat in the chairman's seat, with Cheng Kai and the other two sitting beside him. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Fang Jueyu, a soon-to-be senior at Jiangnan University and the current chairman of this company. I own over 65% of the shares. So to put it simply, this company is now mine. These three are my friends, and each holds a 10% share of the company. Now, the board of directors consists of just the four of us. Fang Jueyu's direct words stunned all the senior executives. The company originally had over a dozen directors, and now nearly all the shares were in the hands of these four young people, with the combined shares of the veteran employees being less than 5%. Hence, there was no issue in saying the company was theirs. I know you're curious about our background, that I can tell you directly that I'm not interested in this company, that IT was just because my three roommates wanted to make some achievements in the gaming industry that I bought it, that I won't be involved in the company's operations. Only in some decision-making matters. Hence, when I'm not around, these three are the owners of this company. He just wants to be a hands-off boss, the three thought to themselves. All the senior executives stared in shock at Fang Jueyu. From his words, it was easy to deduce that this new chairman acquired all the company's shares just to help a few roommates. Is this how kids from wealthy families play nowadays? Why didn't they meet roommates like this when they were young? But rest assured, we're not messing around at him. Why, 3 roommates don't have much management experience. So I hope you'll assist them in getting familiar with and taking charge of the company quickly. Rest assured, Chairman, many of us are employees from the company's founding days that we will definitely assist the 3 directors in accomplishing everything, an old employee immediately declared. Fang Jueyu nodded with satisfaction. Since the company has gone through a regime change, as chairman, I can't be stingy. Starting next month, all employees from the grassroots to the senior executives will have their salaries increased by 20%. Immediately, the executives' eyes lit up. This was no small increase. Any grumbling employees had dissolved their resentment instantly. Such an opportunity was rare, and these senior executives could see their annual salaries increase by tens or even hundreds of thousands, enough to make them smile in their dreams. Moreover, I will continue to add investments to the company as long as you have good plans, good products, or good ideas that benefit the company's growth. You're welcome to suggest them. Bonuses will be doubled for those without worrying about fund, and no matter the amount, I can afford it. Fang Jueyu now realized that investing was the fastest way to spend money. Apart from donations and charity, all expenses could count towards the mission. His past lifestyle limited his imagination and vision. When this door opened, a whole new world appeared before him. But of course, Fang Jueyu wouldn't spend money recklessly. Even for investments, he had to make sure they had potential, though the ultimate success or failure was not his current concern. The meeting lasted for a full 2 hours. Each senior executive introduced themselves and their roles, providing an overview of the company's business and products. Ding Minghui and the other 2 were extra attentive. They didn't want to ruin the enterprise Fang Jueyu entrusted to them, which would be unfair to him. IT was close to 5 when they finally returned downstairs. Meng Xiaoyang had left quietly at some point, while Fu Zi and her parents were still waiting for them. The moment they saw Ding Minghui, their eyes lit up. During the past few hours, they had learned about the company's profitability and inquired about Ding Minghui's position and income. The answers they received left them almost speechless. Ding Minghui was indeed the president of this company and owned 10% of its shares as for his annual income. It had to be measured in tens of millions at least. Knowing this, Fu Zi's parents became flustered, worrying if their earlier behavior had upset Ding Minghui. If things soured between him and Fu Zi, where would they find another such affluent son-in-law? Therefore, the moment Ding Minghui appeared, they rushed up to him with smiles. Little Ding, you must be tired after the meeting? That's right, little Ding. Have a seat and rest. Let's chat about you and our Xiao Zi. Yes, and please don't think we're too pragmatic. You know our Fu Zi is our only child, and as parents, we don't want her to suffer. Now that we believe you can give her happiness, we can rest assured in trusting her to you. Wang Yin and Fu Changhong's sudden warmth left him a bit lost. He exchanged a glance with Fu Zi, and the deep affection in both their eyes was unmistakable. They then cast a grateful look toward Fang Jueyu. Fang Jueyu returned a smile that he had done what he could. The rest was up to them. That moment, Fang Jueyu received a text message, causing his face to abruptly change. I have some urgent business. I'll be off now. The company's in your hands. Fang Jueyu quickly excused himself and left in a hurry. The text was from Guosinyu, informing him that her father's condition had worsened. Fang Jueyu hurriedly started the car while dialing Guosinyu's number. After a long silence, a sobbing voice came from the other side. Sinyu, don't worry. How is your dad now? Take your time to tell me. Fang Jueyu said as calmly and gently as possible. I'm not sure either that a few days ago, a foreign medical team happened to come to Huaxia for an exchange, and my dad was lucky enough to become their patient. In these past few days, his complexion and health have improved significantly, and the dialysis has been much less frequent. Fang Jueyu knew that it must have been Zhuang Ying who arranged for that medical team. And then, just now, my dad only had some lean meat porridge, but he suddenly started convulsing all over. The doctor said it was heart failure, and he's being resuscitated now. As she spoke, Guosinyu's voice was already choked with tears. What on earth is going on here? Fang Jueyu asked Xiao Yi. As long as regular dialysis is maintained, shouldn't uremic patients be able to live normally? A little porridge wouldn't cause this, right? Host uremia in humans is a very complicated disease. Usually, when uremic patients fall ill and pass away, it isn't directly related to the kidneys, but rather due to anemia, bone issues, heart failure, and various other complications. I find it difficult to understand Sinyu's father's condition right now. Can those failed elixirs left by my ancestors cure his body? Fang Jueyu asked anxiously. There should be no problem, as long as it doesn't involve severe physical limb damage. Most conditions can be cured. Uremia should be able to be treated. With these words from Xiao Yi, Fang Jueyu finally felt a bit more at ease. Sinyu, I'm coming over right now. Dad, don't be so anxious. I have a way to cure your dad. You're not a doctor. How can you cure him? Guo Xinyu thought Fang Jueyu was just trying to comfort her. Of course, I'm not a doctor, but I own many large hospitals and research institutions that my research facilities have already made significant progress in treating uremia, and we've even developed a special medication that it's just not yet officially used or produced. I'll be there soon. I'm on my way now. Fang Jueyu sped up. Jiangnan City's first People's Hospital and the high-tech industrial park, just now, were almost half a city apart, and it took more than an hour to drive there. By the time Fang Jueyu arrived at the hospital, it was completely dark. He found his way outside the operating room, where Xinyu sat on a chair, covering her face and sobbing. Next to her were a middle-aged woman and a boy who looked about 11 or 12. Xinyu. Fang Jueyu walked over to her, gently placing his arm around her shoulders. Xinyu trembled all over. She looked up, still with a glistening tear hanging from her curved eyelashes. All this time, she had borne almost all the pressure from home. Even a strong woman couldn't hold up any longer. Upon seeing Fang Jueyu, it was as if she found an outlet for her emotions. Burying her head directly in Fang Jueyu's chest and began to cry. Fang Jueyu felt a bit at a loss, that he couldn't stand seeing girls cry, especially the girl he liked. All right, don't cry, I'm here. Fang Jueyu gently patted her back and then wiped away her tears. Xinyu, who is this? Xinyu's mother looked at Fang Jueyu and asked. From Guo Xinyu's reaction just now, it wasn't hard to see that the relationship between the two seemed not so simple. Oh, Auntie, I'm Xinyu's friend. You can call me Xiaoyu, Fang Jueyu said. Mom, I told you about him. He's the one who helped me on the live streaming platform. Guo Xinyu's mother nodded and gave Fang Jueyu a slightly tired smile. Guo Xinyu had mentioned him briefly. Initially, when Guo Xinyu started live streaming, her mother was adamantly against it. In the eyes of the older generation, this was almost no different from not doing honest work. However, due to Guo Xinyu's insistence and the family situation, Yao Yefang had no choice but to let her have her way. Not long ago, Guo Xinyu suddenly sent a large sum of money home. Yao Yefang's first reaction was not happiness, but worried that if a wealthy businessman gave a small streamer over 1 million RMB in gifts, didn't he have any ulterior motives? Until today, when Fang Jueyu finally met him. Although it was just for a short while, his courtesy and the tenderness in his eyes when he looked at Guo Xinyu removed most of the defenses in Yao Yefang's heart at once. Annie, how long has Uncle been in there? It's been almost 2 hours now, Yao Yefang said worriedly. This long resuscitation time indicated that Guo Xinyu's situation was very severe. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I bought some porridge downstairs at the hospital. You should eat something first. Fang Jueyu picked up the plastic bags he had previously placed on the chair. Did you eat? After such a long ordeal, Guo Xinyu, her mother, and her brother Guo Junyu were all somewhat hungry, but they had no appetite. I ate. Don't worry. Uncle will be fine, but he will need you to take care of him later. If you don't eat, how can you have the energy to take care of him? Fang Jueyu directly opened the plastic bag and handed the food to them. Xinyu, eat a little. Mother Yao Yefang also persuaded. What Fang Jueyu said was not unreasonable. Guo Xinyu nodded and began to eat. In reality, she was already so hungry that she felt numb. The resuscitation lasted for 3 full hours. With the doctor's efforts, Guo Xinyu finally overcame the danger. There were several moments when he almost couldn't be saved. Guo Xinyu was pushed into the ward, and after explaining some precautions, the doctors left. The effects of anesthesia had yet to wear off. Guo Xinyu lay with his eyes closed. The torment of illness had left his body emaciated, but one could still see that he was a very elegant, middle-aged man. Mom, you and Xiaoyu should go home first and rest. I'll stay here and keep watch. Xiaoyu has to go to tutoring classes tomorrow. With Guo Xinyu's condition stabilized, the burden in their hearts relaxed. Can you manage on your own? Yao Yefang was a bit worried. It's okay. I'll stay here with Xinyu. You can go home and rest assured. Fang Jueyu smiled. But do you not trust me? Oh no, please don't misunderstand. Yao Yefang quickly waved her hands. I don't mean that. Haha, I'm just joking, he said. You should go back. If anything happens, Xinyu, and I will let you know that we got this covered here. Then, thank you for taking care of Xinyu and her dad, Yao Yefang said gratefully. Once Fang Yefang and Guo Junyu left, the ward became significantly quieter. It was a special ward arranged by Zhuang Ying, not only large and comfortable, but also fully equipped. Even for Fang Jueyu, it was his first time coming to such a ward. Do you want to sleep for a while? Seeing Guo Xinyu's slightly exhausted eyes, Fang Jueyu felt a pang of sympathy. Will you leave? Guo Xinyu looked at him as if With Fang Juyu's arrival, she found her grounding. I won't leave. I'll be right here. Fang Ju silently said in his heart. I won't leave now, and I won't leave in the future. Experience more content on my virtual library. Empire Guishu was rescued, and the rapidly eased tension left Guisinyu feeling quite fatigued. She leaned against the sofa in the luxurious hospital room and soon fell into a deep sleep. Fang Juyu carefully laid her body flat and then covered her with a blanket. Looking at that beautiful yet exhausted face, he felt a faint impulse inside him. However, he was not someone to take advantage of others, so he walked over to Guishu's side. Now there was no one around. It was the perfect time to secretly administer the so-called miracle pill. With a thought, the small bottle appeared in his hand. He tipped one pill into his palm, and a strong medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. Its appearance was really unsightly, though in his mind, a pill should be perfectly round and adorned with elegant patterns, not something irregular and extremely rough-looking like this. Xiao Yi, are you sure this stuff won't harm him? Fang Juyu hesitated. He felt that even with his own constitution, he might end up with an upset stomach, let alone someone as weak as Guishu. If something went wrong, he might have to be rushed back to the emergency room. Host, rest assured, although this pill is a defective product, it poses no harm to the human body. That I've thoroughly analyzed all its effects. That if anything happens, you could just smash me. Xiao Yi declared confidently. Smash you? Wouldn't that mean I have to smash myself first? Fang Ji muttered. Since Xiao Yi made such a promise, it's likely just as it said. The pill was indeed miraculous. Fang Jiyu carefully opened Guishu's lips and slipped the pill inside. But a problem arose. Guishu was still asleep, unable to swallow on his own, and the pill was almost the size of a Malteser. Forcing it down was surely not an option. Xiao Yi, is there a way to get uncle to swallow it? Fang Jiyu tried for a while, but eventually gave up. He dared not force it, as accidentally blocking the airway would be disastrous. Host can use the biological current to stimulate Mr. Guishu's muscle groups to induce an external swallowing effect. Biological current. What on earth is that? Fang Jiyu rolled his eyes, never having heard of such a concept before. Biological current refers to the weak electrical energy within the human body and is the main driver of human bodily functions. The decline in physical ability due to aging is caused by the weakening of the biological current. Fang Jiyu only half understood. Let me give an analogy. Have you watched Dragon Ball, host? Yes, I have. The Kamehameha in Dragon Ball can be seen as an extraordinarily powerful energy condensed from biological current. Do you understand this explanation? Why didn't you say so earlier? With that explanation, Fang Juyu almost grasped most of it. But I don't have such a strong biological current. Don't worry. Once you activate the first level authority, you can start learning how to harness the biological current. For now, I can help you do it, but of course, there must be a sufficient amount of biological current generated in your body. So what should I do? Stay quiet and let the biological current accumulate as much as possible. Fang Jiyu immediately fell silent, becoming as still as a statue. He didn't notice that an invisible energy within his body was converging towards his fingertips. Gradually, as the biological current energy gathered more and more between his fingers, it even emitted a faint glow. This miraculous sight left him with a look of amazement. That's enough. You can place the pill in Mr. Guishu's mouth now. Fang Juyu complied immediately, following Xiao Yi's instructions to massage the area around Guishu's throat with his fingers. Moments later, Guishu's Adam's apple twitched suddenly, and he miraculously made a voluntary swallowing motion while still under anesthesia. Fang Juyu felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, his limbs turning somewhat weak. Xiao Yi, what's happening to my body? Does this thing have side effects? Fang Jiyu scrambled onto another couch, collapsing there. It felt just like after finishing a 1,500-meter run during a fitness test. Host, rest assured, it's simply because you can't independently harness the biological current, and your body's weak biological current caused physical exhaustion only. Just replenish some energy and rest a bit, Xiao Yi explained. Phew, that's good. Fang Juyu was relieved that it wasn't a side effect. The next morning, Fang Juyu was awakened by a waft of delicate fragrance. In the instant he opened his eyes, Guisinyu's face was right in front of him. Moreover, for some reason, her face was inexplicably flushed. You're awake. Guisinyu hurriedly stood up, seemingly nervous and uneasy. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you having a fever? Could be you caught a chill last night. Fang Juyu reached out to touch her forehead, but it was immediately slapped away by Guisinyu. I'm not, and you're not allowed to ask. Guo Xinyu turned her head and ran to the bathroom. What? How strange. Fang Jueyu whispered, wondering why girls were behaving so oddly these days. When he glanced over at Guoshu, he was startled. Guoshu had woken up at some point and was smiling at him, but he certainly didn't look like someone who had just been rescued the day before. Uncle, you're awake. Do you feel any better? Fang Jueyu asked. Oh right, my name is Fang Jueyu and I'm Sinyu's friend. You can call me Little Fang or Little You. Friend, boyfriend. No. No, not at all. Fang Jueyu waved his hands in explanation. We met online, and in reality, we've only met once a few days ago, but it's not like what you imagine at all. Oh, Guoshu's face showed a look of surprise. He had woken up earlier than Fang Jueyu, and he had clearly noticed some of his daughter's small gestures. Uncle, how are you feeling physically? Fang Jueyu asked. It's strange. Guoshu's expression turned more puzzled. When I woke up this morning, my body suddenly felt remarkably light, just like when I was young. Young man, help me up for a moment. Fang Jueyu was instantly delighted. Could it be that weird pill really had such an amazing effect? He quickly stepped forward to help Guoshu up as he got out of bed. Guoshu could even take a few steps on his own, though he was unaccustomed to walking after lying in bed for so long. Dad, why are you standing up? The doctor said you shouldn't move around carelessly. Guo Xinyu exclaimed as she came out of the bathroom, filled with worry. Xinyu, I'm fine. Guoshu walked a few laps, almost striding along briskly. Look, my body seems entirely healed. I haven't felt this at ease in a long time. How was that possible? Guo Xinyu was stunned. Guoshu had been bedridden for a long time. Doctor said that his leg muscles had shown signs of slight atrophy. Yet looking at him now, he seemed like an energetic, often exercising middle-aged man. Uremia was not a minor illness, and just yesterday, he had undergone an emergency rescue. How could he have become like this overnight? Modern medical technology suggests that uremia could only be cured by a kidney transplant. Could it be? Her gaze immediately fell on Fang Jueyu's face. Yesterday, Fang Jueyu claimed that his lab had developed a special medicine for uremia. Could it be true? But even with a special medicine, how could a patient regain vitality overnight? Suddenly, she found Fang Jueyu to be much more mysterious. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Guoshu's primary physician looked at the test results in shock. Guoshu's kidneys were in perfect health, his muscle tissues had completely returned to their original state, and the symptoms of heart failure had utterly vanished. His physical condition had reached an exceedingly healthy level. Eyes could deceive, but data could not. They confirmed it repeatedly, and finally had to admit that Guoshu's uremia had been cured. This was a miracle in the medical world, and those experts couldn't fathom what exactly had happened, no matter how long they pondered. The only point worthy of further investigation was the large amounts of herbal components found in Guoshu's blood. Could taking herbal medicine cure uremia? This was unheard of, and yet, neither of the two treatments Guoshu received involved any herbal medicine. Various examinations continued into the evening. Initially, the experts hoped Guoshu would stay in the hospital for further observation, but having been in the hospital for several years, Guoshu couldn't bear to stay there any longer. He was eager to leave this place, which made him feel nauseated and never return if possible. Due to the decline of their business and the large expenditures on Guoshu's treatment, they had already sold both their house and car. Guo Xinyu's mother, Yao Yefang, had long since resigned to become a full-time housewife, so the household was barely supported by the small income from Guo Xinyu's live streaming. They rented a small house near the hospital, less than 40 square meters. Guo Xinyu lived at school, while Yao Yefang and her son, Guo Junyu, lived in this small rental. Fang Jueyu's sports car could only fit 2 people, so at this time his Wuling Hongwang minivan came in handy. After all, having stayed in the hospital for years, they had accumulated a lot of luggage there, and Fang Jueyu didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to drive that Wuling Hongwang so soon. The house was small, but Yao Yefang kept it in perfect order, clean and bright. I'm sorry, Xiao Fang. Xinyu should have explained our family situation to you. We can only serve you a simple meal here, Yao Yefang said awkwardly. Don't worry about it. I'm not picky that in fact, having a smaller space where everyone squeezes together is quite cozy, Fang Jueyu said. Tea wasn't just a polite response. It was sincere. His parents were off somewhere in the universe's distant edges, and in a huge villa, he lived alone, lacking that feel of the family. Though this place was small, it was well equipped, and he liked this feeling more. You sit down first. Let Xinyu chat with you while I start cooking. Yao Yefang had gone out in the morning to buy a table full of good dishes. Even though she didn't know how her husband's illness was suddenly cured, she knew that the overseas medical team had been arranged by Fang Jueyu, and she wanted to thank him no matter what. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library Empire Guoshu's side. Although his body had recovered now, he no longer had the drive he had when he was young. While they had paid off part of the family's debt, a substantial amount remained. He wasn't capable of earning money anymore. He felt that he owed Guisinyu too much. If it weren't for his daughter's maturity, this family might have collapsed. We're really grateful to you, Guisinyu said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Did that special remedy of yours cure my father? Fang Jueyu nodded slightly. Don't tell anyone. This is not yet mature, and I don't want anyone else to covet this part of my research. I know, I won't say a word. Naturally, Guisinyu knew she should keep such things to herself. In Guishu's eyes, their murmuring appeared as something else. After all, he had seen a scene he shouldn't have that morning. Xiaofang, are you dating our Xinyu? Guishu wasn't one for old-fashioned ideas, so looking at them, he naturally had this suspicion. Even Yao Yefang, who was washing vegetables, involuntarily leaned her ear closer when she heard this, and Guo Junyu, with his childish curiosity, blinked and looked up at his sister. Dad, what nonsense are you saying? Guo Xinyu recalled that awkward scene from the morning, her face flushed with embarrassment. We've only known each other for a few weeks. Is that so? What a pity, Guishu said somewhat regretfully. Fang Jueyu was excellent in both character and condition. If he could be with his daughter, he'd feel very assured. Dad, Guisinyu pouted, how could you say that? If you keep joking, I'll really get angry. Haha. All right, I won't mention it again. Guishu laughed. Xiaofang, you're still a student, aren't you? I heard that the expert team that treated me and the hospital ward were arranged by you. Oh, your family members know about all this? Guishu was actually trying to probe into Fang Jueyu's family background. From his looks, he seemed to be the son of a major corporation. He was sure that Guisinyu had feelings for Fang Jueyu, and as a father, naturally, he wanted to find out more. After this summer, I'll be a senior AS for my family. Fang Jueyu wasn't really sure how to explain. He silently apologized to Feng Huai and Xiao Lan. They're no longer around. A tinge of surprise flashed across Guishu's face. He hadn't expected Fang Jueyu to have experienced such a thing. My parents left me with plenty, so now, while studying, I also manage these businesses that I arranged everything. So there's no need to worry about any trouble on my part. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you about that. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Fang Jueyu immediately changed the topic. Uncle Guo, what are your plans for the future? Any ideas? Fang Jueyu's question touched Guishu's heart. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Though his connections remained, he was now heavily indebted and lacked the capital for contracting projects. Besides, with the addition of himself in this small house, it became even more crowded. There were just too many issues to think about now. Oh, by the way, Xinyu, the place the company prepared for you is ready to move into. You and Uncle and Annie can pack up here over the next few days. Huh? Guo Xinyu was taken aback. What was Fang Jueyu arranging this time? Xiaofang this. Yao Yefang, busy serving dishes, wasn't sure what was going on either. Uncle Guo. Annie, who didn't know? Xinyu has already signed a contract with one of my companies that she's now an artist under our label. The company has arranged an independent residence for her, so you no longer have to squeeze into this place. Xinyu, what's going on? Guishu and Yao Yefang asked. They knew Guisinyu worked as a live streamer online, but were unaware of her signing agreements. However, even Guisinyu herself was puzzled. Although she had already planned this, the two hadn't really discussed it properly yet. Well, I was planning to tell you, but I hadn't found the right moment that I was afraid you'd disagree, Guisinyu said quietly. Silly child, why would we disagree? Yao Yefang said. If you were signing with some other company, we might oppose it, but we trust Xiaofang. If that's the case, then that's wonderful. As a father, Guishu naturally knew that Guisinyu's dream was to become a singer. However, the entertainment industry was complex and full of unwritten rules, and someone like Guisinyu would be devoured without even bones left. But with Fang Jueyu's help, even if she didn't become a huge star, she shouldn't suffer too much, right? As someone with experience, he could see that Fang Jueyu's gaze toward Guisinyu was full of emotions, and he wasn't approaching her with any ulterior motives. You're not against it? Guisinyu asked, surprisingly and with some delight. Of course not, but make sure to work hard. Xiaofang has helped our family so much, you mustn't slack off. Yes. Guisinyu nodded earnestly, if only for the sake of not disappointing Fang Jueyu. She was determined to try her best. Yao Yefang's cooking was quite good. Although it couldn't compete with the chefs at home in terms of flavor, it tasted much more delicious here than at his own place. Uncle, soon I will transfer the signing bonus into Sinyu's account, so you can settle the debts first and AS for the rest. If you have the energy, you can continue your previous business. If not, maybe consider investing. I can find someone to help you, Fang Jueyu said, as everyone at the dining table chatted like family. Haha, I'm not that old yet. Those former partners are all my old friend. Hey, as long as there's funding, I can save more for Sinyu's dowry. Guoshu laughed. He was becoming increasingly fond of Fang Jueyu. He didn't have any of the typical rich kid bad habits and had a pretty nice character. In the eyes of Guoshu and Yao Yefang. If they could get together, it would be a match made in heaven. Dad, you're at it again. Guoshu's repeated teasing nearly made Guosinyu want to crawl under the table. The group chatted and laughed until 9 o'clock, and it was time for Fang Jueyu to leave since Guosinyu's younger brother was still young and needed to rest early. Uncle, Henny, I'll head out now. You can start packing, and in a couple of days, you can move over to— I'll notify my assistant to send someone to help you, Fang Jueyu said as he stood up and ruffled Guo Junyu's hair. Junyu, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be an astronaut. Guo Junyu replied without hesitation. Great. As long as you study hard, I'll build a big spaceship for you someday and send you into space. For others, this might just be a bit of teasing with a kid, but Fang Jueyu had the ability to build a spaceship. The knowledge stored in Xiao Yi's database was enough for him to create a spaceship far beyond the current era. Sinyu, aren't you going to see off Xiao Fang? Yao Yefang nodded toward Guosinyu. Oh, Guosinyu stood up. I'll walk you out. Okay. Fang Jueyu didn't refuse. He enjoyed being alone with Guosinyu. As the two walked out, Guosinyu's parents immediately sat close and whispered to each other. Honey, what do you think of young Xiao Fang? Yao Yefang asked eagerly. Hey, Guoshu sighed and shook his head. What? You don't like him? Yao Yefang was a bit surprised. No, he's too good. Guoshu said, I know what you mean, but I'm afraid our Sinyu isn't good enough for him. Nowadays, girls look for partners with cars and houses, but how many understand what means being well-matched? As a scholar, Guoshu knew the importance of this well. What are you saying? How is our Sinyu lacking? Yao Yefang said indignantly. Besides, I don't think Xiao Fang is that kind of person. That can't you see that he's interested in our Sinyu too? Of course, I can see it. And I also saw our daughter sneakily kiss Xiao Fang this morning. Guoshu felt a bit uneasy thinking about how the cabbage he had raised for over 20 years was just casually taken. Let them handle their young people's affairs. That we shouldn't worry. Fang Jueyu and Guosinyu walked shoulder to shoulder in the dark alley. Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward, and neither spoke a word. Unconsciously, they both seemed to have something to say. You first, Fang Jueyu offered. About my dad's matter, thank you. That's it, just a small thing. Fang Jueyu chuckled. I thought you wanted to mention something else. Guosinyu could guess the something else Fang Jueyu referred to, and she immediately began to play dumb. By the way, here's a gift for you. Fang Jueyu suddenly took out his phone and opened a file. What is it? Guosinyu's curiosity piqued as she leaned in. A song. I wrote it for you, Fang Jueyu shamelessly claimed. In truth, the song was written through the powerful capabilities of Xiao Yi, and even just the opening prelude almost made him swoon. You can write songs. Guosinyu looked at him skeptically. Why, looking down on me? Fang Jueyu retorted defiantly. When I was in 8th grade, I passed the highest amateur level in both piano and violin. That if I had pursued further, I would have several international awards by now, don't you think? You're right. Guosinyu wasn't so easily fooled with her music studies background. I've completed the composition. This is the lyrics. You can give it a try. Fang Jueyu opened the lyrics file. Are you testing my sight singing skills? Guosinyu snatched the phone. Such a challenge was right up her alley since sight singing was her strong suit. She played the accompaniment, and the prelude, a piano and violin duet, instantly exemplified what it meant to be captivating. As she looked at the sheet music, she softly started singing the lyrics. The song told a story, capturing the beauty of youth, the bittersweetness of secret crushes, the pain of farewells, and the joy of reunions. It didn't use extravagant words but expressed each emotion just right. Guosinyu was convinced that this song would absolutely become a hit online. Did you really write this? Guosinyu was still a bit skeptical. How could someone without emotional experiences write such a song? Fang Jueyu was just in his early 20s. Where would he have gotten such experience? Of course, I wrote it. Since you're now a singer under my company, consider this my gift to you. Practice the song well. With your talent, I'm sure you'll sing it beautifully. Then we can find a professional studio to record it. It'll definitely help you gain a lot of popularity. Discover hidden tales at my virtual library empire. You could find someone better than me to sing it. Guosinyu wasn't very confident in herself. At her school, there were plenty of people with better vocal skills, and many would willingly sing this song if offered to a famous singer. No way. This is written specifically for you, and only you can sing it. Fang Jueyu suddenly became a bit overbearing. If you feel you can't sing it well, that's fine. I'll help you find a teacher, and when you feel ready, We can record it. I won't let you down. Guo Xinyu was easily touched, and for a moment, her eyes became a bit moist. Then I'll give you a gift too. Guo Xinyu took a deep breath, and if the light were brighter, one could see her chest heaving with intense emotions. What is it? Come closer, Guo Xinyu said. Fang Jueyu leaned his head closer. Can I see it now? Smooch. Guo Xinyu pecked his cheek like a dragonfly lightly touching water, then quickly turned and ran toward home. Fang Jueyu revealed a sly smile, as if his plan had succeeded. He touched the spot on his cheek where he was kissed, grinning like a fool. Look at you, getting so happy over something so small. You, the host, are utterly hopeless. Xiao Yi's voice chimed in at an inopportune moment. If you call me Dad, I'll tell you a secret. Xiao Yi, when did you become like this? Fang Jueyu's expression turned sour, as if he had tasted something foul. Had Xiao Yi been consuming too much from Weibo? In your dreams, I have my dignity. Then I won't tell you what Guo Xinyu did to you while you were asleep this morning. Dad, good son, Xiao Yi replied in an extremely infuriating tone. Can you tell me now? Fang Jueyu demanded fiercely. If it's not something worth knowing, I'll kill myself, leaving you without a host. Here, see for yourself. Xiao Yi projected the scene directly onto Fang Jueyu's retina. Is this real? Dad wouldn't lie to you. Fang Jueyu ignored Xiao Yi's remarks. And wondered Guo Xinyu seemed so mysterious. When he woke up this morning, it turned out she had kissed him while he was asleep. Son, go for it and get her. Shut up. The media company that Wang Tsung helped Fang Jueyu find was basically settled. Since it was practically an empty shell, it didn't cost much, and all the paperwork would be finished in a few days. Explore new worlds in my virtual library empire. Fang Jueyu didn't care at all whether the company had any artists under contract. The only reason he bought it was to create a platform for Guo Xinyu.as for profitability and development. That wasn't within his consideration for the time being. Zhuang Ying also helped Guo Xinyu's family with the housing arrangements. It was near her school, and although the house wasn't very large, about 120 square meters, it was more than enough for the family to live comfortably. As for the contract, they could handle it after the company obtained its business license. Although Guo Xinyu already had a large fan base, she hadn't studied for long, and formal training couldn't give her that stunning musical talent yet. Therefore, Fang Jueyu even found a national, treasure-level Italian singer to mentor her. During this period, Guo Xinyu was fully focused on her studies, leaving Fang Jueyu with lots of free time. He ended up playing games and watching movies, returning to the typical holiday life of a couch potato college student. Hey Fang, do you have some time lately? Wang Tsung suddenly called Fang Jueyu. Yeah, what's up? Is everything settled? It's not that simple. Wang Tsung chuckled bitterly. Throwing money at problems was one thing, but acquiring a large piece of land from the government came with a heap of bureaucratic procedures, making it difficult to get approval quickly. Then what do you want from me? There's a gathering in the entertainment circle. Are you interested? Wang Tsung said. Those actors we talked about last time, I've contacted them all. That everyone's schedules are pretty full, but they'll all be at this event. We can chat a bit after the banquet. Sure, Fang Jueyu agreed. Despite his wealth, he had never met those celebrities face to face. According to Wang Tsung, there would be stars from both film and music industries, as well as many big names in entertainment attending as the head of Bamboo Entertainment. Wang Tsung was naturally invited. He wasn't very familiar with the bosses in that circle, so he wanted to bring Fang Jueyu along. All right, it's set. The gathering is next Saturday at 6:30 p.m. at the Edison Hotel in Sanya. Don't be late. Don't worry, I'll be flying there by private jet, so I won't be delayed, Fang Jueyu said. Wang Tsung felt a little envious every time he talked to Fang Jueyu. He didn't even have a private jet yet. Then it's settled. See you at the venue, and make sure to dress formally. Don't show up in shorts and flip-flops like last time. I can't afford that embarrassment. Got it, I'll be careful, Fang Jueyu assured him. Wang Tsung was worried about losing face. Of course, Fang Jueyu was too. The thought of attending this gathering excited Fang Jueyu for days. Despite his wealth, those stars would probably be eager to curry favor with him. Yet he still hadn't fully adjusted his mindset, as those people had only appeared on TV and the internet for him. Fang Juyu's private jet was always on standby at the Eastern City Airport in Jiangnan City. It underwent regular maintenance, keeping it in excellent condition, and the crew were top-notch. This time, Zhuang Ying went with Fang Jueyu. He hadn't been out of Jiangsu province many times in his life. Going to Sanya was a first for him, an unfamiliar place, and he was a natural-born wanderlust. If he went alone, he could easily get himself lost there. The sun god sped down the highway leading to the airport. Fang Jueyu could barely contain his excitement, as he had never seen his private jet before. He had seen in the news that the private jets of those Dubai tycoons were as luxurious as five-star hotels. He believed his wouldn't be far off. Xiaoying, are the arrangements all set? Fang Jueyu asked. Everything was arranged a few days ago. Sonya's airport is prepared as well, and the Edison Hotel you own under Billions International has already arranged a presidential suite and a conference room for you. Another one that's mine. Fang Jueyu had grown numb to it. If Zhuanging ever told him a company wasn't his, he might actually be surprised. After purchasing the private jet, a VIP channel was created for him at the Eastern City Airport, allowing him to bypass security checks and enter unobstructed after identity verification. Is this the Eastern City Airport? Why doesn't it seem like it? Many of Fang Jiyu's classmates weren't from Jiangsu province, and when they went home on break, they often flew from the Eastern City Airport. But this place was nothing like the photos in their social feeds. IT looked like a small independent airport with rows of green belts on both sides. Beyond a concrete wall seemed to be the regular Eastern City Airport. Young master, this airport is your private airport. All aircraft here are for your service. When E-City Airport was initially built, it was a project undertaken by one of your father Fang Huai's companies, so they set aside this area for private use. Democrat Minnesota, my dad's awesome, Fang Jueyu exclaimed. Having a private jet was already over the top, but he even had his own airport. We don't have private islands too, do we? Yes, young master, you have 184 private vacation islands worldwide. Fang Jueyu promptly shut his mouth. He was now more interested in the private jet in front of him. Is this plane a Boeing 747? To be precise, it's a Boeing 747-8 VIP private jet, purchased by Mr. Fang Huai. I haven't handled it. I think it would be better for Captain Feudalaya to introduce it to you. Zhuanging pointed to a group of people walking toward them. This group consisted of 8 people, 2 men, and 6 women. From their appearance, it was clear they weren't from Huaxia. The men were tall and strong, while the women were curvy and as attractive as supermodels. Who are they? These are your crew members, 1 captain, 1 co-pilot, and the remaining 6 are flight attendants, responsible for all your travel needs, Zhuanging said. Both pilots have served in the Russian Air Force. They have experience enough to handle any unexpected situations. As for the flight attendants, they all have Miss World backgrounds and are top supermodels, including a pair of twins, Zhuanging whispered playfully in his ear. Young master, there are special rooms on the plane that if you want any special services, I'm sure they'd be more than happy to comply. Hearing this, Fang Juyu's face turned beet red that he was still an inexperienced young man and couldn't handle such teasing. Captain Feudalaya, long time no see. Zhuanging shook hands with the handsome Russian man in charge. And Co-Captain Novich, how is life in Huaxia? Oh, dear Miss Zhuang, your Huaxia is simply wonderful, Captain Feudalaya said. Their work was actually quite leisurely. Apart from occasional skill training, they spent most of their time on vacation while drawing enviable salaries. This was their 2nd year in Huaxia, and their only clients were the Fang family's private passenger jets. In these 2 years, they hadn't taken on a single mission. Such a life made their peers envious beyond words. You must be Mr. Fang, correct? Captain Feudalaya shook hands with Fang Jueyu. Mr. Fang, we will be at your service for this journey. I'm sure we can provide you with the most fantastic flying experience. I am more than willing to believe you. Fang Jueyu shook hands with each of them, and he keenly noticed that when he shook hands with the female flight attendants, their fingers gently brushed against his palm, their gazes full of endless warmth. Fang Jueyu had heard people say that this small gesture was a special hint, meaning, although they were supermodel-level attendants, these women were well aware they were living off the youth meal. Once they aged, they would lose their appeal as well. So while they were young, they aimed to either save up a large sum of money quickly or directly find a billionaire. That was their dream. These 6 female flight attendants were all still virgins, which was a unique requirement during the team hiring process. Put it bluntly, any one of them was always ready to accompany Fang Jueyu for that. Fang Jueyu promptly withdrew his hand, not because these 6 beauties held no attraction to him, but because deep down, he wasn't a particularly frivolous person that if he guessed it right, this was probably another arrangement by his mischievous dad, Fang Huai, for him. Feudalaya, you should be familiar with this plane's configuration, right? Take me aboard to have a look. Fang Jueyu wasn't in a hurry to depart. The plane was still undergoing final refueling checks. All right, Mr. Fang, please follow me. Under Feudalaya's guidance, they ascended the gangway into the interior of this custom-made private jet. Is this really a plane? Fang Jueyu couldn't help but blurt out. Other than the word luxurious, he couldn't think of any other word to describe this airborne palace. The original cabin interior had been entirely stripped, and the cabin was divided into spacious, bright rooms. The first thing he saw was a living room, complete with sofas, a coffee table, a television, all the expected amenities. All the wooden furniture and flooring are made from golden nanmu and top-quality redwood. Moreover, as per Mr. Fang Jueyu's request, interior architecture master Mr. Ballman was commissioned to design it, leaving almost no room for any visual complaints. Feudalaya confidently stated, "What is that fragrance?" Fang Jueyu asked as he was greeted by a faint woody aroma upon entering. "Oh, that's your Huaxia's ambergris. Each gram costs thousands of US dollars, ensuring you feel mentally relaxed, emotionally pleased, and aids in calming and sleep during your journey." Passing through the hall was the plane's dining room, furnished with a long golden nanma table, neatly arranged with 2 rows of European-style soft chairs, resembling a hotel room in its refinement. Above the long table was a luxurious crystal chandelier, and all decorations shimmered under its reflection. "Mr. Fang, due to the load and volume restrictions, we can't carry a lot of ingredients, so when you're traveling, it would be best to inform us in advance of your preferences. This way, we can also make preparations beforehand," suggested Feudalaya. "Oh, by the way, there are some drinks here that if you need any, feel free to indulge." He opened a side cooler, neatly stocked with bottles of red wine. These are wines produced from the Grand Cru vineyard of Leoville, all from a 1982 vintage that I've had my eye on them for a long time. Next came a luxurious suite reserved for Fang Jueyu, with an adjacent study spanning dozens of square meters, stocked with various books and artworks by renowned foreign painters. Towards the rear were a kitchen, a medical room, and the aviation crew's work area. This plane has an internal space of nearly 4,800 square feet, approximately equivalent to around 450 square meters. When Mr. Fang Jueyu purchased it, its price was around 400 million US dollars. The captain detailed the plane's specifications in one breath. "Amazing. This is simply a mansion flying in the sky." Fang Jueyu was incredibly satisfied. His dad, despite being a bit unrefined, indeed had excellent taste. "Oh, Mr. Fang, your car can be parked directly in the storage area under the cabin. It has been remodeled into a small garage." Really, Fang Jueyu was delightfully surprised. This way, he wouldn't have to look for a vehicle wherever he went. "Yes. Do you need your car to be transported with you?" "Bring it along. It's my first time going to a place like this. I must make a statement." Fang Jueyu said, "All right, then I'll arrange for it immediately. You can rest a bit, and we'll be ready to take off in about half an hour." With that, Feudalaya left. "Please, have a seat. Don't be so restrained. I'm not that stern," Fang Jueyu said to the attendants. "Standing like that must be tiring." "We can't do that, Mr. Fang. It's our job." The attendants remained meticulously at their designated positions. "We earn such high salaries and usually don't have much to do. When you're traveling, we should hold ourselves to the highest standards." "If that's the case, then I appreciate your hard work," Fang Jueyu whispered to Zhuangying. "Sistering, are their salaries really that high?" "Yes, young master. The captain's salary is 5 million US dollars annually. The co-captain's is 3 million US dollars, and each attendant earns 2 million US dollars a year." "That much?" Ignorant until asked, Jin Sung was shocked to hear it that a typical captain in Huaxia usually earned an annual pre-tax salary in the millions. This was more than 10 times that. "Young master, they are the best," Zhuang Ying added. "When selecting pilots and crew members, it's almost a 1 in 1,000 standard, so such salaries aren't at all exaggerated considering the stringent selection." "All right, anyway, their annual salaries aren't even a fraction of what I make in a few minutes." Contemplating this balance sheet put Fang Jueyu's mind at ease. "Mr. Fang," Captain Feudalaya approached with a woman about 30 to 40 years old, wearing sunglasses, slightly plump. "What's going on, Captain Feudalaya?" Fang Jueyu poked his head out. "Are we ready to depart?" "Please wait a moment, Mr. Fang. There's a lady here seeking your help, brought by the manager of the main airport." "Who is it?" Fang Jueyu stepped out, and upon seeing the slightly plump woman, he was taken aback. "You're Dang?" "Speaking of Dang, not many people might know her, but if you mention her boss, then everyone is probably familiar with him." Her full name was Jiang Wayne, and she was the assistant and manager of the popular singer Su Luan. If you're a fan of Su Luan, then this slightly plump woman would be no stranger to you. Su Luan had also been invited to that large banquet. Recently, he had been engaged in commercial activities in Jiangnan City. Although he really didn't need such events to promote his new songs, one of his greatest qualities, apart from his exceptional talent, was his devotion to his fans. He was originally scheduled to take a 9 o'clock morning flight to Sanya today, but unfortunately, the plane encountered an emergency at the previous airport and was undergoing urgent maintenance. The temporary flight was delayed until 4 in the afternoon, which meant he wouldn't make it to the evening party at all. Although he was a superstar, he was also a citizen and didn't have any special privileges that would allow him to arrive at the banquet on time. Conveniently, the airport official told him that the owner of the nearby private airport was also planning to travel to Sanya today, and maybe he could ask for assistance to Oda Ing found Feudalaya to seek some help, which led to the current situation. You know me, Jiang Wayne was a bit surprised, thinking that maybe things might work out this time. She originally thought the owner of the private jet would be some elderly wealthy man, which might make negotiations difficult, but she never expected him to be such a young man. Nowadays, among young people who listen to music, how many aren't fans of Sulun? Know you? Of course I do. You're Sulun's assistant, right? Fang Jueyu peered over like an innocent little fan, looking to the back. Is Sulun here? Where is he? Can I get an autograph? Jiang Wayne was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect him to be not just a fan, but seemed to be a very wealthy, obsessed fan. All right, do you need something? Yes, Jiang Wayne politely said. Su Luan is supposed to attend a party in Sanya today, but the plane had problems and will be delayed until at least 4. The banquet starts at 6:30, and it takes 4 hours to fly from Jiangnan City to Sanya. We heard this plane is also heading to Sanya, so we wondered if we could hitch a ride. You going to Sanya too? Awesome. Fang Jueyu almost jumped up. Sure, as long as it's not too many people. There are just 3 of us, me, Sulun, and his songwriter, Zhang Luoshan. The rest of the staff can take a later regular flight. It's no big deal. Jiang Wayne blushed when mentioning the free ride, but it seemed like today they were strangely lucky. Captain Feudalaya, is it okay to have 3 more people? Fang Jueyu asked. No problem. There's plenty of food on the plane, though we always prepare enough supplies for 20 people. Rest assured. Captain Feudalaya said. Great, hop aboard. We'll be taking off soon. Fang Jueyu was already eager to meet Su Luan. All right, thank you. Jiang Wayne immediately shared the good news with Su Luan, and shortly thereafter, the 2 young men who had covered themselves completely boarded the plane. Su Luan and Zhang Luoshan were very good friends. Although they had both become incredibly famous across half of Huaxia's entertainment industry, they were still quite young, and just over 30, their fame had brought them immense wealth, and Su Luan's wealth was truly astounding. His garage was filled with various sports cars worth hundreds of millions of US dollars. He also owned an expensive private jet, but compared to the one they were on now, it was like a world of difference. They took off their sunglasses and removed their baseball jackets, revealing faces that could make countless girls scream. Even Fang Jueyu felt the urge to scream. No, I need to stay calm, that I'm someone with status now, that I can't act like an inexperienced kid. Fang Jueyu tried to calm himself, but the irresistible logic discovered by our renowned philosopher Wang Jinza had never been mistaken. Fang Jueyu quietly handed his phone to Zhuang Ying, Sister Ying, secretly snapped some photos of me later, and remember to turn on the beauty filter. Hello, I'm Su Luan, and this is Zhang Luoshan. Su Luan kindly extended his hand. Although he was famous and wealthy, he was well aware that, in some people's eyes, his wealth was still insignificant, and the young man before him, or perhaps one of his relatives, might be such a person. With his idol right in front of him, Fang Jueyu suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Hello, I'm Fang Jueyu. Fang Jueyu, are you the director of Aurora Psychiatric Hospital? Fang Jueyu? Su Luan was quite active on social media, and recently, this name had been creating a lot of buzz. At least he wasn't unfamiliar with this name. The young man was both mysterious yet not so mysterious. People frequently spotted him in various locations, and he always managed to pull off awe-inspiring stunts. However, no one had figured out what exactly his business was, and no one knew just how rich he was. Not to mention others, at least Wang Tsong, one of the top-earning second-generation heirs in the country, publicly admitted he was nowhere near as wealthy as Fang Jueyu, which highlighted the unimaginable extent of this young man's wealth. That title is just for fun, Fang Jueyu said, slightly embarrassed. He didn't want to lose face in front of his idol. But the hospital is real, I swear. Ha, brother Fang, you're quite a character. Seeing Fang Jueyu's embarrassed look, Su Luan and Zhang Luoshan couldn't help but chuckle. You're going to the banquet as well, I presume? Yes, Fang Jueyu invited them to sit. The hall was spacious and could easily accommodate a few people. The flight attendants promptly served a bottle of wine and some snacks. Principal Wang invited me to expand my horizons. Didn't expect to meet you both here first. You must be kidding. With your wealth, what haven't you seen yet? Su Luan and the others thought Fang Jueyu was being modest. In reality, he truly hadn't seen much yet. An 82 wine. Zhang Luoshan was a wine enthusiast. The 1982 vintage was considered pricey and of high quality due to the ideal climate conditions that year for vineyards. Even the most ordinary wine from that year cost thousands per bottle, and wine from the special estate of Chateau Latour was even harder to obtain, reportedly costing tens of thousands of US dollars each. Serving it to them was a testament to Fang Jueyu's immense influence. Well, Suluan, can I ask you a favor? Fang Jueyu hesitated a bit. Stay tuned to my virtual library empire. Go ahead. You can't just ride for free, can you? Suluan laughed. In November, could you give me a couple of tickets for your concert? Fang Jueyu asked. They're just way too hard to get. That's all. Suluan thought it was something major. Honestly, he wouldn't mind spending some money to buy expensive tickets from scalpers. These wealthy people today are puzzling, spending billions on private jets without batting an eye, but being stingy about a few thousand on concert tickets. Let's exchange contact details. When the time comes, I'll have someone bring you straight to the VIP section. Up to 20 people could be freely arranged. Suluan saw it as a rare networking opportunity. Getting acquainted with a super rich person with just a few VIP seats was indeed a great deal. Great! Fang Jueyu beamed with joy. One more thing. He suddenly pulled out a DSLR camera. Can we take a picture? The 4-hour journey should have been incredibly dull, but with Su Luan and Zhang Luoshan joining in, it suddenly turned into an impromptu private concert. On Fang Jueyu's private jet, there was not only a KTV setup, but also various instruments like an electric piano, violin, and guitar in the study. One had to admit, Su Luan's musical abilities were indeed unparalleled. He could practically master any instrument with ease. Fang Jueyu sang to the point where his KTV-level singing skills left his throat nearly hoarse by the end, but he remained cheerfully engaged. He never imagined that there would be a day when he could sing and play music with his idol, something he never even dared to dream of. He thought to himself, Jiang Yuan, oh Jiang Yuan, back then you fell for someone else just for a concert ticket. Now I can sing with Sulun. What expression would you have if you knew? Perhaps this was a hint of pride in his heart. The food on the plane was incredibly delicious. After they were tired from singing, they enjoyed a delightful lunch at the nearby dining area. Had the plane not been about to land at Sanya Airport, they might have even taken a comfortable nap. The plane's power system was enhanced, reducing the standard 4-hour flight by nearly half an hour. They landed smoothly at Sanya Airport just before 2 p.m. Many crazy fans followed Su Luan's itinerary all the way. But due to an issue with their flight, although the fans knew about the trip, no one knew he had hitched a ride with Fang Jueyu. The airport turned out to be quite peaceful. Mr. Fang, thank you for your help. Su Luan expressed his gratitude once more as the car, picking them up for the hotel, awaited nearby at the airport. I'll be there a bit later. See you at the party tonight. Fang Jueyu was already somewhat impatient. While he wasn't as crazed about stargazing, there were indeed many celebrities in the entertainment circle he liked, and tonight provided a chance to meet many of them. It's just like a dream. After they left, Fang Jueyu collapsed onto the sofa, his hands and feet still trembling slightly. It was even more nerve-wracking than when he checked his college entrance exam results. Master, your composure needs some work, Zhuang Ying noted calmly. Don't forget, you're invited to the Queen of England's birthday banquet at the end of the year. If you're still like this, it could be embarrassing then. Haha, there's still a long time till then, right? Fang Jueyu replied with a chuckle. I've only just taken over the family's assets for less than a month. How could I adapt so quickly? By the way, Master, how long do you plan to stay here? Zhuang Ying asked. 3 days, perhaps. After the movie stuff is sorted, I'll play around for 2 days before heading back. That I've never been to Sanya before. Fang Jueyu yearned for the blue sea and beautiful beaches. Although his hometown had beaches, they were still a notch below Sanya's. Captain, we're staying here for 3 days. Why don't you all take a break and enjoy yourselves too? Fang Jueyu called all the crew over. I'll give each of you a 10,000 US dollar allowance. Treat it like a vacation. And no need to stay on this boring plane all the time. Feudalaya and his team were overjoyed. Although they hadn't had any flight missions in the past 2 years, they needed to maintain their professional skills, and thus only had a few slightly longer vacations each year. They didn't expect that after just one flight, not only did Fang Jueyu grant them a holiday, but he also gave them such a large spending allowance. Was there a more generous employer than Fang Jueyu in the world? The 6 supermodel flight attendants were especially overjoyed, almost as if they wanted to wrap their arms around Fang Jueyu's head and give him a French kiss. This was a formal event. Fang Jueyu donned his set of formal wear. And although Zhuang Ying was just an assistant, she represented Fang Jueyu's image in such circumstances and thus also wore a rather extravagant gown. Master, you seem a bit disappointed? In her gown, Zhuang Ying rivaled the presence of actresses at the Cannes Film Festival, though Fang Jueyu's gaze didn't pause on her. Are you thinking you should have brought Miss Guo to be your companion? Zhuang Ying easily saw through Fang Jueyu's mind. Fang Jueyu looked at her in surprise. Was what he was thinking really that obvious? Oh well, This is my first time at such an occasion, too. Who knows how awkward it might get? She'd probably be even more embarrassed. Fang Jueyu consoled himself. I'll take her next time when there's a chance. Fang Jueyu was quite aware that Guisinyu seemed to have feelings for him. But since they hadn't confirmed their relationship, it did feel somewhat inappropriate. Sanya's airport didn't have a private section for Fang Jueyu, but they did open a VIP passage for him. Through the transparent glass, he noticed that the fans waiting for arrivals were still a sea of people today. After all, today was a major entertainment industry event. With so many stars coming, how could their fans possibly ignore it? Hey look, isn't that Su Luan? Fang Jueyu spotted the figure wearing a jacket and mask from afar. Though the fans hadn't got the news, that didn't mean their eyes were blind. Even if some fans were there for other celebrities' flights, it didn't stop them from being Su Luan's fans too. Several keen-eyed fans recognized them, immediately surrounding them. Poor Su Luan initially planned to sneak into the hotel. I could see now there was no way to shake off this crowd of frenzied fans in less than an hour. Old Wang, I've arrived in Sanya. Where are you? Fang Jueyu called Wang Tsung. It was his first time attending such a gathering. Although he owned that hotel, without someone leading him, he'd be at a loss. So soon, wasn't Jiangnan City's flight delayed? Wang Tsung was well informed. He worried Fang Jueyu wouldn't make it in time. Delayed or not, I have my own plane, Fang Jueyu boasted. I even gave Sulun a lift, and we sang and drank together just now. Oh, Wang Tsung was unmoved. He managed several girl groups, and their members were always eager to get close to him. In this world, as long as you have money, there's nothing you can't do. Having a meal or singing with a big star? Wang Tsung would often play games with celebrities. Compared to that, Fang Jueyu's private jet intrigued him even more. How about giving me a ride back? It's not often I get to fly in a private jet. Wang Tsung's family did own private jets, but they were used by Wang Lin for business trips. Wang Tsung wouldn't dare misuse them behind his father's back. Private jets cost billions, even tens of billions. Even if Wang Tsung could afford to buy one, maintaining it was another story. He didn't want to put on airs just for show. Sure, I'll come find you first. Okay, I'm at the hotel. Just come to Presidential Suite 004 when you get here. All right, see you at the hotel. Fang Jueyu hung up the phone. Shouting, sis, does the hotel have a lot of presidential suites? I thought there'd be just one. Master, a presidential suite just represents a certain class, not a number, but room numbers do have significance. Zhuang Ying explained. Stay connected with my virtual library empire. You mean there are several people with a higher status than Wang Tsung at this hotel? Yes, room 001 is always reserved for you and is not open to the public, so this gathering has at least 2 people with higher status and wealth than Mr. Wang Lin. Interesting. Fang Jueyu suddenly became even more excited about the evening's party. The deep purple sports car sped down the street. Even in such an international tourist metropolis, cars like this were rare. And no matter where it went, this car was always a striking sight. Through casual conversation with Su Luan and others, Fang Jueyu learned that the purpose of this gathering was quite simple. It was just a friendly meetup among the big shots in the entertainment industry. In Huaxia's entertainment circle. Only a few big players existed, and everyone needed a regular gathering to develop relationships and make the industry prosper. Many crown princes and princesses from the entertainment industry attended this grand event with their parents, hoping to broaden their horizons. The scale was so large that bumping into a young person on the road could very well mean encountering the future successor of an entertainment company. The Edison Hotel was one of the most outstanding hotels in Sanya. Built by the sea, its decor was well suited for vacationing, featuring numerous amusement parks, pools, and other entertainment facilities. Among 5-star hotels, it offered great value. Continue reading stories on my virtual library empire. We seem to have arrived a bit late. As they drove into the hotel, there were almost no available parking spaces left, which made Fang Jueyu a bit frustrated. Cars are nice and all, but finding a parking spot could drive someone mad. Young master, have you ever seen someone have to find a parking space at their own hotel? Zhuang Ying tapped her forehead. The underground parking lot has a dedicated garage reserved for you. Is that so? Why didn't you say earlier? Fang Jueyu muttered. He hadn't asked, but thinking it over, he realized he might have underestimated his own standing a bit. Fang Jueyu displayed his poor sense of direction to the fullest, circling the hotel for quite a while before finally finding the entrance to the underground garage. Just as he was about to drive the car down, a brand new Bentley sped out of the garage. Even though Fang Jueyu's quick reflexes allowed him to turn the steering wheel to avoid a collision, it was still unavoidable, and they crashed. Boom! When Fang Jueyu heard that noise, he felt a pang in his heart. He had been driving this car for less than half a month. Though its body was specially made to remain undamaged even when colliding with a mountain at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, it didn't mean that the car wouldn't get hurt. Are you okay, sistering? Fang Jueyu turned his head to check on Zhuang Ying. I'm fine. The sudden braking had caused her lip to get slightly bitten, but fortunately, it was nothing serious. Who the hell drives like that? Fang Jueyu got out of the car, his face carrying a dangerous glint. They'd been driving slowly and cautiously, without breaking any traffic rules, while the Bentley was clearly at fault. At this point, the owner of the Bentley also stepped out of his car, a young man and woman, likely a couple. The man was in casual attire, wearing a baseball cap and a silver chain around his neck. His hair was dyed gray. If one had to find a word to describe him, non-mainstream might be the most fitting. The young woman was fairly attractive, but there was a pervasive air of pretentiousness about her, leaving an unpleasant impression at first glance. Hey, how did you drive this? Before Fang Jueyu could say anything, the young man accused him. Fang Jueyu didn't even glance at him, walking quietly to the side of his car. Thanks to his timely maneuver, the cars only grazed each other, yet there was a long scratch near the front lights. Fortunately, because the car's material was robust, it only suffered some minor deformation, though it would need some repairs. The Bentley, on the other hand, was almost a complete wreck where it had been hit with a broken front light. The disparity in the car's quality was evident. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you mute? The young man spoke again, suddenly spotting Zhuang Ying by Fang Jiyu's side, his eyes narrowing slyly as if plotting something. How did I drive? Isn't that the question I should be asking you? Fang Jueyu's gaze turned cold. He rarely got angry, but when he did, his temper could be more formidable than anyone else's. You dare to ask me when you made my car look like this? The young man wore a rogue expression. Fang Jueyu immediately laughed. How could there still be someone so hell-bent on twisting the truth in the world? The speed inside the parking lot shouldn't exceed 5 kilometers per hour. You're going way over that, not just 5, but far beyond 50 kilometers, and you accuse others first. Fang Jueyu said coldly. Sistering, help me check how much the repair cost for this kind of damage would be. Although the car's manufacturer was his own family's business, Fang Jueyu wasn't about to let this guy off easily. Zhuang Ying immediately took photos and sent them to the person in charge of the factory. It didn't take long for a response to come back. Young master, the factory says the repair costs are around 1.28 million. Zhuang Ying said, oh right, in US dollars. Did you hear that? $1.28 million for the repair? Pay up. Fang Jueyu said lazily, charging $1.28 million for repairing this crappy car. Is this extortion? The young man immediately showed a menacing face. Crappy car? It's normal if you haven't heard of Apollo's Sun God Custom Edition. Fang Jueyu knew it was unlikely he'd get the repair money, but the party lasted several more hours, and he had time to toy with this rich kid. This car cost over $12 million to build it, is $1.28 million a lot for repairs. Upon hearing the price, the young man realized he had run into a hard nut. His name was Chun Xiao, and his father was Chun Rendong, a shareholder of Huayu, one of the largest entertainment companies in the country. This status almost granted him sway in Huaxia's entertainment circle, yet even Chun Rendong had never driven a sports car of such value. Is this also the son of some big shot circle member? Chun Xiao strained to search his memory for this face. Fang Jueyu's appearance looked somewhat familiar, but he seemingly didn't match any of the untouchable heirs he knew. Could he be a star who's just recently risen? Even though Chun Xiao grew up in the circle, he hadn't paid much attention to the entertainment industry because, in the eyes of capitalists, no matter how big a star, actor, or singer was, they were just performers. As long as there were enough resources, they could nurture however many they wanted. And Chun Xiao had only one hobby, playing with minor celebrities. He couldn't care less about anything else. Seeing Fang Jueyu and Zhuang Ying's outstanding looks, it wasn't entirely impossible. Which company's artist are you? Chun Xiao regained a bit of confidence. My dad is a shareholder of Huayu, and if you don't want to cause trouble for yourself, you better scram quickly. A shareholder of Huayu? What's that? Fang Jueyu knew about Huayu, but he remembered the boss's surname should be Xiang. This guy was probably the son of a minor shareholder. But even the real boss of Huayu showed up, it wouldn't make him flinch a bit. So, you don't plan to pay for my car. Kid, I advise you to take what you can get and stop there. It's already pretty decent of me not to demand money for my car repairs. Chun Xiao seemed not to have caught the meaning in Fang Jueyu's words. If you don't appreciate what I'm offering, don't even think about staying in the entertainment circle in the future. Sistering, can I borrow your mirror for a moment? Fang Ju suddenly said, seemingly out of nowhere. Young master, what do you need a mirror for? Although Zhuang Ying didn't know what Fang Jueyu was up to, she took out her makeup mirror from her bag. This idiot seems to have mistaken me for some male celebrity that I need to look in a mirror to see if I really am getting more handsome. Fang Jueyu admired himself in the mirror. Indeed, after genetic enhancement, his features became defined and masculine, but if 10 points is perfect, he'd at least score an 8. Right? Are you messing with me? Chun Xiao was utterly infuriated by Fang Jueyu's flippant demeanor. I'll give you one more chance. Pay up for the repairs and scram. Pay you for repairs? Fang Jueyu was suddenly amused. Did your PE teacher teach you law? I seriously doubt if you cheated on your driving test's written exam. Actually, Chun Xiao did have a driver's license, but someone of his status could easily obtain one. Normally, when his minor violations were realized, no one dared to scrutinize further due to his identity. He indeed didn't know the contents of the written exam. This guy's hopeless, Fang Jueyu said. Heading toward his car, he wanted to do something quite special. He felt like smashing a car. This time, although there wasn't a fire axe nearby, he did have a heavy ancient sword, which would be pretty satisfying to use on a car, but the sword was stored in his stash space, so taking it out directly would be excessive. Thus, he pretended to search for something in the car. However, in Chun Xiao's eyes, all this signified something else. Fang Jueyu got cold feet. TCH, I thought he was some big-shot rich kid, but he's just a performer. Chun Xiao suddenly felt confident. Just a performer. No matter how wealthy, his background boss could easily deal with him if they wanted. Many internet-famous stars and minor celebrities had ended up in his bed by this tactic, almost always successfully. Hold on. Chun Xiao raised his voice. You think you can just leave after hitting my car? Fang Jueyu paused. Why did this guy suddenly sound so assertive? He stopped his movements to see what Chun Xiao had to say. So what do you want then? Fang Jueyu stared blankly at him. My car is worth over 5 million. It's going to need extensive repairs, so just give me $1 million. Chun Xiao acted as though he was the one being slighted. And have this girl join me for dinner tonight as an apology, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I'll have your company blacklisted across all platforms. Chun Xiao didn't care which company Fang Jueyu was without a T least in his mind. There was no one Huayu company couldn't offend, as long as they weren't the biggest shareholder of the top 3 entertainment companies. They had to give his father some face anyway. Read new chapters of my virtual library empire. You looking for trouble? Fang Jueyu drew the line at his friends. Although Zhuang Ying was just his assistant, he already treated her as a friend. Chun Xiao's words undoubtedly hit a sore spot with him. Sistering, go sit in the car. The next scene might be a bit inappropriate for youngsters. Fang Jueyu pulled the ancient sword out from the car. Zhuang Ying was startled. She was well aware of how much stuff Fang Jueyu left with this morning. She could guarantee there absolutely wasn't such an ancient sword in the car. Suddenly, she remembered something her grandfather once told her, Xiaoying, while working for young Master Fang. Never be surprised no matter what inconceivable things you see. Just keep everything you witness to yourself. Initially, Zhuangning pondered what those words meant. Now, she seemed to understand a bit. Xiao Yi, block all nearby surveillance. I'm going to smash this car. Fang Jueyu dragged the ancient sword, step by step, forward. You got it. Ever since Xiao Yi joined Fang Huai, it became somewhat unruly. But since Fang Jueyu became its host, it had turned even more mischievous. Still, it executed Fang Jueyu's commands nearly unconditionally. In an instant, all surrounding communication devices and surveillance were blocked. If someone stood by the monitors, they'd see the area as if hit by a flashbang, with only a blinding white light remaining. The ancient sword was tremendously heavy, and its scraping sound on the ground made one's skin crawl. What are you doing? Chun Xiao and his companion were so scared by this overwhelming presence that they involuntarily stepped back several paces. You see, I'm pretty good-tempered. If you had just apologized and offered some compensation earlier, this matter would have been over, Fang Jueyu said. But you shouldn't have threatened me with those words, even if your threats mean nothing to me. Don't do anything crazy. I crash. Before he could finish, Fang Jueyu swung the ancient sword onto the car's windshield. Weighing over 100 pounds, even Huaxia-made tempered glass was no match. The immense impact even pushed the car several inches back. Whoa, this thing's way more effective than a fire axe. Fang Jueyu remarked with satisfaction. You dare smash my car? Do you believe crash? Another blow fell, this time caving in the car's hood. Oh, forgot to tell you, this isn't the first car I've smashed. The previous guy's still behind bars. Fang Jueyu unleashed 5 or 6 more strikes, all aimed at the car's front to an outsider. It might have looked like a severe car accident had mangled the vehicle. Xiao, take care of the surveillance data for me. Delete everything after the collision moment. Host, you're really crafty. Xiao, he was somewhat impressed by Fang Jueyu's cunning. Haha, last time the guy was drunk and guilty, so naturally didn't dare cause me more trouble, Fang Jueyu explained. Today's a bit different. Though the speeding was his fault, the situation isn't that dire. If he blamed me, it could cause me some hassle. All right, that's it for now. Fang Jueyu returned to the car, pretending to stash the ancient sword back. Zhuang Ying sneaked a glance, realizing the sword had miraculously vanished. Definitely something shady. Zhuang Ying's pupils dilated and then returned to a shocked state. Nonetheless, the astonishment in her heart wasn't easy to calm. Oh, by the way, my name is Fang Jueyu. If you think you have what it takes, feel free to come after me. Fang Jueyu and Zhuang Ying got back into the car, but you'd better think twice about what troubles it might bring. Even if your Huayu's biggest shareholder, Mr. Xiang, came, I wouldn't necessarily be afraid. Fang Jueyu hit the accelerator and slowly drove into the underground parking lot. Chen Xiao's expression fluctuated, staring at his half-destroyed car, lost in thought. Young Master Xiao, just let him walk away like that. Chen Xiao's companion tugged at his sleeve. Not a chance. Chen Xiao felt a deep heartache looking at his half-wrecked car, but wouldn't call the police in their circle. An unwritten rule was that heir conflicts must be resolved privately. If he reported it, he'd be ridiculed by those around him. Actually, Fang Jueyu didn't even need Xiao Yi to do what it did. So what do? We're going to find young Master Xiang. What a mood killer. Coming to the party all happy-go-lucky, only to have a stupid trust fund idiot ruin it. Fang Jueyu parked the car in the underground garage. He looked at the scratch and felt a pang in his heart, even wishing it was a wound on himself instead. Young Master, you seem to really enjoy smashing that car just now. Zhuang Ying teased, especially after seeing Fang Jueyu's intimidating demeanor and tone when he heard Chen Xiao's rude words. It was satisfying, but I'm afraid it might bring some trouble later. Fang Jueyu didn't think that spoiled rich brats like that would just quietly retreat after taking a loss. Are you scared, young master? Scared of him, my foot. If that nameless trust fund kid dared to cause trouble, Fang Jueyu had enough financial and influential power to thoroughly crush him. As for sneaky tactics, the whole hotel belonged to Fang Jueyu. How could the security guards there be just for show? His superior physical fitness was enough to take on several at a time, so he really wasn't worried. Hey, Fang Jueyu, over here. Wang Song was already at the hotel, waving at Fang Jueyu. You sure arrived early. Fang Jueyu punched him lightly on the chest. I got here yesterday. Wang Song rubbed his chest, thinking how strong this guy's punch was. And who might this lovely lady be? Oh, this is my assistant, Zhuang Ying. Last time you came, she had some errands, so she wasn't around. Today, in this unfamiliar place, I couldn't have managed without someone to assist me. Fang Jueyu said, Wow, you sure know how to nab an enviable female assistant. Wang Song complimented Zhuang Ying. Miss Zhuang, your outfit today is definitely not inferior to any of the actresses attending the banquet. Thank you for the exaggeration, Mr. Wang. Zhuang Ying handled high society events with ease, contrasting Fang Jueyu's more rustic demeanor. So, are you interested in joining my company? I can definitely offer you a satisfying salary. Wang Song directly attempted to poach her in front of Fang Jueyu. Come on, Wang, I'm not scaring you, but if you can offer a higher salary than me, I'll split a durian with my bare hands at this banquet today. Fang Jueyu said confidently. After all, Zhuang Ying wasn't just earning a basic salary. She had her share in the portion of businesses overseen by the Zhuang family, which was an astronomical sum. That's quite the wager. Wang Song was taken aback. He had witnessed Fang Jueyu's financial prowess and reckoned even selling himself might not be enough to poach this assistant. Old Fang, just between us, how much do you pay her annually? Wang Song leaned over to Fang Jueyu's ear. Not much, just a few billion US dollars. DMN, you outdo me. Wang Song was at a loss for words. Even combining his entire net worth, he might not have tens of billions of US dollars. He even considered asking if Fang Jueyu needed another assistant. By the way, you seem a bit off. What happened? Something troubling you? Tell me so I can have a laugh. Wang Song grinned mischievously. Nothing much, just that a brainless trust fund kid crashed into my car when I was parking earlier. Was it the sun god? Wang Song asked. Fang Jueyu nodded. That jerk did it. If it were me, I'd bash his head in. Wang Song had been eyeing that car for a long time. I don't know him, probably a bigwig son from the entertainment circle. Just a minor issue. Besides, I already smashed his car. You smashed another one? Wang Song burst out laughing. Impressive. But be careful. Wang Song cautioned. These people have more than just money. Their connections are extensive, with both power and influence. They might use some unique tactics against you. so stay alert. All right, it's just a trust fund kid, not worth my concern. Fang Jueyu handed his luggage to the staff who came to receive him. Make sure my luggage is put in room 001. 001. Wang Song seemed to overhear something significant. What? You booked room 001. This hotel had 10 presidential suites, but not just anyone could book them. While the room specifications were the same, they assigned room numbers based on the guest prestige after receiving bookings. Wang Song had come with Wang Lin, yet even Wang Lin could only book room 004. Explore stories of my virtual library empire. The occupant of room 003 was known to them. The major shareholder of Huayu Company, Mr. Xiang Lingwei. While he lagged behind Wang Lin in terms of wealth, his network was undoubtedly stronger, so staying in room 003 made sense. The owner of room 002, until now, remained unknown to him, just a woman's identity. For someone to rank above Xiang Lingwei, she must not be ordinary. Hold on, you're not going to tell me that this hotel is also yours, are you? Wang Sung suddenly had a hunch, based on past experiences, that 9 out of 10 times his guess was right. You got it, Fang Jueyu added. But it's not just this hotel. Even the Billions International owning it is mine. Whenever you need a place to stay, just mention my name, and you'll get a hefty discount. You, my friend, always manage to surprise people. Familiar with Fang Jueyu's ubiquitous enterprise chain, this time Wang Song only mildly flinched. Earning billions for financial investments alone every year, Fang Jueyu's wealth had long surpassed his imagination. By the way, want to drop by my place? Even my dad wants to meet you. Fang Jueyu was genuinely startled this time. Wang Lin's father was known for a famous quote, set a small goal first. Make $1 billion. Almost everyone knew Wang Lin. Fair. Wang Lin was indeed a master in investing in business. He established such a vast commercial empire. Suddenly having to meet someone like that, Fang Jueyu felt a bit nervous. What are you afraid of? Maybe you're even richer than my dad. It's not about the money. Fang Jueyu replied with a wry smile, that he was indeed wealthier. But that kind of presence built from years of business experience wasn't something he could match easily. Isn't this Mr. Wang? As Fang Jueyu hesitated about meeting Wang Lin, a young man around 27 or 28 walked over. Beside him stood a person Fang Jueyu was all too familiar with, the very trust fund kid he had just smashed the car of. Earlier, Chun Xiao had been all high and mighty, but now he stood respectfully behind this young man, implying this young man's identity was far from ordinary. Xiang Yu, long time no see. Wang Song shook hands with him. Xiang Yu, the only son of Huayu's boss, Xiang Lingwei, was the crown prince of the entertainment industry. Qin Xiao was merely a shareholder's son, naturally inferior in status to him. Privately, Wang Song's relationship with Xiang Yu was pretty good. The two of them and the son of that big shot from Yanjing, Mr. Qin's son, were dubbed the 3 major rich kids of Huaxia. However, being called rich kids here wasn't derogatory. While they did leverage family resources, they also genuinely excelled, unlike the idly rich kids who do nothing. The moment Qin Xiao saw Fang Jueyu, his eyes turned red. He whispered a few words into Xiang Yu's ear, and the smile on Xiang Yu's face instantly froze. Young Master Wang, who's this? Xiang Yu asked after hearing what Qin Xiao said, looking at Fang Jueyu with an unfriendly expression. Judging by their identities, Fang Jueyu seemed like one of Wang Song's lackeys. He was probably either the son of a minor shareholder in Wang Lin's group or one of his artists. Oh, he's a friend of mine. His name is Fang Jueyu. Young Master Xiang. You must have heard of him. Wang Song seemed unaware of the hint of hostility in Xiang Yu's eyes. Old Fang, this is young Master Xiang Yu, the son of Mr. Xiang Lingwei, chairman of Huayu. Hello, nice to meet you. Fang Jueyu said in that typical, formal social manner. In reality, he had never heard of Xiang Yu before. He learned the name from his roommate, Cheng Kai. Cheng Kai really liked a female celebrity, and not long ago, Xiang Yu not only announced a relationship with her, but quickly registered their marriage and held a wedding. The so-called enemy for life made Cheng Kai grit his teeth in hatred towards Xiang Yu, and that's how Fang Jueyu came to know of him. I just heard about Mr. Fang for the first time, too. Xiang Yu didn't even extend his hand, leaving Fang Jueyu's hand hanging in the air, something that publicly disgraces someone in social interactions. Earlier, Cheng Xiao had exaggerated Fang Jueyu's words. Fang Jueyu had said that even if Xiang Lingwei were called, it wouldn't make a difference. This got to Xiang Yu, as if Fang Jueyu simply didn't care about Xiang Lingwei. How could Xiang Yu show a friendly face in such a context? In this era, there were very few people who weren't. Online. Naturally, Xiang Yu knew about Fang Jueyu. Although Wang Song repeatedly tweeted about how rich Fang Jueyu was, most only thought he might have more personal wealth than Wang Song. never imagining that even Wang Lin's wealth was nowhere near Fang Jueyu's. The Huaxia's rich list had been stable for many years, with only slight fluctuations at most. Syu's future successor. Someone like Fang Jueyu wasn't someone Xiang Yu took seriously. In contrast, Wang Tsong, the heir of Wang Lin, was worth his attention because of his family's vast business. That's the guy behind him with white hair whose car I smashed. Fang Jueyu whispered to Wang Kong. Probably that lapdog exaggerated something, and now he's here to cause me trouble. Young Master Xiang, I think there might be some misunderstanding between you and my friend. Wang Tsong had no intention of clashing with Xiang Yu. This was a big gathering in the entertainment circle, and as the crown prince of that circle, Xiang Yu had considerable influence, at least making this place his domain today. Wang Tsong, we all care about face. Xiang Yu changed his tone when addressing Wang Kong. Chen Xiao's father is a shareholder of our Huayu. Your friend smashing Chen Xiao's car is like slapping Huayu's face. This can't just be brushed off. So what does young Master Xiang plan to do? Wang Tsong's tone had slightly softened. Xiang Yu was about the same age as him, but had achieved far more impressive results. Naturally, Wang Tsong wasn't afraid of competing with him in business. However, in terms of connections and relationships, he certainly couldn't match Xiang Yu. If conflict could be avoided, he certainly hoped so, even if Fang Jueyu might end up at a slight disadvantage. Here's what we'll do. Out of respect for you, have him apologize to Chen Xiao and compensate for the car repairs. And let's call it even, and we can also make a new friend. What do you think? Based on first impressions, Xiang Yu believed Wang Tsong held a dominant position in his relationship with Fang Jueyu. Therefore, his tone was more like negotiating with Wang Tsong, not even considering Fang Jueyu's attitude and thoughts. There's no room for negotiation? Wang Tsong asked once more. Xiang Yu shook his head directly behind him. Chen Xiao's face was filled with smug satisfaction, as if he was already sure of victory. Forget it, I won't get involved in this. Wang Tsong gave an answer that took Xiang Yu by surprise. He had expected Wang Tsong to either agree or disagree. What did not getting involved mean? You're not going to handle your own guy? Xiang Yu asked directly. He's not my guy. Fang Jueyu patted Wang Tsong's shoulder, signaling him it wasn't necessary to interfere. Wang Tsong had already given all the face he could, but Xiang Yu didn't appreciate it, so Fang Jueyu decided to handle it himself. The speed limit in the parking lot is 5 kilometers per hour. That guy behind you called Chen Xiao was driving way over that limit. It was he who hit my car, not the other way around. Second, I warned him, apologize and compensate, and I'd forget it. But he not only threatened me, he also verbally harassed my assistant. I think if young Master Xiang were in my position, you wouldn't tolerate such provocation either, right? Are you trying to reason with me? Xiang Yu sneered, thinking it laughable to reason in their circle. Right or wrong, they usually resolve matters by their status. I know people like you typically don't reason, but I'm a person who likes to persuade with reason. So let's talk about it first. Let's say it's Chen Xiao's fault then. Xiang Yu didn't care about that. He only cared about his person being humiliated and his company's face being disregarded. Nothing more. So if we're apologizing and compensating, he should compensate me, right? Chen Xiao, is that what happened? Xiang Yu directly looked at Chen Xiao. His gaze was like an X-ray, seeming to penetrate all of Chen Xiao's little thoughts in their circle, without a certain bravery and means, no matter how strong the background. One would be eaten alive. Yes, that's what happened. Apologize, compensate. Xiang Yu spoke in an undeniably firm tone. Young Master Xiang, this. You won't listen to me? Xiang Yu's tone became increasingly stern. Wang Tsong and Fang Jueyu exchanged glances, curious about what Xiang Yu was up to with Chen Xiao. Why suddenly demand Chen Xiao apologize to him? Typical scripts weren't written like this. Sorry. Chen Xiao stepped forward, speaking with a slightly unwilling tone. I'll transfer the compensation for hitting your car to your account shortly. Fang Ju directly gave a string of numbers, which was his account number. Chen Xiao made a call, and soon the money was in the account. As the son of one of Huayu's shareholders, he could manage a few $100,000. Young Master Xiang is quite reasonable after all. Although Fang Jueyu still felt something was off, Xiang Yu's attitude changed too swiftly. Still, it seemed there was no trap. Since we're even now, we won't disturb you further. Wait, Xiang Yu called out. Since you've settled things with Chen Xiao, let's settle what's between us now. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Fang Jueyu's mouth. Indeed, it wasn't going to be that simple. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. You smashed Chen Xiao's car and insulted our Huayu company. Shouldn't we settle this account? So what does young Master Xiang mean? These rich young masters didn't lack money or women, but they did care a lot about their reputation. At the banquet, toast to me and apologize. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsung's face changed first. I in that circle. Doing so was equivalent to admitting defeat, being a sign of submission. Despite seeing someone like Wang Tsung, young Master Xiang meant to make Fang Jueyu publicly humiliated. Fang Jueyu had just started a media company that in this business territory, he might not have a place to stand anymore. A car is just a car, smashed, and that's it, Fang Jueyu said nonchalantly. As for your Huayu company, I really don't care. Frankly, in my eyes, your Huayu is just a little brother. Good, very good. Xiang Yu's chest heaved violently. As the leader of one of the three major entertainment companies in Huaxia, no one had ever dared to evaluate Huayu with such words before. This was the first time Xiang Yu had heard such brazen words. Wang Tsung, his family should be a shareholder in your group too, right? I'll tell my father about this, that if you don't want our families to become enemies, you should know what to do, right? Because of Fang Jueyu, Xiang Yu's attitude toward Wang Tsung was not friendly. Xiang Yu, I'm afraid you're threatening the wrong person. Fang Jueyu is not part of our group. Wang Tsung said, even if you pressure our family, it won't do any good. And do you think so little of me, Wang Tsung? Even if you were part of our group, I, Wang Tsung, wouldn't sell out a friend for my own benefit. I wonder if young Master Fang has the courage to say what kind of business his family is in. Xiang Yu is already blatantly declaring war, that if Fang Jueyu's background couldn't compare to his, as soon as he dared to say his family's business, it would likely face immediate strikes. Oh, you want to know what my family does? Fang Jueyu smiled calmly. This moment. Zhuang Ying had just finished packing and came downstairs. She naturally stood behind Fang Jueyu. She knew Xiang Yu, and, seeing Chun Xiao behind him, she understood what was happening. What's wrong? Is young Master Fang afraid to say? Xiang Yu pressed aggressively. Turns out you're only this bold, but it doesn't matter if you don't say it. I'll soon investigate clearly anyway. Well, Fang Jueyu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's not that I'm afraid to say, it's just that my family has so many industries, I don't know where to start. Wang Tsung rolled his eyes. He knew Fang Jueyu was at it again. But then he put on a gloating expression. He couldn't be the only one suffering Fang Jueyu's blows every day. It was only right for Xiang Yu to feel what it was like to be slapped in the face with money. Sistering, why don't you tell him? I don't even know how many businesses we have. Fang Jueyu shrugged, then walked behind Zhuang Ying. Mr. Fang's enterprises span various industries that in the retail sector. Mr. Fang holds 72.5% shares of the Volco Group. That in the energy sector, he holds 49% of Huaxia Petrochemical, 68.5% of the Saudi Kingdom. In the automotive industry, Mr. Fang owns over 50% shares of 10 well-known brands. Moreover, Mr. Fang is also the largest shareholder, apart from national shares, in companies such as the United States Wega Company and Swiss Glencore Mining. Zhuang Ying listed a long string, but it seemed she hadn't even covered a small part. Even Fang Jueyu was a bit dumbfounded upon hearing it. He actually had so many enterprises, it felt as if everything on Earth was nearly his. But it wasn't difficult to understand. His ancestors had obtained Xiao Yi, an intelligent system from a distant universe, thousands of years ago, even when many countries hadn't yet emerged. The wealth accumulated over such a long period was incalculable even by themselves. All right, you're going to scare the kids if you go on. Fang Jueyu interrupted Zhuang Ying. Young master, I haven't even mentioned a fifth of your enterprises. Zhuang Ying, perhaps mischievously tutored by Fang Jueyu, secretly gave him a playful look. Ha ha, young Master Xiang, I know you're planning to attack my industries. Now that I've told you, where do you plan to start? Fang Jueyu asked. Cheng Xiao was already stunned, but Xiang Yu didn't seem to waver. Many of the enterprises Zhuang Ying mentioned were leading enterprises in various global fields. If it were one or two, it might be believable, but to believe he was the largest shareholder in so many top industries. Did he look like a fool? Do you believe everything he says? Xiang Yu glared at Chen Xiao. What? Young Master Xiang seems a bit unbelieving. Fang Jueyu chuckled. How about this? I've reported my enterprises. Now, it's your turn. Xiang Yu seemed to want to say something, but his mouth moved, yet he said nothing. Oh, I'll just ask Baidu. It's not all that troublesome. Fang Jueyu directly took out his phone and started searching Xiang Yu's name. Xiang Yu, the only son of Huayu, Chairman Xiang Lingwei, Chairman of Stars Fashion Apparel Group, Chairman of Platinum Electronic Technology. Let's start with these two. Fang Jueyu said to Zhuang Ying. Sister Ying, is there a way to make him collapse in a moment? Haha, young master, you're too mischievous. Leave it to me. Zhuang Ying immediately took out her phone and went aside, contacting someone unknown. Xiang Yu's face changed instantly. He had heard Fang Jueyu's words. He intended to attack his industries in fashion and electronic technology. Although he had just started these two fields, they were by no means comparable to ordinary small companies. How could a phone call make his companies have problems? How was that possible? 3 minutes later, Zhuang Ying came back, smiling at Fang Jueyu. Young master, it's done that in 3 minutes tops. His expression will definitely change. Fang Jueyu immediately pulled out his phone to open the camera function. Then I must record this moment quickly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense on both sides. There were no swords drawn, but the weight was immense. Just as Zhuang Ying said, in less than 3 minutes, Xiang Yu's phone rang. Continue your saga on my virtual library. Empire. His whole body jerked as if struck by something. Answer it, young master Xiang. Fang Jueyu said. I really don't believe it. Xiang Yu snorted coldly, directly grabbing his phone. This number was from the person in charge of overseas channels for Stars Fashion Apparel. Young master Xiang, something happened. What happened? Calm down and speak slowly. Xiang Yu glanced at Fang Jueyu, and that look suddenly made him feel a chill run down his spine. All our supply channels have been cut off. For some reason, those suppliers just called one after another to end cooperation with us. Even the stores selling our product have removed all our items from the shelves. How can this be? We had huge penalties when signing the contracts. Aren't they afraid of that? This is what puzzles me the most. They all immediately transferred the penalty fees to us. Although it's a substantial figure, without these channels, we can't proceed with further production. Impressive. Fang Jueyu gave Zhuang Ying a thumbs up. Through Xiao Yi, he clearly heard the phone conversation. Zhuang Ying's single call actually severed Xiang Yu's raw material and sales channels. As for those penalty fees, Fang Jueyu was not in the least worried about losing money. If he had the chance to spend money, he'd be even happier. Before long, the person in charge of Platinum Electronic Technology also brought similar news. Not only that, several financial groups started acquiring shares of the two companies. How could this? Xiang Yu's phone dropped to the ground with a slap. If he still didn't understand Fang Jueyu's power now, then he was truly a fool. Just one call could make almost every company cooperating with his companies at home and abroad cut ties. How terrifying was this wealth and power? All right, young Master Xiang, these things are just trivial to you. Consider this a warning, Fang Jueyu said coldly. You can save face, but you need to know who you're dealing with. Let's go, old Wang, don't keep your dad waiting. Fang Jueyu walked past the stunned Xiang Yu. Also, you'd better stay away from such people. They'll catch you off guard one day. Hey, old Fang, you're amazing. Wang Song immediately gave him a thumbs up as the three walked into the elevator. Although their private relationship was quite good, Wang Song had suffered losses in the business field at the hands of Xiang Yu more than once. It was the first time he saw Xiang Yu being hit like this in just a few minutes. The supply and sales channels of Xiang Yu's two listed companies were cut off. His stock price would plummet soon, resulting in asset shrinkage. This wasn't a small loss because these two companies accounted for almost half of Xiang Yu's revenue. Sistering, how did you do it? Fang Jueyu asked. Even with my extensive business network, it's impossible to instantly identify all partners of those two companies, right? Young master, you might not know, but a long time ago, the Fang family established a massive intelligence organization that we also have a huge database. Almost nothing is untraceable if you want to know it. I just made a few calls to that organization. Is this thing similar to the FBI? Fang Jueyu asked casually. You underestimate our intelligence organization. It was established in the Tang Dynasty. Our people are everywhere in the business world, political world, and academia. We can find whatever the FBI can find, and even with more detail. What they can't find, we still know. Young master, don't underestimate the power of the Fang family. That you'd be amazed by many things if you knew about them. Old Fang, your family isn't one of those great families that have been around for thousands of years, is it? Wang Song seemed to hear something incredible from Zhuang Ying's words. An intelligence organization that had been established since the Tang Dynasty was at least 1,000 years old. It had survived dynasties, wars, and yet its power today was not exaggerated. The hotel elevator was the scenic type. Looking out, you could see the blue sea and golden beach, washing away most of the earlier unpleasantness. Fang Jueyu's mindset had undergone subtle changes without him realizing it, if it were him. Before, he would never have taken such a strong stance in the conflict with Xiang Yu. Walking through the luxurious corridor, the three arrived at Presidential Suite 004. After knocking on the door, a woman in her 30s, dressed in professional attire, opened it. Xiao Tsong, did you go to play again? The woman's tone was filled with doting love. I didn't. I went to pick up a friend. Wang Song seemed a bit fearful of the woman. This is my sister, Lu Yeqian. Wang Song introduced. Sister Qian, this is my friend Fang Jueyu. My dad asked me to invite him over for a visit. Hello. Luya Qian extended her hand generously. Hello. Fang Jueyu looked at Wang Tsong in confusion. He had never heard that Wang Tsong had a sister. Explore more of my virtual library empire. Chat among yourselves. I have to run an errand. Luya Qian apologized politely and left. Hey, old Wang. How come I didn't know you had a sister? Is she some kind of secret fling your dad had? Fang Jueyu teased with a mischievous grin. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Tsong glared at Fang Jueyu. I have no blood relation with Sister Qian. She's a friend of my dad's from his entrepreneurial days. Sister Qian's parents passed away early, and my dad adopted her. But we are like family. So that's the story. It was surprising to find out such a story about Wang Tsong's family. The suite had a study room where a middle-aged man was practicing calligraphy at the desk. His strokes were strong and powerful, obviously showing many years of practice. Dad, I've brought over Mr. Fang. Despite Wang Tsong's usual laid-back demeanor, he acted quite obediently before his father, Wang Lin. Oh, Mr. Fang is here. Wang Lin put down his pen immediately. Although Fang Jueyu was of the same generation as Wang Tsong, and it was perfectly fine for him to call him young Fang, Fang Jueyu's identity made it impossible for him to treat him as a junior. You step out first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Fang, Wang Lin said to Wang Kong. Dad, do we need to be so formal? Wang Tsong was reluctant. Okay, I'll go. Seeing Wang Lin's stern expression, Wang Tsong backed down at once. He feared nothing but his father, Wang Lin. Mr. Fang, please have a seat. Wang Lin welcomed Fang Jueyu to sit down. Wang Tsong has been spoiled by his mother. If he offends you sometimes, please don't take it to heart. You're too kind, Mr. Wang. Wang Tsong and I are peers. We're also friends. There's no such thing as offending or not offending. Fang Jueyu found Wang Lin's demeanor rather strange. Despite being an elder, Wang Lin was way too polite. I heard that you and Wang Tsong are planning to build a film city larger than Hengyan. Mr. Wang, please don't call me Mr. Fang anymore. Let me call you Uncle Wang, and you can call me Xiao Fang. Fang Jueyu insisted. Haha. All right, I won't be formal then. Wang Lin showed a hint of pleased surprise. Although he was the descendant of a certain someone, Fang Jueyu didn't seem to have any heirs. We're just goofing around a little. Fang Jueyu replied lightly. That's no small affair. Wang Lin had an assessment done. This project would require an investment of at least 80 billion yuan. If that was just goofing around, then nothing in the world qualified as a major undertaking. I had someone evaluate it. Although the initial investment is huge, once it's completed, relying on income from tourism and the film industry, the cost can be recovered in 5 to 8 years. You truly are a business genius. Fang Jueyu was taken aback that he hadn't thought about any profits. He just wanted to spend more money this year. Suddenly, he was labeled a business genius. Even so, there weren't many who could afford such a substantial amount. In the business world, profit always comes from capital. Rich people making money easily leads to the serious income disparity of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Xiao Fang, I mainly wanted to ask you for a favor this time, Wang Lin said earnestly. As you know, Wang Tsong has never been interested in our family business, but he hopes to achieve something in his field of interest. So, as a father, I respect his choice and ask you to help him where you can. Uncle Wang, you're too polite. Wang Tsong and I are friends, just supporting each other. It's great you think this way. Being friends with you is a blessing for Wang Tsong. Wang Lin's mood improved significantly. By the way, I heard you're still in college. Have you thought about your future plans? Fang Jueyu pondered seriously for a moment. I've set a small goal for myself, to become the world's richest person first. Several lines appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. He could tell Fang Jueyu was mimicking his words. His meme videos could still be found on various websites. Only Fang Jueyu's tone was even bolder. Host, you're actually the world's richest person already. If you revealed some of your assets, your name would immediately top the Forbes list. Xiao Yi told Fang Jueyu. Shut up. Can't I pretend a bit more? By the way, Uncle Wang, if you don't mind me asking, do you know my father? Fang Jueyu recalled that conversation with Wang Tsong, where a private plane modified from an armed helicopter was up for auction, and Wang Lin was present. He also seemed to recognize his father. In the business world, who doesn't know your father? Wang Lin laughed. But your father never shows up in public, probably because he doesn't like to be disturbed. Except for those around him, no one has ever seen his face, and there's not been a single photo of him taken. So mysterious? Fang Jueyu hadn't realized his father liked to play at being mysterious. Not just your father, even your ancestors have never appeared in public. Wang Lin reminded him. Although you're quite famous online now, it's best not to easily expose your connection with your family. Why do we have enemies? In business, the battlefield is the marketplace. How could anyone in business not have enemies? It's quite common in business. Some people may appear warm on the surface, but might secretly wish ill upon your family. It's not just that. Business is business, and while things can't get too extreme, your family is not just simple business. Wang Lin's tone turned serious. Before Wang Tsong knew you, even I didn't know your family name, of course. Not many people know about your family's existence either. We usually refer to the current heir as the one, Wang Lin said. You probably know there was an auction your father and I attended. Yes, I know. Wang Tsong mentioned it to me. At that auction, almost everyone on the Forbes list was there, including the Morgan family and the Chayert family, because they got word your father would attend that auction. Do you know what happened afterward? Someone tried to take down my dad? Fang Jueyu naturally thought of this possibility. Exactly. Continue reading on my virtual library empire. Such a thing really happened? Fang Jueyu was greatly shocked. He thought he was just here to chat with Wang Lin and ended up receiving such astonishing news. And guess what happened in the end? Wang Lin asked with a mysterious look. I'm guessing those people were wiped out. Although Fang Jueyu didn't know how powerful his father had become after his potential was unlocked as Xiao Yi described, the fact that he was still alive said it all. How did you know? Did your father tell you? Although it might be that Fang Jueyu's father had a very strong team of bodyguards, escaping unscathed under such a siege would have been very difficult. I was just guessing. You guessed right. All those mercenaries, assassins, and mystery figures disappeared. Wang Lin narrated in a story-like tone. When we sent people out to investigate, they reported back that half of a nearby island was shattered, with bits of blood scattered on the rocks belonging to different people. Huh, a bunch of fools tried to assassinate Fang Huai. Isn't this just asking for death? Xiao Yi's disdainful voice sounded in Fang Jueyu's ear. Xiao Yi, do you know what happened then? Fang Jueyu asked. Want to see? Call me daddy. Screw you. Don't get carried away. Say it again, and I'll end my life, leaving you without a host. That line usually worked to threaten Xiao Yi, and instantly, the events from years ago played out in Fang Jueyu's mind. The auction was held on a large private island, and at that time, Fang Huai was on a private plane, leaving when a shoulder-launched surface-to-air rocket directly hit the rotor of his helicopter. However, the helicopter didn't crash immediately and instead slowly descended to the ground, enveloped in a golden light. Seeing this, Fang Jueyu seemed to hear the sound of Newton, turning in his grave. Wearing a tank top, beach shorts, and slippers, Fang Huai emerged with disheveled hair from the helicopter, and the pilot seemed to have passed out. As soon as he stepped onto the island's beach, hundreds of people surrounded him. Dog, block the entire island for me. Fang Huai spoke in a slick tone. Dog, who's dog? That's me. Xiao Yi reluctantly replied, that time. Fang Huai's potential development had reached a ridiculously high level. Xiao Yi's abilities couldn't counter him, and there was nothing it could do about the nickname. In almost an instant, a metal frenzy, accompanied by some whistling bullets, enveloped Fang Huai's body. This scene probably could only be recreated by a Hollywood special effects team. However, a more astonishing scene occurred. The bullets all stopped a few meters away from Fang Huai, then followed their original trajectory and shot into the mercenaries and assassins themselves. Holy crap! Awesome! Fang Jueyu couldn't help but shout out loud. Luckily, it was just in his thought process with Xiao Yi, or else he might have scared Wang Lin half to death. Poof! A cloud of mist exploded above Fang Huai's head, and a middle-aged man dressed like a ninja, wielding a samurai sword, stabbed down towards his head. Afterward, all sorts of others appeared, some spitting fire, some spraying acid, some with immense strength, some turning invisible, just like the Calabash brothers. What the heck? Are these people even human? Of course, they've activated a part of their potential through drugs or external stimulation. In your terms, they'd be called superpower users. My God, such people really exist. Yes, and there are many. But how could those mixed methods stand against someone like Fang Huai who had fully unlocked his potential? It seemed like he was just toying with them until Chao Lan called him on the phone. Host, the mistress is calling you. Oh, you want to answer? Answer. I wouldn't dare not to. Fang Huai leisurely answered Chao Lan's call thanks to Xiao. Darling, where have you run off to? Don't you know there's a parent-teacher meeting for your son tonight? Chao Lan's roar blasted from a phone. Fang Huai stood trembling with his phone in hand, while those assassins and superpower users looked as if they were facing a feared enemy and didn't dare to advance. Sorry, honey, I'll be back right away. Fang Huai hung up the phone with a helpless smile. It must be that rascal who flunked his exams again. Otherwise, they wouldn't call me for the parent-teacher meeting. An intense energy burst forth from Fang Jueyu, centered on him. Half of the island seemed to evaporate instantly, leaving only Fang Jueyu and the unconscious pilot in the helicopter intact. Fang Jueyu lifted the helicopter with one hand and then flew into the sky like an immortal. Am I watching a fantasy movie? Fang Jueyu's expression became dazed. Xiao Fang, what's wrong? At this point, Fang Jueyu's awareness had returned to reality, and his unusual expression caught Wang Lin's attention. Oh, nothing, just really surprised by what you just said. Now, Fang Jueyu finally understood why. On that day during the parent-teacher meeting, all the other parents were in suits and ties, while Fang Jueyu was in shorts and slippers. For that, he got scolded by the teacher. Turns out such a thing had happened. After that, no one dared to probe into your family's affairs. It's become a silent taboo that everyone knows. Remembering the shocked expressions of those who brought back the news, Wang Lin said with clarity. It turns out the world still speaks of the legend of our old Fang family. A sense of pride rose in Fang Jueyu's heart. Little E, if I want to become as strong as my dad, how long will it take? The scene just now got Fang Jueyu's blood boiling. That depends on your talent and opportunities, Xiao Yi replied. Once you gain level 1 access, that's about when you can start formally learning the method of potential guidance. How long did it take my dad? It took Mr. Fang Jueyu about 15 years or so to reach that level, Xiao Yi said. He also got me when he was about 20, much like you. That's when he learned about the family assets that a few years he spent just playing around, or he could have done it sooner. Xiao Fang, it's getting late, and the banquet is about to start. The conversation with Wang Lin lasted a full hour, and it was already close to 6 o'clock. The dinner party was about to begin soon. I asked one of the more important guests today. He certainly couldn't be late. You finally came out. Seeing Wang Lin and Fang Jueyu come out of the study, Wang Tsong hurried over to ask, what did my old man talk to you about for so long? You're really a curious baby. Fang Jueyu couldn't help but find it funny to see Wang Tsong scratching his head. It was nothing much, just your dad wanted me to take you along in business. TCH, come on. You only know how to spend money. What do you know about making it? Wang Tsong said disdainfully. Although he wasn't some business genius, he did manage to multiply Wang Lin's money several times over in just a few years, which indeed took some skill. Fine, forget it. That's just what your dad said. Fang Jueyu rolled his eyes. The film city we are planning, your dad had someone calculate it, and once it's built, it can earn over 10 billion each year. Can you handle that? That much? Wang Tsong had considered this point, but there seemed to be quite a gap between his profit analysis and Wang Lin's. Although Fang Jueyu was extravagant with his spending, he didn't invest in meaningless things. This billion-dollar investment was really money, making money. Let's go, it's almost 6. Let's hurry and see those live celebrities. Fang Jueyu pushed him out of the room eagerly. Are you saying you can see dead celebrities? Wang Tsong mumbled as he followed Wang Lin out. Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. Lu Yeqian and Zhuang Ying helplessly exchanged glances. These two were indeed quite the characters. Yes, they passed room 002. The door happened to open at the same time, and both Fang Jueyu and Wang Tsong deliberately paused. They originally thought that someone of that status should be a middle-aged person in their 40s or 50s, but the person who came out was young and beautiful beyond their imagination, looking about 25 years old, a woman's most beautiful age and most charming. Is she the owner of this room? Fang Jueyu noticed she took the room card when she left, indicating there was likely no one else inside. Should be. Wang Tsong nodded. Strange, such a young woman having more status than my dad and Xiang Lingwe. Have you seen her before? No, I didn't know there was such a young woman entrepreneur in the country. Wang Tsong shook his head, certain he had never seen this woman anywhere. Let's go check it out. The two quickly followed her, but what they saw stunned them. As the woman entered the elevator, Wang Lin actually stepped aside voluntarily, keeping a straight face, and his demeanor turned much more rigid. Fang Ju didn't notice that when the woman saw him, there was a very subtle change in her gaze. With Wang Lin acting like this, Wang Tsong dared not be presumptuous. He stood honestly beside Wang Lin. Even his breathing became heavier. Little E, do you know her? Fang Jueyu asked. Of course. I know, but I'm not telling. You? If he could, Fang Jueyu really wanted to yank it out of his system and flush it down the toilet. How could there be such a mischievous, intelligent system in the world? Didn't expect you, little one, to come too. The young woman suddenly said to Fang Jueyu. You know me? Fang Jueyu asked. The woman didn't speak, just gave a slight smile, then exited the elevator. Such a strange person. Fang Jueyu muttered, but seeing Wang Lin's respectful demeanor, it seemed they should be acquainted. Uncle Wang. Do you know that woman? Fang Jueyu whispered. Yes, few people know about her identity. Those who do are among the top few dozen individuals in Huaxia for personal wealth. Wang Lin said, her identity is as mysterious as your father's, and the wealth she possesses is beyond imagination. Last year, during the Queen of England's birthday, I was fortunate enough to be invited, Wang Lin recalled. Many of the wealthy came that day. Nearly all of those in the top 50 on the Forbes list were invited, but none were eligible to sit at the head table with her. And that woman sat right next to the Queen, chatting and laughing, with the Queen even initiating the conversation. Upon returning, Wang Lin tried to look up information on the woman, but found nothing. In any case, she's someone we can't afford to provoke. Just don't mess with her, though the hotel's security measures have been excellent recently. Wang Lin couldn't predict how such an unfamiliar presence might act. All right, we're unlikely to cross paths with her anyway, Wang Tsong said. Come on, let me introduce you to some friends. Go on, just don't cause any trouble. Phew, finally escaped my old man's clutches. Wang Tsong breathed a sigh of relief. You wouldn't believe how oppressive it feels being with my dad. I can tell. Fang Jueyu laughed. His relationship with Fang Huai was rather special, sometimes father and son, sometimes like friends. Perhaps it was that natural playful character. They never had conflicts. Although, Fang Jueyu did deeply respect his father, even if he occasionally complained about him. I wonder how my dad and mom are doing. The time for the banquet had arrived, but the people from the three major companies still hadn't appeared. There would probably be a simple opening ceremony later, but drinks, snacks, and food had already been served. Many celebrities were already gathered in small groups. The grand hall was filled with female celebrities in gowns and dashing male stars. And of course, those comedians and stars not relying on looks. Wow, look at her! Jean Jing, my goddess! And there, Zhou Shuang. I had the biggest crush on her back in middle school. Shame about the jerk she met. And that one there, hey, try keep it together, will you? Wang Tsong was slightly blushing. Mr. Fang, could you act a bit more like a billionaire? This isn't a fan meeting. If you want to meet them, I can just introduce you, can't I? Oh, right. Fang Jueyu quickly adjusted his collar. Hey, principal. Just then, a group of young male celebrities walked over. Hey, Wang Tsong waved. Though he was usually arrogant, he had a good reputation within the entertainment circle. Let's go. I'll introduce you to a few people. Principal, long time no see. A few male celebrities came over and clinked glasses with Wang Tsong. Why haven't we seen you in our gaming sessions lately? Working on some new project. The male celebrity, Fang Jueyu, was fairly acquainted. His name was Wei Xin, and he had starred in several movies with decent box office success. Due to his humor and charming looks, he was very popular among the ladies. Among celebrities, he was considered quite down-to-earth and approachable. Whenever he had time, he would often game with some streamers on live platforms, and Wang Tsong would frequently join him for these gaming sessions. Busy, indeed very busy lately, Wang Tsong didn't hold back even in formal social situations. The movie is about to start filming, right? Every day I'm running around for locations and actors. I've almost lost 10 pounds recently. Where do I find the time and energy for gaming? Is it battle through the heavens? Are you still looking for actors? Want to count me in? I can even play a villain. Just add some extra special effects for me. Wei Xin joked. Forget it. Focus on your youth idol movies. This isn't suitable for you. Wang Tsong replied, unconcerned. By the way, I heard that Hengqin seems to have no venue available this year. Are you planning to start shooting next year? No, we don't plan to shoot in Hengqin. Wang Tsong puffed out his chest with a mysterious look. Not in Hengqin. Wei Xin was taken aback. He knew this kind of major IP film required many backdrops. Ordinary places couldn't accommodate such a crew, and Hengqin was considered the best filming location. Are you planning to shoot abroad? No, we're planning to build a new film city ourselves. Wang Tsong said from the Gamma Empire, the Tager Desert, to the Yunlan sect. We're planning to completely recreate them proportionally for the first phase. The plan is to complete it within a year. Wei Xin and the nearby male celebrities were immediately shocked by this grand plan. Though they didn't know how much it cost to build Hengqin, this was undoubtedly a project of the same scale, costing at least tens of billions. Wei Xin knew how much Wang Tsong's funds are. There's no way he could come up with those billions himself. Perhaps even his father, Wang Lin, was involved. Oh, right. Let me introduce you to a friend, Fang Jueyu. Wang Tsong hastily introduced Fang Jueyu to them. He's the guy who's been throwing money at my face multiple times recently. Hello, Mr. Fang. Wei Xin graciously extended his hand, that he had heard of Fang Jueyu's name. Although he didn't know much, Fang Jueyu seemed to have a substantial family background like Wang Tsong. Otherwise, he couldn't hang out with Wang Kong. Hello, my friends, and I really enjoy your work. Fang Jueyu was quite fond of making friends this way. If someone wanted to befriend him just because he was rich, he wouldn't be as enthusiastic. Now, when Fang Jueyu made friends, he didn't care whether the other party had money, since they definitely didn't have as much as he did. He could say this even standing on the podium here, but from now on, it might be difficult for him to find friends he could truly connect with. More and more people fill the hall, and many who saw Wang Tsong came up to greet him, including some lesser-known female celebrities who couldn't wait to stick to Wang Tsong. As Fang Jiyu's identity gradually spread, people slowly approached him to establish relationships. If even Wang Tsong admitted he couldn't compare, how could they miss the opportunity to make his acquaintance? Hello, Mr. Fang. I'm Gunan. Nice to meet you. Principal, my name is Liu Yang, that I've heard your name several times on Weibo, that I didn't expect to meet you here today. What a surprise. Principal, do you have any industry presence in the entertainment sector? Need any artists under your banner? For almost half an hour, Fang Jueyu was dealing with these overly enthusiastic celebrities, especially a few young actresses dressed quite attractively, who discreetly slip him a note with their room numbers while shaking hands. He knew the entertainment industry was complicated, but he didn't realize it was this complex. Some things seemed entirely unmasked, and he really didn't like that feeling. There's nothing to be surprised about. Wang Tsong seemed to have understood what Fang Jueyu was thinking. There are some big-name celebrities who appear clean, but are quite dirty behind the scenes. There are clean ones in this circle, but unclean ones are not in the minority, that you'll get used to it. Hey, Fang Jueyu, I saw Hu Yao. Wang Tsong, with his sharp eyes, spotted Hu Yao chatting and laughing with others not far away. Oh my, it really is him. Fang Jueyu almost exclaimed. Hu Yao's fantasy TV series had accompanied him through elementary and middle school. Hu Yao was now almost 40, but he still looked incredibly handsome. The scars from the car accident on his face didn't affect his looks much. Instead, the scar above his eye added a bit of rugged charm. Enjoy exclusive chapters from my virtual library empire, Old Hu. Wang Tsong walked over with a wine glass. Principal. Hu Yao didn't bow or nod like some male stars did upon seeing Wang Kong, although his wealth couldn't compare to Wang Tsong's. He also didn't need to rely on Wang Tsong's abilities to achieve any goals, making this social interaction entirely equal. Old Hu, how was the thing we discussed last time? Wang Tsong got straight to the point. Hu Yao's face immediately showed a conflicted expression. Honestly, he really wanted to take this role. He had become famous through fantasy dramas, which was his forte, and he really loved this movie's IP. If he were a few years younger, he would surely agree. However, for an actor, his age truly wasn't young anymore. Time waits for no one. His stamina and energy had declined, and his acting range was slowly shifting. It had been a long time since he'd touched this type of film. Most importantly, because of aging, the scars from his youth had become more prominent due to skin loss of elasticity. Although he's still more handsome than most, even with those scars, he didn't think he was the most suitable actor in his heart. Just give up this work, however, felt too much of a shame. Mr.Hu. I'm a friend of Wang Tsong, and an investor in this movie. My name is Fang Jueyu. As Hu Yao was struggling with his decision, Fang Jueyu stepped forward. So you're Mr. Fang. Nice to meet you. Hu Yao politely shook his hand. Mr. Fang, your name has been trending online recently. Oh, all just nonsense, he said. Let's get down to business. Actually, I know about Mr. Hu's concerns, but if I could help heal your scars from the car accident back then and restore your stamina from 10 years ago, would you be willing to join us? Fang Jueyu whispered this to Hu Yao, and Wang Tsong didn't hear their secret conversation. As expected, Hu Yao's face was filled with uncontrollable surprise upon hearing this. As a true actor, acting was his greatest joy. Mr. Fang, are you serious? Such a thing was too astonishing to readily believe. I own a biological research institute and recently developed a drug to help restore human functions without any side effects. Fang Jueyu discreetly placed the pill into Hu Yao's pocket. Mr.Hu. If you're not afraid of this thing being poisonous, then try it boldly. If you've made a decision, just contact Principal Wang. We're always ready to welcome your joining. That was Fang Jueyu's bargaining chip. The possibility of becoming younger and erasing the scars from years ago. He believed Hu Yao absolutely had no reason to refuse them. Mr.Hu. You could take your time to think about it. We'll be staying in Sanya for the next few days. So if you decide, you can find us anytime. We can even sign the contract on the spot. Fang Jueyu gave Hu Yao some time to consider, then walked away with Wang Tsong. Hu Yao reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pellet. His mouth twitched because from its appearance, it really didn't look like any special remedy. It looked more like a lump of mud. If this thing had been given to him by anyone else, he would probably have tossed it straight into the trash without thinking much about it. Forget about restoring youth. He'd be grateful if it didn't kill him, but Fang Jueyu. was no ordinary person. According to what netizens now knew, Fang Jiu's net worth was at least several billion or MB. It wasn't impossible for someone like that to have a biotechnology lab under his command. What if this special remedy was just a little ugly? He brought it close to his nose for a sniff and immediately felt invigorated. The faint herbal aroma seemed to have a magical power, clearing his mind a bit. It really works. Although he didn't know the exact effects, just the scent had such an impact, making it hard to ignore. Glancing around and seeing no one, Yao discreetly left the lobby and headed to his hotel room. He loved his acting career too much and didn't want his body to stop him from progressing. Perhaps this was a chance for him to be reborn. Old Fang. What did you just say to him? Wang Song asked, curious. It's a secret, Fang Jueyu said mysteriously. But you should get the contract ready. Yao is bound to come to you within 3 days. So confident. What are we betting this time? If I lose, I'll give you a car, any car you want. Fang Jueyu said confidently. Are you serious? Wang Song's eyes lit up. As the owner of several luxury car companies. Such things weren't difficult. What took money for others meant nothing to Fang Jueyu. No way, I had something else that's too easy for you. Then what do you want to bet? If either of us loses, we'll wear a dress and live stream singing Conqueror on my platform. Wang Song didn't believe that Fang Jueyu could change Yao's mind within 3 days. Actually, before the TV series adaptation of Battle Through the Heavens started filming, the producers had already contacted Yao and even offered a sky-high salary, but he still refused. For an actor who genuinely wanted to do well on every project, money wasn't persuasive, not even if it was Fang Jueyu. Then you're sure to lose, Fang Jueyu said confidently. I just recorded our conversation. If you renege, I'll post it on Weibo. Democrat Minnesota, you tricked me. Wang Song suddenly felt like he'd been trapped. Did Fang Jueyu really have some trick up his sleeve? Imagining himself wearing a dress singing Conquer, Wang Song couldn't help but shiver. If he really did that, a meme of him would undoubtedly surface online within an hour, and its infamy could last for a year or two. That would be a nightmare. Hey Fang, Xiang Yu is here. Wang Song patted Fang Jueyu's shoulder. Possibly due to having just suffered setback, Xiang Yu's face displayed a complicated expression. In front of him stood a middle-aged man who resembled him by 8/10. Though he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his actual age was over 70. It had to be said that money was the best anti-aging remedy. Just recently, after the company encountered problems, the stock price fluctuated wildly. Within an hour, Xiang Yu suffered heavy losses. He tried to find other ways to stabilize the situation, but surprisingly no suppliers were willing to cooperate with him. Even when he offered generous terms, IT felt as if he was being blackballed by the entire industry. Earlier, he had informed his father, Xiang Lingyue, about this situation. Their family business wasn't limited to the entertainment industry. They had traces in various fields like dining, real estate, and the internet. Otherwise, relying solely on acting, how could they have a wealth comparable to a real estate tycoon like Wang Lin? Upon investigation, signs of manipulation by several major foreign enterprises were discovered behind the precarious situation of Xiang Yu's companies. Faced with the pressure of such giants, how could those suppliers risk offending them to continue collaborating with Xiang Yu's company? This Fang Jueyu person is no simple character. This was Xiang Lingyue's assessment of Fang Jueyu. They headed towards where Fang Jueyu was. Besides Xiang Lingyue and Xiang Yu, there were 2 women and 1 man. The man should be Xiang Yu's half-brother. One woman was Xiang Lingyue's wife, and the other was Cheng Kai's goddess. Not long ago, their grand wedding caught the eyes of nearly half the entertainment industry, and on that day, Cheng Kai publicly declared his breakup. She was now entirely part of the Xiang family. Uncle Xiang. As the younger generation, Wang Song respectfully bowed to Xiang Lingyue. Xiang Lingyue nodded. He actually didn't like Wang Song much. His personality was too flamboyant, and he spoke too bluntly, not to mention his closeness with Fang Jueyu, naturally making it impossible for him to offer any pleasantries. At this moment, it was unclear where Wang Lin had gone. If he were here, perhaps Wang Song would have a bit more confidence. Mr. Fang, Xiang Lingyue turned his gaze to Fang Jueyu. Although he addressed him as Mr. Fang, he actually saw him as just a kid exploiting his family's influence to act recklessly outside. Mr. Xiang, it seems my son Xiang Yu had some misunderstanding with Mr. Fang that I, as the elder, would like to play the mediator. Would Mr. Fang do me this favor? Although the Xiang family was already wealthy, abandoning 2 listed companies wasn't something they could just let go of. I know Mr. Fang is very capable, but if this stalemate continues, it will not benefit either party. Mr. Fang's raw materials are piling up in warehouses, and finding another buyer in the short term is unlikely. Why not let it go for now? Sure, if Xiang Yu toasts to make amends, I'll immediately lift the blockade on those two companies. Fang Jueyu said evenly but firmly. Mr. Fang isn't going to do me this favor. Xiang Lingyue's face immediately darkened. He had never been refused by someone so young before. It felt almost like a slap in the face. If Xiang Yu genuinely apologized publicly, not only Xiang Yu's reputation would be in ruins, but Xiang Lingyue would also be laughed at. Explore stories of my virtual library empire. Xiang Jueyu wasn't one to be easily bullied. Earlier, when Xiang Yu threatened him with these terms, he merely returned the favor. Honestly, I'm not concerned about those losses. Fang Jueyu said calmly that in fact, his clothing and electronics companies had countless resources under his name, and he could easily absorb those materials. He really only lost some penalty fees. Is Mr. Fang declaring war on the Xiang family? Xiang Lingyue said coolly, and suddenly the atmosphere became tense. Xiang Lingyue, I advise you not to provoke him. You may not be able to handle it. At this moment, Wang Lin happened to arrive. Director Wang, what do you mean by this? Xiang Lingyue didn't expect Wang Lin to step in for Fang Jueyu. If you plan on engaging in economic war, I suspect tomorrow all your assets will be targeted. Wang Lin, knowing Fang Jueyu's immense wealth, was aware of the frightening power behind him. As for influence in the entertainment circle, do you really think only you possess it? He just doesn't want to meddle. Wang Lin, is this your younger generation? Xiang Lingyue never considered Fang Jueyu as someone who could stand on equal footing with him. He thought Wang Lin meant that if Xiang Lingyue continued to make things difficult for Fang Jueyu, Wang Lin would protect him. Director Xiang, it seems you didn't understand what I meant. Wang Lin said, I meant he could bring down your Xiang family with his own power. If you don't believe it, just go ahead and try. By try, Wang Lin naturally referred to commercial tactics. To counter Xiang Yu's two companies. Fang Jueyu had exposed some things, but what he revealed was just the tip of the iceberg. If Xiang Lingyue wanted to target that portion of Fang Jueyu's assets, it would provoke a fierce counterattack, bringing him a massive headache. Wang Lin recalled that the initial operation against Fang Jueyu's father didn't succeed, but what followed wasn't nothing. Several countries in Europe and America suffered severe economic disturbances a few days later. Wang Lin always believed that the instigator of this economic turmoil was related to that person. Who is he, really? Xiang Lingyue wasn't the kind to make rash decisions guided by emotions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built such a business empire. No comment. Wang Lin slapped these four words in Xiang Lingyue's face without showing any courtesy. He dared not speak carelessly, fearing he might bring trouble upon himself if he disclosed Fang Jueyu's identity. Perhaps Fang Jueyu would be fine in the end, but Wang Lin might find himself in dire straits. It's no wonder Mr. Wang's business is so successful. At that moment, a melodious female voice chimed, IT was the owner of the presidential suite number 002. Unlike some people, so short-sighted. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to her. And no one had ever dared to speak to Xiang Lingyue like that, and especially not a woman. She held a glass of red wine in her hand, dressed in a dark blue gown. Her aura and charm stood out among the crowd, and it seemed as if she was not at all nervous amidst these big shots, as if she were the host. Miss Hua, you're joking. Wang Lin smiled along with her. He only knew her surname was Hua, as that was the title the Queen of England addressed her with. This day. He had no clue about her identity, but just like Fang Jueyu's father, she was on Wang Lin's list of untouchables. Miss Hua. Xiang Lingyue's voice even trembled, and some noticed that his eyes flashed with something akin to fear. Xiang Lingyue didn't know Miss Hua's identity, but that didn't mean he was unaware of her power. Ever since the Queen of England's birthday celebration, many people were trying to gather information about Miss Hu. Be invited by the Queen and dine at the same table was an honor reserved for royalty or the head of a nation. However, despite long and thorough investigations, no one traced any information about Miss Hua. Not even a company registered under her name, nor did she exist within the government. But Xiang Lingyue was an exception. Unlike others who gave up without finding any information, he invested significant resources and managed to discover Miss Hua's residence. She was still a Huaxiao national, but lived in Africa for years. What he found shocked him. This woman owned over 87% of all gold, diamond, and rare mineral mines in Africa. It's known that the battle for African mineral resources is terrifyingly fierce, with armed conflicts breaking out almost daily. Yet, Miss Hua stood at the top of the food chain. Upon learning this, Xiang Lingyue immediately withdrew all his spies. Setting aside the immense wealth that the African mining industry represented, the mere fact that she could subdue African warlords was already a chilling thought. The power she mastered was absolutely formidable. Xiang Lingyue's expression changed due to these revelations. Even he had to show caution in the face of such a woman. Mr. Xiang, considering we are fellow countrymen, I won't hold it against you for investigating me 2 years ago. Miss Hua's tone suddenly turned sharp. But if you harm him in any way, even a single strand of hair, I guarantee that no matter how well-connected you are, you'll suffer dearly. She actually knew he had investigated her. Xiang Linghua thought he had done everything perfectly, only to realize Miss Hua was aware of it all. As for the latter half of her threat, Xiang Linghua didn't take it as a joke. As a chairman of a conglomerate spanning Asia, even if Miss Hua couldn't do anything to him in Huaxia, who knew what might happen once he left Huaxia. Miss Hua, this is just a minor dispute among the children. How could I get involved? Let the kids resolve their own issues. Xiang Linghua changed his stance instantly, even breaking out into a cold sweat. Even he didn't know why he acted so abnormally, as though an invisible pressure gripped his throat, squeezing the air from his lungs. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. That's good. Miss Hua turned around, leaving a captivating silhouette behind, and at that moment, Xiang Linghua felt a wave of relief. Who on earth is she? The stars and starlets present pondered aloud. To them. Xiang Linghua was already an unreachable figure, yet he appeared so disheveled in front of a woman. You're almost identical to your father. She walked past Fang Jueyu, leaving a faint perfume scent behind. Miss Hua, did you know my dad? Fang Jueyu asked. More than just knowing, Miss Hua leaned in. Given our generations, calling me Miss Hua isn't quite right. My name is Hua Chiyu. You should call me Aunt Hua instead. Aunt Hua. Fang Jueyu laughed. You look only about 27 or 8. You're more like a sister to me. Hua Chiyu leaned in closer and whispered in Fang Jueyu's ear. I'm actually 45. Fang Jueyu's face turned pale, suddenly reminded of two people. His father Fang Huai and mother Chao Lan. Didn't they too have appearances not matching their age? It seems you don't know about me. Hua Chiyu shook her head in disappointment. Oh well, first come, first served. What can I do? Little one, if you ever encounter any trouble, feel free to find me. That little Zhang girl behind you knows how to contact me. Saying this, Hua Chiyu turned and left. Xiao, could this Miss Hua, Aunt Hua be my dad's? Congratulations, host. You guessed it right, she's kind of like your stepmom. What the heck, really? Fang Jueyu was half stunned by the confirmation. My dad is something else, isn't he? Getting involved in such things? There's nothing to be surprised about. You have 3 other stepmothers. Point 1 controls the global oil and energy economy. One commands the most advanced technology, and another controls the world's largest superpower user organization. In reality, this planet is already the Fang family's backyard. Hahaha, I think I'd better not meet them. Awkward. Huh. Xiao Yi's laughter echoed in Fang Juyu's mind. This is actually real. How is it possible? Hu Yao stared into the mirror at a self that looked nearly 10 years younger. So excited he was almost in tears. The scars from the car accident years ago had completely faded away, and his slightly lackluster, enlarged pores now brimmed with collagen. The face in the mirror was almost as if he were back in college. More importantly, Hu Yao clearly felt changes in some functions of his body. Due to long periods of filming without proper rest or exercise, he developed migraine headaches and other ailments. But he was sure he'd never felt this relaxed before. Your next chapter awaits on my virtual library empire. Hu Yao had hesitated for a long time before mustering up the courage to swallow that mysterious black pill. But it turned out he'd gambled right. The confidence and charisma of his youth seemed to have returned to him. With his years of evolving roles and improved acting skills, Hu Yao felt fully confident he could master any role. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed Wang Song's number. Hello, Principal Wang. About the thing you asked me last time, I've thought it over. The affairs of the Xiang family father and son seemed like a mere interlude. With Hua Chiyu's intervention, naturally, they did not dare to trouble Fang Jueyu anymore. And as for Xiang Yu's 2 companies, they ended up as nothing but tuition fees. Hua Chiyu sat alone in a corner, elegantly sipping wine, gazing absent-mindedly at the starry sky outside. Whose call was it? Fang Jueyu noticed the change in Wang Song's expression, a look more pained than if he'd eaten dung. It was Hu Yao. He said he'd take the role for this film. Thinking of their previous bet on him dressing in drag to sing a song, Wang Song felt like the sky was falling. There was no way he could ever do such a thing, but Fang Jueyu had left a recording. If that traitor posted it online, Wang Song might be bombarded with tags for 3 days and nights. Fang Jueyu wasn't surprised at all. He just thought Hu Yao's speed was a bit fast. He had expected Hu Yao to hesitate for a night or two, but it seemed the allure of regaining youth was even greater than Fang Jueyu had imagined. Did you already know he'd call me? Seeing Fang Juyu's calm demeanor, Wang Tsung suddenly felt he'd been played. Surely, Fang Jueyu had whispered something crucial in Hu Yao's ear to persuade him. Obviously, if I wasn't confident, would I have made such a big bet with you? Fang Jueyu replied, I'm just waiting to see you dress and drag. Ah. Can I back out? Wang Tsung asked, pained. Then perform a headstand while eating instant noodles. And drink all the soup too. That'll work. You're ruthless. Wang Tsung flipped him the middle finger. Xiang Lingwei was in the middle of delivering this gathering speech on stage, but he seemed somewhat distracted, glancing repeatedly at Fang Jueyu and Hua Qiyu. Artists from the three major companies and some other media companies began inquiring about the backgrounds of Fang Jueyu and Hua Qiyu. Though they got no results, Xiang Lingyue's attitude said it all. After wrapping up the long speech, the banquet officially began, but Xiang Lingyue and his son seemed to have lost all interest in staying. Instead, the chairman of the two other entertainment giants eagerly approached Fang Jueyu, trying to cozy up. Midway through the banquet, Fang Juyu's pants pocket was already a bit bulging, full of small notes from various female stars. Fang Jueyu could guarantee that if he were willing, every room would have a beautifully prepared woman waiting for him. Not just Fang Jueyu. Even Wang Tsung was receiving similar treatment that he delightedly recalled. Everyone's face. But he was just one person. There was no way he could visit all those rooms in one night, right? Even a body of iron couldn't withstand such a campaign. Ancient emperors likely didn't receive this much attention. Fang Jueyu casually crumpled the notes into a ball and tossed it in the trash. Those women were destined to be disappointed tonight. Wasting gifts from heaven. Wang Tsung shook his head regretfully at the sight. Dude, are you sure you're up to it? Do you want to dress and drag and sing? Fang Jueyu gave him a threatening look. No, you didn't hear anything I just said. As soon as he heard this, Wang Tsung chickened out. By the way, I've arranged for us to meet with the candidates we've shortlisted for the roles at 10. Join me later. Sure. Fang Jueyu agreed without a second thought. He really didn't like this kind of environment. Having eaten well, Fang Jueyu and Wang Tsung headed straight to a private meeting room in the hotel, where several people were already waiting. Is that Lin Ruhan? Fang Juyu's gaze was instantly captured by the actress in the black dress. He remembered when Lin Ruhan first collaborated with Hu Yao. She was only 17, and now, after over a decade, she seemed unchanged. Her original innocence was now tinged with allure, but her spiritual energy only grew stronger with each passing day. Yes, and behind her is her assistant, Wang Tsung whispered. Her assistant is known for being tough in the industry. We'll need to negotiate the pay well. Mr. Fang, Hu Yao hadn't brought his agent. Without mentioning the black pill that Fang Jueyu had given him, even if Fang Jueyu didn't offer him $1 for this film, he'd have no qualms whatsoever. It seems Hu is quite satisfied with my offering. Fang Jueyu gave him a knowing look. Besides Hu Yao and Lin Ruhan, there were 5 or 6 others selected for roles including Nailan Yanran, Yao Chun, Little Medical Immortal, and Medusa, as well as the director position. They had all brought their agents, making this a very formal meeting. Thank you all for taking the time to discuss this collaboration with us. As the initiator of the film project, Wang Tsung took the role of host. I've already discussed the purpose of this meeting with your agents, so if you have any questions or requests, feel free to speak up. I have a question. The most whimsical girl raised her hand. Her name was Zhou Mengnan, a petite but mischievous and lovable girl who debuted as a child star and had acted in many projects. She was also the top choice for the role of Little Medical Immortal. Go ahead. Wang Tsung smiled slightly, already bracing himself for all kinds of weird questions. Fantasy-themed films in Huaxia have a poor reputation recently. I want to know why Principal Wang would invest so much in a project without guarantees. Good question. Wang Tsung had considered this issue. First, I'm quite fond of this novel's IP. Secondly, I want to create a fantasy film that everyone acknowledges. That's why I've invited a Hollywood special effects team and director Jiang Chao, that I'm confident. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Li Ziki asked with her sultry, magnetic voice. In terms of looks, figure, and aura, the role of Medusa seemed tailor-made for her. According to your casting and requirements, the investment needs to be at least several billion, right? Several billion? Wang Tsung chuckled inwardly. At a couple of zeros, and that might be closer. However, Fang Juyu's plan was not something he intended to reveal just yet. Originally, that was indeed a concern, but now I have a partner who isn't afraid of losing money. Whether we lose money or not doesn't matter. What matters is that our payment remains untouched, Lin Ruhan's agent said coolly. All right, let's discuss compensation first. Fang Jueyu said, name your price and I won't haggle. No bargaining? All the agents present were stunned when they heard those three words that what's the biggest role of an agent? It's to secure the highest interest for their clients and get as much payment as possible. Usually, any collaboration is a process of negotiation at T this time, and agent skills would be on full display. But now, Fang Jueyu didn't even listen to their offer. The phrase "no bargaining" almost completely erased the role of agents, leaving them no room to negotiate. So what was the meaning of having agents at all? Mr. Fang, won't you at least listen to our offer first? Lin Ruhan's agent, Ing Shanshan, asked. Even if Mr. Fang's funds are abundant, the final profit should be considered, right? Sorry, the final profit is really not in my consideration. Fang Jueyu threw out another startling statement. Just like Mr. Wang said, our only goal is to produce a good piece of work, and even if we lose money, we don't care. In that case, let me start with my offer. Ing Shanshan, facing Fang Jueyu and Wang Song, remained confident, and agent's mental fortitude was a very important skill. Otherwise, how could they secure the highest possible earnings before even starting negotiations? Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire. As for Ruhan's status in recent years, both of you should be well aware. Even Hollywood in the United States invited Ruhan several times, with the highest payment being $20 million US. Of course, it's impossible to have such a price for domestic films, so my offer is 100 million renminbi. Actually, Ing Shanshan's internal pricing was 80 million, but with Fang Jueyu acting so magnanimous, she didn't mind quoting sky-high figures that in fact, she didn't believe Fang Jueyu would accept such a price. No problem. To everyone's surprise, Fang Jueyu agreed to the terms almost without any thought. Xiaoying, transfer the money directly. What? All the agents present were dumbfounded. Moments later, Ing Shanshan's cell phone rang. It was a call from the company. Just now, the company received a transfer of 100 million. Ing Shanshan had been working as an agent for almost 10 years, yet she had never done such a transaction before. Without any signed contract, the money was directly transferred. Was this Mr. Fang mentally unbalanced, or just so rich that even 100 million seemed nothing to him? Miss Lin, I assume our collaboration should have no problem? Then I'll be in your care, Mr. Fang. Lin Ruhan, although generally unconcerned about her payment, actually left this part to her agent to handle. Like Hu Yao, she was a thorough actor whose dream and work were all about acting. Well, Mr. Fang is so straightforward, and we can't afford to be ungracious. Ing Shanshan's face was beaming with joy. Being able to collaborate with such a big boss was practically every agent's dream. Mr.Hu, how about setting your payment at the same level of 100 million? Fang Jueyu turned his attention to Hu Yao. I'll leave it up to Mr. Fang's decisions. Hu Yao actually didn't care about his pay, but to Fang Jueyu, 100 million seemed like no different than $1. Moreover, refusing the money might raise suspicions. Then, Director Zhu, how should we calculate your remuneration? Fang Jueyu knew that directors usually earned based on box office shares, so he couldn't offer normal box office payments. Jiang Chao, having worked as a director for 12 years and transitioning from an unknown small director to a Best Director Award recipient, had been through a lot. But an occasion like today he had never experienced, leaving him unsure of how to respond suddenly. How about this, Director Jiang? We'll calculate your box office share at 1.5 times the current industry standard. We'll estimate the movie's box office at $1 billion US, and your pay will be calculated at 180 million. How about that? 180 million. This astronomical pay shocked everyone. Given Jiang Chao's reputation, 1.5 times the pay wasn't much, but that box office estimate was rather outrageous. As so far, not a single film of Huaxia had exceeded a $1 billion US box office. That's top-tier level that international blockbusters attain. For a crew that hadn't even started filming or solved their location issues, daring to offer such a share, Fang Jueyu must have more money than he knows what to do with in their eyes. I have no objections. With the production team giving such significant face, it'd be ungrateful for Jiang Chao to be unsatisfied. Moreover, with someone like Fang Jueyu, they dared not offend such a wealthy and influential figure. For the remaining few, your payments will range from 60 million to 80 million, depending on your roles. Did I ask that all right? No problem. Mr. Fang is indeed too generous. What more could the agents say? The payments offered by Fang Jueyu exceeded their internal valuations by more than 20%. Then, I'll directly pay the salaries. Fang Jueyu signaled to Zhuang Ying. Soon, each actor received messages from their respective agencies. As for the contracts, Principal Wang will have them sent to you in a couple of days. Mr. Fang, may I ask, has the filming location been decided? Based on our understanding, It seems there are no available slots in Hengqin recently. Have you chosen a different film city for filming? Lin Ruhan asked. No. Fang Jueyu smiled and shook his head. We plan to build a whole new independent film city. What? Everyone couldn't help but stand up in astonishment at such shocking news. The first phase of the project has already started the bidding process. We plan to include the Jama Empire, Tagore Desert, and Yunnan sect in this phase, with a planned investment of 100 billion. The second phase will add Burning Flame Valley, Wind Thunder Pavilion, and the Pill Tower. 100 billion. Upon hearing this number, everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch slightly. Spend this much to build a film city for a single movie. What kind of nouveau riche thought process is this? One could almost imagine how bustling the film city would become once completed. Countless tourists and film crews would settle in, perhaps even surpassing Hengqin. Old Fang, even with a billion-dollar box office, it'll still fall short covering these salaries. Wang Tsong winked. Despite having invested several billion in this film, it wasn't enough to cover the payments. No problem. I won't want the box office earnings for this film. I'll give it all to you. Fang Jueyu said. WTF? Are you trying to kill me with money? Wang Tsong was stunned. Not caring about a loss-making film was one thing, but even foregoing box office earnings. TCH, do I care about that little money? Boss, I'm on my knees here. With the money paving the way, everything proceeded very smoothly. All the actors were successfully negotiated, and the contract issues were completely settled by Wang Tsong the next day. The script was also being written methodically to satisfy all the original book readers. Fang Jueyu even selected a few fans from Weibo to join the process of script adaptation that it's estimated that the end result would please most of them. The only fly in the ointment was the unresolved issue of the filming sets. Construction site. The Dochi continent in the original work was vast, and if they wanted to recreate it on a 1:1 scale, not even Jama Empire could accommodate it. They could only scale down Dochi continent to a city in Huaxia or an unused, vacant area. However, it wasn't that simple. With Huaxia's population boom, virtually no place other than the western region could provide such a large plot of land for construction that if this plan were moved to the western region, other significant issues like inconvenient transportation or scarce resources would arise. Although they could transport materials from the eastern region, Fangju didn't mind the increased costs, but the timing would be significantly affected. Over the past few days, Wang Tsong almost lost all his hair over this issue on the third day. He flew back to Modu, using almost all the resources he could. In fact, the government supported this project because it created many jobs and could boost economic growth. The only issue was the lack of a suitable place for them. Experience exclusive tales on my virtual library empire after having a blast in Sanya for a few days. Fang Jueyu planned to return to Jiangnan City. He still missed Guisinyu a bit, even though they chatted every day. After all, nothing beats face-to-face interaction. During this time, apart from eating and resting, Guisinyu devoted a lot of time to practice. Every time Fang Jueyu visited her, she was engrossed in her training. She truly was a national treasure. Level vocal master. With guidance from renowned teachers, her singing and technique improved rapidly. She occasionally sent Fang Jueyu samples of her singing, and even he, an outsider, could notice the progress. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before she could officially record the song Fang Jueyu gave her. I'm already at the south gate of your school. Fang Jueyu's car was parked at the entrance of Jiangnan Music Academy. The Italian vocal master recently had to return to his country for a while. Just at this time, Guisinyu, who had been practicing intensively, decided to give herself a little break that a great movie was releasing today, and Fang Jueyu bought tickets and invited Guisinyu to watch it together. So soon. Fang Jueyu's proposed time was 5 o'clock, and it was only 4:40. You wait for me a bit, I'll be right out. Take your time, be safe coming out. Hearing Guisinyu's flustered voice, Fang Jueyu involuntarily smiled. Xiaoling, take a look. Are my eyebrows symmetrical today? Guisinyu was busy packing her bag while asking her roommate. Wow, it's the first time seeing our great beauty Gui so serious and cautious, her roommate teased. Honestly, did you get a boyfriend? Is it that rich and handsome guy from the live streaming platform? Sinyu, you can't do this, having the meat and not letting us taste the soup? Another roommate, Zhou Jing, joked. When will you introduce him to us? We need to screen him, we can't let you be deceived. Exactly. There's so many scumbags nowadays, especially those fans of yours that a little money and they think all women will stick to them. Oh, you guys stop worrying, we're not even dating yet. Surrounded by her roommates teasing, Guisinyu's face turned red instantly. Really? Even with your looks, you haven't snagged it? TSK, It seems our little Sinyu is truly in love. I'm done talking nonsense with you all. I'm leaving now. I'll bring something delicious when I return. All right, if you don't come back tonight, we're calling the police. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, yes. If you don't return, we'll assume you've been kidnapped. Suddenly, the dorm room resounded with girlish laughter. Fang Jueyu sat in the car, idly listening to music as one of Huaxia's top 3 music academies. Jiangnan Music Academy had plenty of female students. Many beauties came and went, nearly making him dizzy. Once, a roommate of Fang Jueyu's told him that, unknowingly, luxury cars began to park in front of many university campuses, with drinks placed on the roofs. This represented a special meaning, where a small number of female students would directly approach the cars. The type of drinks symbolized the price range, and the cars' destinations were naturally private residences or hotels of these wealthy individuals. Fang Jueyu used to think this was nonsense, but this time he realized it was not just talk. At least a dozen luxury cars were parked on this side of the street, with various drinks like jiangqi, my dong, etc., placed on their roofs. Huh. Why is there Wangzai milk too? What kind of operation is this? He felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed that he had been waiting for about 10 minutes and had already seen several beautifully and fashionably dressed girls take drinks from car roofs and then drive off in those luxury cars. Nice car, dude, said a bald man with a body resembling a winter melon as he leaned against Fang Jueyu's car window. It's all right, not bad. With this car, you don't even need to put drinks on it. Just park here and people would line up to get in, right? The man chuckled lewdly. But you got to keep the door open. That's our signal. Bro, I'm not. Fang Jueyu was immediately left speechless, feeling misunderstood by this guy as someone looking for fun. What's there to be shy about? We're all men. The man, seeing his embarrassed expression, was even more convinced. But even if you wait till night, someone might not get in your car. Even if they wanted to, they'd only keep looking. No problem, bro's gotta help you. The man suddenly placed a bottle of Waha on Fang Jueyu's car. Hee, buddy, only the highest standard fits your worth. Huh, Fang Jueyu was dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? You don't get it, do you? This Waha limits age first, then body and looks. Only those top tier can match this price, the bald man continued his lewd talk. All right, this school has a lot of good ones that in 10 minutes, someone will come. No need to thank me. I've really met a god. Fang Jueyu opened the car door, intending to quickly remove the Waha, when a doll-faced beauty approached his car. Hey, handsome, care to grab a meal together? Fang Jueyu clearly underestimated his car's allure. Initially, those experienced drivers selected prey, but those female students were doing the same. Many had been eyeing his car the past 10 minutes, but Fang Jueyu didn't place a drink on his car, and the doors were closed, so no one dared approach, until the bald guy placed a Waha on his hood. Those confident about their age, looks, and body couldn't hold back. I'm waiting for someone here, Fang Jueyu awkwardly replied. I know, they're all waiting for someone too. The beauty pointed to other cars while the bald guy waved in the distance, seemingly telling him not to worry. I'm really waiting for someone, Fang Jueyu said, almost crying. My friend is in this school. Then why put the drink there? The beauty cursed in her heart. But with his type of car, he must be rich that if business doesn't work out, friendship should remain. Such high-quality, handsome guys are scarce. How about exchanging contact information? The beauty gazed at Fang Jueyu seductively. Fang Jueyu, what are you doing? At this moment, Guisinyu finally walked out of the school, the ASA student at Jiangnan Music Academy. She naturally heard about such things. Seeing the Waha on Fang Jueyu's car and the alluring beauty, her expression immediately soured. So you're that kind of person? Guisinyu snapped before turning and walking away. No, let me explain. Fang Jueyu was on the verge of tears, feeling genuinely wronged. Ha 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 ha. After listening to Fang Jueyu's explanation, Sinyu's mouth nearly split from laughter. Continue reading at my virtual library empire. She had been pretending to be angry just moments ago. After spending time with Fang Jueyu, she had a clear understanding of his character and was only teasing him. Watching Fang Jueyu's frantic demeanor, Sinyu could feel that she still held some weight in his heart. You, driving such a flashy sports car. How could you not draw attention? Sinyu said, in her eyes. Fang Jueyu was perfect, except for being too wealthy. Perhaps for others, such a sports car was a lifelong dream. But for Fang Jueyu, a multi-million-dollar sports car was no different than an ordinary person's view of a Santana, merely a means of transportation. Then how about I come and pick you up in my Wuling Hongwang next time? Fang Jueyu joked. Are you planning to take me to Heavenly Mountain for a car race at night? Sinyu handled this joke with ease. Ha ha ha. It seems my true identity is exposed. I am Fujiwara Takomi of Jiangnan. Childish. Nearby was a university town with plenty of places to eat and play. Driving such a sports car was indeed too conspicuous, so they found a place to park and walk side by side down a street filled with food stalls. Sinew, with milk tea in her left hand and skewers in her right, completely shed her usual goddess demeanor, appearing more down-to-earth. Fang Jueyu had initially picked a nice restaurant, but Sinew led him to a place known as Trash Street. This trash street wasn't littered with garbage. It's just that all the street food there was often referred to as junk food, which didn't seem to diminish its popularity. I can't believe you actually like eating these things. Fang Jueyu remembered one day when Sinew was doing an outdoor live stream, eating the same stuff. I'm not like you, the big boss, indulging in delicacies every day, Sinew joked. Grabbing skewers with friends is the happiest thing ever. Well, you're wrong then. I actually love these junk foods too. Fang Jueyu recalled there being many of these snack stalls on the way from his house to school when he was in elementary school. But back then he didn't have pocket money and was never satisfied as he grew older. Although he had more pocket money, those snack stalls disappeared in the process of creating a civilized city. This trash street actually held fond memories for Fang Jueyu. The two found an empty spot to sit, ordering heaps of food. They both had metabolisms that didn't allow them to gain weight and enjoyed their meal amidst laughter. Burp dash, Fang Jueyu unattractively belched, which made Sinew laugh uncontrollably. She never thought Fang Jueyu had such an adorable side. Can't you pay a little attention to your image in front of girl? That stuff is too pretentious. This is being down-to-earth. Fang Jueyu wiped his mouth with a napkin. Let's go. The movie starts in half an hour. The cinema was inside the nearby Baida Plaza. It wasn't clear what day it was, but the plaza was filled with people, mostly couples. Suddenly, he looked up and noticed two pink words on the banner in the plaza. Qixi. Today is the Qixi festival. He couldn't tell if he was too busy lately or just had a screw loose. Maybe he'd been single for too long. He hadn't realized the day and unintentionally invited Sinew out on this particular day. You didn't know? Sinew's cheeks were slightly red. She naturally understood the implications of Fang Jueyu asking her out on such a special day, but she didn't expect him to forget the date. Sinew didn't know whether to be angry or laugh at his obliviousness. I really didn't know. I'm sorry, Fang Jueyu stammered. If I knew it was Qixi, I should have prepared a gift for you. Hearing his first statement, Sinew was a bit angry. Did that mean if he knew it was Qixi, he wouldn't have invited her out? But the latter part of his sentence warmed her heart, realizing he only regretted not preparing a gift. Sinew had no intention of blaming him. Although they were in a somewhat ambiguous phase, they hadn't confirmed their relationship. If he genuinely gave a gift, it would be out of line and might make things awkward for both. What do you want to watch? Fang Jueyu, holding 2 tubs of popcorn, asked as they arrived at the cinema. Sinew had insisted on paying for the popcorn. You didn't buy the tickets yet. Sinew was a bit exasperated. The Baida Plaza cinema rarely had empty seats, and on such a festive day, seats would be even scarcer. Why now? It was probably full. At this point, Fang Jueyu wanted to slap himself that he hadn't bought tickets in advance, fearing he might choose a movie Sinew didn't like. Wait, I have this. Fang Jueyu had a brainstorm and pulled out a VIP card. Principal Wang gave me this. With this card, you can enjoy VIP treatment and discounts at any of Baida Plaza's establishments. Sinew huffed softly, still unsure whether Fang Jueyu was just dense or genuinely low in emotional intelligence. Let's watch the Qixi special screening, meeting you at the most beautiful time. Sorry folks, this movie is all sold out, the cashier said apologetically. Will this work? Fang Jueyu asked, showing the VIP card. The cashier was slightly surprised. This was not a common VIP card. Such a card was issued and held only by members of Baida's board. She had worked here for 2 years and had never seen such a card before. Her demeanor became more respectful. This young man's identity must be highly exceptional. Of course, sir, we have reserved a special viewing room for VIPs. Would you like to go now? Yes, please lead the way. All right, please follow me. The cashier temporarily left her post to a colleague and led them to a nearby screening room, where surprisingly, there was an independent mini suite on the 2nd floor. It was equipped with a sofa, bathroom, tea table, and almost everything, just like a small private screening room. Isn't this a bit over the top? It was Sinew's first time watching a movie in such a place, and she felt a bit overwhelmed, especially being alone with him here. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Oh, this is so comfy. Fang Jueyu seemed not to hear what Sinew was saying. He was already sprawled on the sofa, looking intrigued. Come on, sit down, Sinew. The sofa is really soft, see? There's even a fruit platter. The movie is about to start. He must have a screw loose. Sinew muttered softly before sitting next to him. Being so close, the male scent from Fang Jueyu made Sinew a little flustered, but little did she know Fang Jueyu was also feigning that goofy demeanor. That moment, Fang Jueyu's body was practically tense. Being so near, the scent of Sinew's hair filled his nostrils, and even his breathing involuntarily quickened a bit. The cinema dimmed, and the movie began. Sinew, for the first time in her life, was watching a movie alone with a boy, and that boy happened to be the one she liked. This subtle atmosphere made it nearly impossible for her to focus on the movie. She kept sneaking glances at Fang Jueyu with the corner of her eye. His perfectly chiseled profile, courtesy of genetic optimization, was downright lethal to a girl's heart. The sofa was almost 5 or 6 meters wide, yet they sat so closely together they could even catch whiffs of each other's scents. If only time could freeze at this moment. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Sinew's lips curled into a slight smile. In the dim light, the young couple harbored their own little thoughts. It seemed that this was what youth truly felt like. Gradually, Fang Jueyu managed to pull his attention away from Sinew and became engrossed in the movie. Suddenly, Sinew's head rested directly on his shoulder. In that moment, Fang Jueyu's body turned as stiff as if it was under a spell. Thump, thump. His heart had never raced this intensely before. It was also the first time he realized what it meant to have a mind go blank. He didn't even dare to move an inch, as if any movement might cost him something precious. Your heart is beating so fast. Even though it was just the two of them there, Sinew spoke in a voice only they could hear. I'm nervous. Fang Jueyu stuttered. At a loss for words, he didn't expect Sinew to be bolder than him. This palpable excitement was something he'd never felt before, both delightful and pure. Sinew gave a cute smile. Despite Fang Jueyu's wealth, which could draw countless girls to him, his reaction showed he lacked much experience in love. The rapid heartbeat was something he couldn't fake or hide. Is my head too heavy? No. How heavy can one head be? Fang Jueyu couldn't feel her head's weight because his own head was buzzing loudly, and he felt almost numb. Should I put my arm around her? Fang Jueyu awkwardly found his arm, trapped between their bodies. He wanted to pull it out, but feared his movement would upset Sinew. Host, are you an idiot? She's made it so obvious that you wanted to make the first move. Xiao, he chastised Fang Jueyu in his head. You're so disappointing. Fine, I'll hug her. You think I won't dare? Stealing his nerve, Fang Jueyu pulled out his right arm and draped it over Sinew's shoulder. He felt her body tremble slightly and heard her heart pounding like a galloping deer. The soft sensation from his palm sparked some misguided thoughts and impulses in Fang Jueyu. Gradually, they refocused on the movie, maintaining their pose for almost an hour, neither daring to move first. As if any movement would shatter the beautiful atmosphere. As the movie drew to an end, the storyline became more emotionally stirring. Accompanied by romantic background music, the movie's main characters were passionately kissing in such an atmosphere. Some couples in the theater couldn't help but embrace one another. In the last row's couple seating, several young pairs were locked in kisses, but of course, Fang Jueyu and Sinew couldn't see them. Their cheeks felt a bit warm, and in this ambience, it was impossible not to have some romantic thoughts. Fang Jueyu suddenly came up with a bold idea. Wanted to do something. He turned his head and saw Sinew's bright, large eyes gazing at him, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and a deep affection in her eyes. This scene made Fang Jueyu's throat dry. He slowly leaned toward Sinew, and at that moment, both of their breaths quickened, and they instinctively closed their eyes. With the romantic atmosphere, sweet background music, they could only feel each other's intense breath. Sinew felt an arm gently wrap around her waist, while another hand softly caressed her hair. The tense, stiff body relaxed, surrendering control to her heart. After what seemed an eternity, their lips parted, and Sinew lowered her head, her cheeks blushing scarlet. The last time she had secretly kissed Fang Jueyu, it was her first kiss with a boy, but this time, suddenly, she felt her hand being tightly grasped. Fang Jueyu looked at her with a serious expression. Sinew, would you be with me? Fang Jueyu spoke nervously, his words faltering. It seemed he had never handled such matters with composure. Sinew quietly responded, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Under the dim light, they saw each other's faces flush with shyness and happiness, and then they kissed again. The movie ended, and only after everyone else had left did they emerge from the theater holding hands. Their hearts were already in mutual understanding, with only the need for a formal gesture. When Fang Jueyu spoke up, everything naturally fell into place. From now on, the Qixi Festival every year will be our anniversary. Fang Jueyu said, I mentioned earlier about getting you a gift, and you said it wasn't fitting. Will you accept my gift now? Guo Xinyu shyly nodded, but you can't spend recklessly. Haha, don't worry. Even if we had endless generations, I would never run out of money. As if. Who wants endless generations with you? Guo Xinyu playfully smacked his shoulder with a laugh. Fang Jueyu glanced at Guo Xinyu, noticing something missing around her snowy white neck. Let's go check out the accessory store downstairs. Fang Jueyu said, taking her down. Bida Plaza mainly consisted of middle to high-end shops. The store they walked into was a jewelry shop, a brand he'd heard of before, renowned for a century, offering both modern jewelry and traditional pieces. I wonder if this store is mine, Fang Jueyu mumbled. Sorry, host, but this is one of the few stores not part of your business empire. You finally get a chance to spend money. Hello, sir. Are you looking for a gift for your girlfriend? Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. Yes, I'd like to see some necklaces, Fang Jueyu nodded. What price range are you considering? The service staff glanced at Fang Jueyu's outfit. Although it bore no brand, she could tell from its style and fabric that it wasn't some bargain item. The price doesn't matter, as long as my girlfriend likes it. On hearing this, the sales associates' eyes lit up. They loved customers who prioritized preference over price. The jewelry here ranged from a few thousand to millions. Selling a high-ticket item would be quite a commission. This way, please. Let me recommend this piece that it's the latest work of our senior designer, a platinum necklace with a 1-carat diamond and ruby accents. Your girlfriend will love it. Fang Jueyu glanced at the price tag, 270,000 for everyday people. It was an absolute luxury. Xinyu, do you like it? Fang Jueyu asked. Seeing the price, with Xinyu's brows furrowed. She knew Fang Jueyu was wealthy, but spending hundreds of thousands on a necklace was something she couldn't do. Besides, she didn't particularly like the necklace. One look at Guo Xinyu's expression, and Fang Jueyu knew her answer. He surveyed the necklaces on the counter, none of which caught his eye. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a necklace in the store's display case. At first sight, he knew this necklace was perfect for Guo Xinyu, and she'd absolutely love it. This was an exceedingly simple diamond necklace, the kind that didn't need to be paired with a formal dress to reveal its distinctive luxury. Instead, it had a warm appeal that made it suitable even for ordinary occasions. The most unforgettable aspect was the pendant composed of an angel wing-shaped blue gemstone and a heart-shaped red gemstone, sculpted with a craftsmanship akin to divine artistry. This necklace could truly be called the store's crowning treasure. Fang Jueyu noticed the flash of awe in Guo Xinyu's eyes when she saw the necklace. Although she quickly suppressed it, his keen eyes captured the moment. Do you like it? Guo Xinyu shook her head. It was clear from the first glance that this necklace was worth a fortune. She didn't want Fang Jueyu to spend so much money to buy it. Guo Xinyu, you're a terrible liar. Fang Jueyu playfully tapped her nose. Is this necklace for sale? Fang Jueyu asked directly. I'm sorry, sir. This is the treasure of our store and is not for sale. You may look at other necklaces that we have some similar pendant styles. Please call your manager for me. Fang Jueyu took out a VIP card once more. He knew that some decisions in the store couldn't be made by the employees, but perhaps the manager could request permission from higher up. This was meant to be the first Valentine's gift for Guo Xinyu, and he was determined to muster all his power to buy it. If all else failed, he was even willing to purchase this store or the entire group behind it. Seeing the card, the employees knew this matter was beyond their control, and they quickly called the manager. It so happened that on this special day, the manager was nearby. Soon, a man in his 30s rushed over. His apparent role was the store manager. But only a few people knew that he was one of the candidates to inherit Hong's jewelry. Hong's jewelry was an old store that had existed for over 100 years. The whole family was in the jewelry business, choosing the best candidate from each generation as an heir. The selection method naturally depended on ability, and performance was the best measure of ability. This generation of the Hong family had 6 outstanding young members, each assigned to manage a store. The year's performance would serve as their final assessment. To prevent vicious competition, none of the candidates were allowed to use personal connections. They could only think of ways to maximize their store's profits through management strategies or other means. Hong's jewelry focused on high-end pieces, so most items were expensive and were hard to sell. The relatively lower-end pieces couldn't bring substantial earnings. Hong Yang's current situation was dire. Most of a year had passed, yet his performance ranked fourth. His cousin, Hong Yu, had sold several necklaces valued at millions and even tens of millions in the first half of the year. His revenue was at least double Hong Yang's, creating a gap of tens of millions or even over 100 million. Each store had a crowning treasure meant to attract customers, and in principle, those treasures weren't for sale. Losing such a piece meant losing the store's most eye-catching attraction, naturally reducing revenue. When Hong Yang heard of someone wanting to buy their store's crowning treasure, he rushed over. Firstly, he wanted to see who dared to make such a bold offer. Secondly, if the person truly had the financial means to buy it, they might be worth befriending. Although the family prohibited the use of personal relationships, clients met during business dealings didn't count. Sir, our manager has arrived. An employee pointed at the sharply dressed man hurrying through the door. Manager, this gentleman wants to purchase our crowning treasure. Got it. You may tend to your work that I'll handle this customer, Hong Yang instructed. Hello, are you the manager of this store? My girlfriend really likes this necklace, so I'd like to know if there's any way to purchase it. Fang Jueyu asked directly. Sir, if I may, let me introduce the necklace first. Hong Yang was in no rush to close a deal. Fang Jueyu nodded. He was indeed interested in the details of this necklace. This diamond necklace is called Angel's Heart. The pendant features two 13.5-carat blue diamonds and a 20.6-carat red diamond crafted together using a fusion technique, making it nearly seamless. Angel's Heart, what a lovely name. Fang Jueyu nodded. He had initially thought they were rubies and sapphires, but to his surprise, they were rare colored diamonds, making the price likely astronomical. He recalled that the pendant of the necklace, dubbed the Heart of the Ocean, was more than a 40-carat blue diamond, a virtual national treasure. And of course, the griffin diamond statue on his sun god was priceless. While Angel's Heart wasn't quite the same, it was still an absolute gem. The necklace contains 208 diamonds, designed by an international master. Once completed, it was placed in Hong Group's headquarters, valued at $38 million. So expensive, Guo couldn't help exclaiming at the price. It was astronomical. It's too expensive. Let's look at something else. Guo tugged on Fang Jueyu's sleeve, trying to pull him away. It's all right as long as you like it. The price isn't too steep. Fang Jueyu patted Guo head. I could earn back this amount of money in moments. Fang Jueyu glanced at his liquid assets. Since the task began a month ago, the $500 billion balance had become $503.2 billion. He honestly wished the necklace had a couple more zeros on its price tag to Hong Yang's ears. This was thunderous. Someone actually claimed $38 million was nothing, even earning it back in moments. Did this young man think he was the world's richest? Manager, may I have your name? To be honest, my surname is Hong, and this Hong's jewelry is my family's enterprise, Hong Yang candidly replied. That's great. So you should have the authority, right? I'll take the necklace, name your price. Fang Jueyu said with grandiosity. Sir, I'm afraid that's not very convenient. This Angel's Heart is our store's most valuable piece, meant to attract customers. If you were to buy it, we'd likely lose a lot of business. Hong Yang smiled wryly. How about this? Let me put another way. What conditions would manager Hong need to sell me the Angel's Heart? May I have your name, sir? Read latest stories on my virtual library empire. My surname is Fang. Mr. Fang, to be honest, the Angel's Heart isn't unsellable. It's just that I need it to bring revenue to this store. Hong Yang opened up. Fang Jueyu had shown a prestigious VIP card from Plaza Square, so there was no questioning his financial capability to certain individuals. Some things weren't off limits to discuss. Hong Yang explained his family situation to Fang Jueyu. I'm really sorry, but the Angel's Heart can't be sold to you now. That if you're truly interested, you can check back with me at the end of the year. Why then? The Angel's Heart wouldn't bear such importance, Hong Yang explained. I see. Fang Jueyu understood what Hong Yang meant and found the internal selection process of these big families genuinely unique. Suddenly, Fang Jueyu had a light bulb moment. He might just put some of his money to good use this time. Mr. Hong, are you saying this Angel's Heart is not entirely unavailable, but rather you need it to gain more benefits to stand out in the family competition? Mr. Fang can understand it that way. Hong Yang nodded. So if you can ensure you outperform the other candidates in sales, would you be willing to sell it directly to me? What does Mr. Fang mean by this? Hong Yang sensed a hidden meaning in Fang Jueyu's words. What I mean is, I'm willing to buy out all the jewelry in this store, hoping manager Hong would sell me this Angel's Heart. Buy out everything. Hong Yang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to ask Fang Jueyu if he knew how much everything in the store would cost combined. IT would require more financial power than 10 such Angel's Hearts, which was completely unwarranted. Exactly, buy everything out. Eventually, these things have to be sold. Selling them to someone else or me makes no difference, and it'd save a lot of trouble. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? If Fang Jueyu indeed came up with such a sum, Hong Yang would absolutely agree 100 times over. Selling all the jewelry in the store would yield him more sales than all his 5 siblings combined, securing him the position of the next generation heir beyond any doubt. Mr. Fang, you aren't joking? You should know, in our store we have at least 100 pieces of jewelry worth millions of dollars each in stock, and more than 10 pieces worth tens of millions. not to mention other smaller items. This isn't a small number. I'm certainly not joking, Fang Jueyu smiled. Today is the first Qixi festival with my girlfriend, and I want to give her a very special gift as for how much it costs. That is not my concern, I just want her to be happy. Fang Jueyu, what are you doing? Didn't I say it wasn't necessary? Women love jewelry, and Guisinyu was no exception. She had to admit that she fell in love with this angel's heart at first sight. But liking something didn't mean she had to own it. Fang Juyu's words made her happy enough. But this necklace was too expensive, and Juyu even talked about buying out the entire store, which was just too wasteful. It's okay, I'll transfer the other jewelry to my other stores under my name for sale. No waste. Fang Juyu had only one goal, to buy this angel's heart. Even if you buy it, I won't wear it. Guisinyu said stubbornly. If you refuse to wear it, I'll buy it and throw it right into Westlake. Fang Juyu joked. Sometimes he was even more stubborn than most people. Sinyu, I know you want to save me money and not spend much, but honestly, tens of millions of US dollars are like ordinary people's tens of bucks to me. What I care about more is if you like this gift. Sinyu still wanted to say something, but Juyu put a finger on her lips. You'll have to live with me for a long time. You have to get used to it slowly. Understood. Looking into Juyu's eyes, Sinyu seemed to have been convinced and nodded unconsciously. That's more like it. Juyu finally smiled. Manager Hong, go ahead and calculate the price. I'll pay right away. Not only Hong Yang, but even the counter assistants eavesdropping on the side were dumbfounded. These were gold, silver, diamonds, and jewels, not 20 bucks a pound of pork at the market. Even at a market, no one had ever heard of someone shopping like this, right? Mr. Fong, do you only want all the items on display, or also include those in the warehouse? Include them all. I wonder if this would be enough to help Manager Hong become this year's sales champion? It will. It certainly will. Hong Yang nodded repeatedly. Under normal circumstances, even those mid to low-end items might not sell a third by the end of the year. Selling a dozen high-end pieces would put him in the top 3, and selling everything would undoubtedly make him number 1. Find your next read on my virtual library empire, so, Mr. Hong. Would you be willing to sell me the angel's heart? Sell, as per the estimated price of 38 million US dollars, Mr. Fong. How does that sound? At that moment, Hong Yang almost saw Juyu as a savior, understanding well how fiercely competitive it was in such a business family. Failing to become a leader would only lead to suppression. Juyu's actions almost secured his status as the next heir of Hong's jewelry. Manager, should we really count everything? A counter assistant inquired. Count it. Hong Yang nodded. Just then, another man and woman walked into the store. The man was not new to Hong's jewelry. The quality of jewelry here was very high, and the staff provided excellent service. Usually, as soon as a customer came in, someone would immediately come to assist. But strangely today, these staff were all burying their heads in notepads and computers, not paying him any attention. Ahem, the man coughed, finally catching the attention of a counter assistant who hurried over apologetically. Sorry, sir. We're no longer selling anything here. What? Not selling anymore. The man was surprised that weren't all the items neatly displayed in the counter. Hong's jewelry was an old brand. Why wouldn't they be making money? Why? Did something happen to the store? Sorry, sir. Every jewel in this branch, including the warehouse, has been bought by that gentleman over there that if you want to buy, I'm afraid you'll have to go to another branch. Bought out. What a joke. The man clearly didn't believe it. Hey, bro, you're looking to buy jewelry? Juyu greeted him. Buddy, is it true? Have you really bought everything? Yeah, but if you want to buy something, you can choose anything other than this one. Juyu pointed at the angel's heart on display. Take anything else, consider it a gift from me. DM in, bro, you serious? Serious. Juyu replied categorically. All right, I'll have a look first. Ha ha ha, said the man as he wandered around. He had already taken a liking to a necklace, but wanted to see how a young guy could afford to buy out an entire jewelry store. If true, it would definitely make headlines. Manager, including the stock, there are $105 million level high-end items and 14 tens of millions of dollars level items, totaling about 4.57 billion AS for the smaller, lower-end items. It might take a bit more time. Well, I'll just skip the low-end ones. Just these that I think the remaining low-end items shouldn't significantly affect Manager Hong's final sales. In that case, since Mr. Fong is so straightforward, I'll also make a decision. Including this angel's heart, the total is 700 million. How about that? Hong Yang decisively knocked off several million from the total. No problem. Please give me an account. Hong Yang handed over an account number to Ju. He called Zhuang Ying, as his black card was only for everyday expenses and didn't carry such a large amount. Zhuang Ying didn't ask why Juyu needed such a hefty sum. Her job was simply to help Juyu spend and make money. Just that. Where it went was not her concern. 5 minutes later, Hong Yang's phone rang, showing that his company account had directly increased by 700 million in cash. Juyu had indeed paid the entire 700 million in one go. Bro, I'm convinced. Seeing this, the man gave a thumbs up, while his female companion looked at Sinyu with intense envy. Manager Hong, can you have those things delivered directly to Villa Number 1 at Jiangnan Manor? You have a delivery service, right? Don't worry, Mr. Fong. I'll arrange for security to escort the delivery. These items will definitely arrive safely at your residence. Hong Yang promised, patting his chest. These were jewels worth billions. Hiring a few armored trucks wouldn't be an exaggeration. Can we take this angel's heart with us now? Fang Jueyu asked. Of course, you can take it right away. Hong Yang said. Now, considering Fang Jueyu his lucky charm, that he could already imagine the expressions on the faces of his competitors when they heard this news. Buddy, is it okay if I take this one? The middle-aged man from earlier had already chosen a necklace. He wasn't exploiting the situation. He just picked a platinum necklace worth over 20,000, which was nothing compared to the 6 billion IT, was barely even a fraction. I keep my word. The man's actions earned Fang Jueyu's favor. Manager Hong, this necklace isn't included in the package, but no problem at all. Consider this necklace as a gift to Mr. Fong. You're welcome to do with it as you please. A mere 20,000 was nothing to Hong Yang. Thank you, Manager Hong. Fang Jueyu could hardly wait to see Guisinyu wearing that necklace. The store staff cautiously unlocked the security case, donned fresh gloves, and presented the necklace. Let me put it on for you. Fang Jueyu said. Okay. Guisinyu nodded gently to it. Wasn't just that the necklace was priceless. Even if it were an ordinary silver necklace, she'd be happy because Fang Jueyu gave it to her. Just as Fang Jueyu imagined, Guisinyu was the perfect model for this necklace. Her fair neck and beautiful collarbone made her look like a noble princess under the necklace's adornment. Do you like it? He asked softly. I do, but it's a bit heavy. Guisinyu had never worn something so valuable, and now she truly grasped the weight of several dozen carats. Ha ha ha. Watching Guisinyu's adorable expression, Fang Jueyu couldn't help but laugh. If you think it's too heavy, you can wear it after you marry me. Okay, Guisinyu whispered softly, then shyly buried her head in Fang Jueyu's chest. Ahem, Mr. Fong, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? Hong Yang was in an exceptionally good mood. Although Fang Jueyu was young, his wealth was astonishing. Befriending him might be a great advantage when he inherits his family's business. Some other time, Fang Jueyu refused outright. He was out on a date with Guisinyu, and they had just confirmed their relationship. He hadn't even had the chance to do anything romantic yet. He certainly didn't want to waste time dining with another man. Oh, haha, I'm sorry, I was presumptuous. Haha. Realizing his invitation was ill-timed, Hong Yang laughed awkwardly. I'll treat you another day then, and these items will be delivered to your residence by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Thanks. Fang Jueyu thanked him and then left Hong's jewelry with Guisinyu, not caring about the 4 billion plus worth of jewelry. It's strange, when did Jiangnan City get such a young tycoon? Hong Yang was puzzled that Hong's jewelry was a big enterprise in Jiangnan City, and he knew most of the wealthy people there. He couldn't recall anyone with the surname Fong. Manager, he seems to be that Dean Fong from Weibo recently. An employee handed him a phone with a photo, taken in Shanghai, of Fang Jueyu and Guisinyu. So it is him, no wonder. Hong Yang had some connections with Wang Tsong, who had mentioned this person that he was curious how rich someone who could make Wang Tsong concede could be. Now he knew. Manager, this store, most things have been sold, so why keep it open? Close the store, give everyone 3 months paid leave, and when I take over Hong's jewelry, you guys will be in charge of this store. Hearing Hong Yang's words, all the employees lit up with surprise. Today might just be their lucky day. One person's success can uplift everyone around them. Fang Jueyu and Guisinyu, fingers intertwined, left Bader Plaza. Even though they had shared more intimate moments earlier in the theater, both could still feel the nervous sweat on each other's palms. Next time, don't spend money so recklessly. Guisinyu pouted. How can that be reckless spending? Fang Jueyu said earnestly. As long as you're happy, I don't mind spending more. No way. What if the money runs out? Then I'll become a kept man, waiting for you, a rich star, to take care of me. Haha. I won't become a rich lady. Guisinyu laughed, finding Fang Jueyu's words amusing. By the way, I've nearly perfected that song that my teacher said I could try recording in the studio. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire. Really? Once the new company address is set in a few days, we'll get started. All the paperwork for Sinyu Media was ready, and he had left the equipment handling to Zhuang Ying, which should be settled soon. I'll sing it perfectly. This was the first song Fang Jueyu wrote for her, and she was determined to record a version she was proud of. Suddenly, Guisinyu's face changed. Oh no, lost track of time. What's wrong? Fang Jueyu asked. Our school curfew is at 10:30, and it's almost 11 now. Guisinyu glanced at her phone, already showing several missed calls from her roommates, who had been joking in their group chat about calling the police. Are you there? What are you doing? Are you busy? Sinyu, are you surrendering tonight? Sinyu, I'm ready to call the police. If you're being forced, say something. Opening a few voice messages, her roommates' teasing voices came through. Fang Jueyu couldn't help but laugh. Apparently, not only do boys' dorms make such jokes, but girls seem to as well. So what now? Fang Jueyu figured Guishu and the others were probably asleep now, and going home seemed inappropriate. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? Fang Jueyu suggested. Huh? Guisinyu's face flushed red. Although they were now officially a couple and didn't need to avoid certain things, staying over at Fang Jueyu's on their first day together seemed a bit too soon. Don't worry. My place is very spacious, Fang Jueyu joked. Unless you're afraid, I might be naughty at night. Ha ha. Who's afraid of you? Bring it on. Guisinyu playfully punched the air. If you try anything, I'll punch you in the head. This is where you live. Although Guisinyu had tried her best to imagine Fang Jueyu's home, she found she had still underestimated the level of luxury. Yeah, but living here all alone is really too empty. Just missing a lady of the house. Fang Jueyu said shamelessly. How come I never noticed you were such a smooth talker before? Guisinyu made a funny face. In your dreams, I'm just staying here one night. Tomorrow, I'm heading back to the dorm. Guisinyu anticipated that she'd definitely face intense interrogation from her roommates tomorrow. Hungry? Want to eat something? My chefs are on standby 24/7. No, thanks, I've already eaten a lot tonight. Eating too much isn't good for the stomach. Haha, you're quite the health enthusiast, Fang Jueyu laughed. You do have quite the taste, with so many oil paintings at home, said Guisinyu, whose parents were also well-educated and had given her some education since childhood. These artworks are pretty well imitated. They really have the essence of the original authors. That's where you're wrong, and fakes hang in my house. These are all the genuine works by those famous masters. Impossible, and no matter how wealthy you are, these things are considered national treasures by those European countries. They're not that easy to acquire, Guisinyu said as she wandered in the living room. And as a piano major, her eyes inevitably fell on Chopin's piano. This piano has been around for quite a few years, hasn't it? Guisinyu touched the keyboard, finding no dust, showing the place was well maintained. It was a gift from my ancestor to Chopin. After Chopin passed away, the piano was shipped back to Huaxia, Fang Jueyu said, pointing to the engraved words on the side. Is this real? Although she couldn't authenticate the handwriting, the piano's history seemed highly likely to be true. I don't even know what your family does. It seems like there's more to you than just wealth. You won't believe it if I tell you, but I'm the emperor of this planet. Almost everything with a known name belongs to me, including you. Fang Jueyu boldly wrapped his arm around Guisinyu's waist, becoming much bolder in his own home. I knew it. You definitely had some ulterior motive for inviting me here tonight. Guisinyu's face turned bright red, unable to meet his gaze. Whether it was due to his body being enhanced or not, Fang Jueyu's self-control used to be much better. But if you dare to do anything reckless, I'll definitely punch you. Guisinyu adjusted her slightly disheveled clothes, almost losing control just now. Deep down, Guisinyu was a very traditional person. She'd been excellent throughout her life, with many suitors, but before college, she focused solely on her studies, and after that, she was occupied with family matters. Fang Jueyu was the first person she truly liked. Once she decided on someone, she wouldn't change her mind, unless Fang Jueyu abandoned her. Otherwise, she'd be willing to stick by his side for life. However, some things she just wasn't ready for. If he really tries something tonight, should I refuse him or... Guisinyu was caught in a dilemma. All right, go take a bath. It's not time for me to devour you yet. Fang Jueyu habitually ruffled Guisinyu's hair. I've had clothes prepared for you, tailored to your size. The bathroom is on the second floor, right next to my room. You'll sleep in the room on the other side tonight. After speaking, Fang Jueyu willingly walked away. There was also a bathroom on the third floor, where he planned to enjoy a nice bath. Watching Fang Jueyu's retreating figure, Guisinyu felt touched. If he truly wanted her, she wouldn't have refused, but Fang Jueyu chose to respect her, willing to wait until she was ready. Nowadays, not many men were like that. Oh, he's really making things hard for himself. The moment Fang Jueyu walked upstairs, his manner of walking changed, the reason for which, well, his fellow men would understand. Host, You chose to be less than an animal instead of being an animal. Xiao Yi timely chimed in. What do you know? I'm nothing like my scumbag dad. Fang Jueyu declared righteously. Tonight, even if I suffocate or fall down from here, I swear not to touch her. I'll choose to be less than an animal tonight. After a cold shower, Fang Jueyu finally calmed down. Being with his girlfriend in a room and doing nothing was really hard on the body. He returned to his room. The bathroom light was still on, and he could hear the water dripping. Girls sure take a long time in the shower. Host, I think you should just jump in now. Shut up. Are you an intelligent system or a rogue system? Fang Jueyu snapped, as Xiao Yi's remarks grew crasser by the day. Back in his room, Fang Jueyu turned on his computer, noticing his Weibo follower count was nearly 20 million. However, his level, one privileged task completion, was only at 30%, truly a long way to go. Today I'm giving away 1,000 red envelopes, with each person getting 10,000. Don't ask why, I'm just rich and willful. Giving away prizes every few days had almost become a routine task for Fang Jueyu. Ha! I've been waiting a long time that I've calculated the director's giveaway timings, and this time I'm sure to win. Director, don't think you can shut us up with red envelopes. Fess up, is Miss Sinew already yours? We haven't seen her live stream for ages. I go by Jiangnan Fanwei. I heard someone saw the director's son god at the Baida Square today, leaving with a mysterious woman that I suspect that woman is Miss Sinew. Is the info upstairs true? Upstairs is talking nonsense. My husband is right next to me. Don't slander him. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library empire. Upstairs is doubling the nonsense. Clearly, he's my husband. Darn, they're everywhere. Fang Jueyu hadn't expected his evening movements to actually be discovered. Click. Just when Fang Jueyu was about to sleep, his door suddenly opened. Fresh from her bath, Guisinyu was in a pair of casual shorts, her legs snow-white and slender, her top a loose t-shirt that didn't hide her shapely figure at all. Her hair wasn't fully dry yet, and this sight made Fang Jueyu gulp. This is tempting me to commit a crime. Such a sight made Fang Jueyu a bit parched. Your place is too big. It's a little scary being alone. Can I sleep here with you? Guisinyu asked, head down, avoiding eye contact. Oh my gosh, Fang Jueyu almost cried. I said I wouldn't eat you today, but you don't have to act so fearless. If I don't care. Guisinyu ran over and lay down next to Fang Jueyu. I'm sleeping here tonight. Guisinyu turned her back to Fang Jueyu, revealing a sly smile. This girl is testing me. Fang Jueyu was smart, immediately seeing through Guisinyu's little scheme. Click. Fang Jueyu turned off the light, and the room was filled with silence, only their breathing and heartbeat audible. Guisinyu felt an arm wrap around her waist, providing a sense of security and warmth. She hadn't mistaken him. To Fang Jueyu, this was indeed a huge test. He didn't even know how many times he recited the Heart Sutra in his mind before he finally fell asleep. Guisinyu also only fell asleep after hearing Fang Jueyu's calm and even breathing. With the first rays of morning light, Fang Jueyu opened his eyes and suddenly felt something in his hand. He quickly let go. When did his sleep posture become so poor? Luckily, Guisinyu hadn't woken up yet. Otherwise, Fang Jueyu would definitely have had a fresh red slap mark on his face. I feel like my body has been emptied. Fang Jueyu sighed. He could control his body and thoughts, but could not stop his natural reactions that a whole night in sage mode was indeed a bit hard to endure. What is that? Guisinyu, gradually waking, suddenly felt something poking in her back. She quickly realized what it was and instantly snapped out of her sleepy state. You pervert! Guisinyu quickly grabbed the blanket and wrapped herself tightly. You've already slept together. What's all this talk about being a pervert? Fang Jueyu muttered softly. You were the one afraid of the dark and insisted on sleeping here with me last night. How did I become the pervert? Fang Jueyu shamelessly said, completely forgetting what he did when he woke up. I don't care. You are a stinking pervert. Looking at Fang Jueyu's embarrassed look, Guisinyu couldn't help but feel inexplicably happy. I didn't do anything all night, that I'm less than a beast, and now you're calling me a pervert. It's too hard for me, Fang Jueyu said, feigning grievance. Mua. Guisinyu swiftly kissed him on the cheek. It's a reward for your excellent behavior last night. Just that little bit, Fang Jueyu said, unsatisfied. He had endured a whole night. No way. I need to collect more interest. Fang Jueyu quickly pulled Guisinyu into his arms, intending to start the morning with a deep kiss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the sound of a phone suddenly rang, and the two immediately snapped back to their senses like startled fawns. That's my phone. Guisinyu pointed her phone by her pillow. Fang Jueyu had a look of disbelief. The call didn't come early or late, but just right at this very moment that if he found out who it was, he would have torn them to pieces. Guasinyu, where the hell were you last night? You didn't reply to the group messages or answer your phone. We almost called the police. A slightly fierce female voice came from the phone. We finished the movie too late last night, and the school was locked down, so we couldn't go back. Guasinyu sneaked a glance at Fang Jueyu, who was sulking, and then patted his somewhat matted hair. Then where did you go last night? Did you guys stay in a hotel? Guasinyu, can you use your brain? It's easy to be deceived. Come on, did he do anything to you last night? Oh, stop. What are you talking about? We didn't stay outside. Phew, that's good. Xiaoling heaved a sigh of relief. I stayed at his place last night. What? You were at his house? Guasinyu's latter words made Xiaoling explode. That wasn't this like walking into a lion's den. With Guasinyu's personality, wouldn't she have been eaten up entirely? Don't worry, we didn't do anything last night, but he respects me a lot, Guasinyu explained. He just called me a pervert. Fang Jueyu muttered discontentedly. That's good. Guasinyu's words were convincing. She wouldn't lie. How about this? Next time bring your boyfriend, and let's have a meal together so the girls can check him out. No need for next time. How about tonight? Fang Jueyu moved right next to Guasinyu and said, Oh my, Sinyu, he's there with you? Why yeah. Guasinyu rolled her eyes at Fang Jueyu. What are you doing? What's the matter? Everyone will meet eventually anyway. Tonight, I'll bribe your roommates early on, so they'll give us more opportunities in the future. Ha ha ha. Sinyu, your boyfriend knows how to play the game. It's said that when a girl is in love, she can support a whole dorm, and when she's having a hard time in love, she needs the entire dorm's help. Sisters are there to sell out. All right, it's settled then. Tonight at 5:30, we'll wait for you at the school gate. Handsome, make sure you return our Sinyu safe and sound. Explore more in my virtual library empire. Promise to return her to you in one piece. Fang Jueyu laughed. Why did you so readily agree? Guasinyu pouted. Don't you know, my roommates can eat a lot, and they can make you poor. What's up? We've only been together for a day, and you're already thinking about saving me money? Fang Jueyu teased, brushing against her nose. Stop it. If you keep brushing, my nose will collapse. Guasinyu feigned anger. My roommates aren't easy to fool. They'll definitely give you a hard time. Not likely. Even your parents didn't make life hard for me. Fang Jueyu said, Oh right, I should find time to officially visit Uncle Gua and them. As for Guasinyu's roommates, Fang Jueyu really didn't see a big issue. Having a nice meal, giving some gifts, wouldn't they be happy to sell out for glory? Thank you. Guasinyu leaned into Fang Jueyu's chest voluntarily. The warmth made her feel at ease. No thank yous between us. Fang Jueyu suddenly revealed a sly smile. But how are you going to compensate me for what happened just now? Guasinyu looked puzzled. Hit. Fang Jueyu once again pounced on her, and the room instantly turned into a scene of romance. In the end, Fang Jueyu still didn't manage to do anything to calm down. He could only head to the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower. Xiao, why haven't I completed my mission yet? Didn't you say that getting Sinyu counts as completing the mission? Where's my reward? Fang Jueyu suddenly recalled this matter. Master, it's not considered complete yet. You two have to do that for the task to be officially completed. What? Fang Jueyu was so close to cursing he had already gotten Guasinyu. And now, there was a condition added? This intelligent system must be a rogue system. Manners, this can't be blamed on me. This was your father's decision. Until you obtain level 1 permission, the previous owner's orders always have priority. All right, Fang Hua, you win this time. Fang Jueyu said viciously. It seemed the road ahead was still long. Achoo! On a planet tens of thousands of light years from Earth. Fang Hua sneezed suddenly. What happened? Chao Lan asked. Nothing. Probably my son is missing me, Fang Hua replied. Our parents' trace disappeared on this planet. There must be something nearby. Let's search more thoroughly. Young master, may I come in? The two had just finished freshening up when Zhuangying called. Normally, she would just open the door and enter Fang Jueyu's villa, but since Guasinyu spent the night here, she worried about interrupting their morning exercise. Come in, it's fine. Fang Jueyu, of course, didn't know what Zhuangying was thinking. He had long gotten used to her managing his daily life like a mother. Miss Gua, Zhuangying nodded at Guasinyu. She was to be the future mistress. Last time in the Magic City, she had scolded Fang Jueyu in frustration, but this time it seemed he had wised up and actually brought Guasinyu home. Sinyu, this is my assistant, Zhuangying. Fang Jueyu introduced. Personal assistant. Guasinyu felt a bit uncomfortable. And one would be pleased with another woman constantly clinging to their boyfriend, that a woman understand a woman's mind best. And Zhuangying immediately saw what Guasinyu was thinking. Miss Gua, don't worry. The Zhuang family has served the Fang family for 3 generations. The young master has absolutely no interest in me. And there's no need for you to be on guard, Zhuang Ying said with a smile. Having her thoughts exposed, Guisinyu felt a bit embarrassed. By the way, young master, the batch of goods you ordered yesterday has arrived. The car is parked at the villa entrance. Zhuang Ying got to the main point. Hanyang was extremely efficient. By 10 a.m. The delivery truck had arrived at Jiangnan Gardens, accompanied by 3 security vehicles in a formation similar to bank vault transport. Young master, why did you buy so much jewelry? Although Zhuang Ying paid for the goods, she still didn't understand why Fang Jueyu needed them. That if he wanted jewelry, his own brand had even higher-end pieces and unique collectibles. That Tio put it bluntly. Even Zhuang Ying wasn't impressed with those items. Nothing much. Gave Xinyu a gift yesterday and happened to make a friend in the jewelry business. Fang Jueyu didn't elaborate further. Just put them up for sale in my jewelry stores or have them redesigned, as you see fit. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. All right, leave it to me. Zhuang Ying nodded. By the way, Xinyu, how many roommates do you have? Fang Jueyu asked. 3. Why? No reason. Just that it's the first time I'm inviting your roommates for dinner. It's not good to go empty-handed. Fang Jueyu turned to Zhuang Ying again. Sister Ying, set aside 3 versatile and suitable ones for me. Is that necessary? Guosinyu remembered that just yesterday, there were several necklaces worth millions or even tens of millions. Even for inviting roommates to dinner, such expensive gifts weren't needed. Right? Of course. I must make a good impression on your roommates. This essential bribery is needed, so I don't lose face in front of them. People are vain. It's human nature. Every girl wants a boyfriend that others envy. The better Fang Jueyu performed, the more face Guisinyu had with her roommates. With 3 more people, taking the sun god wouldn't be appropriate. Just recently, the cars Fang Jueyu ordered had all arrived, and the sun god could be sent back for maintenance. Don't you have a slightly more ordinary car? Guosinyu looked at the garage, which resembled a car show, realizing for the first time Fang Jueyu hadn't been exaggerating when he said a few million felt like a few dozen bucks to him. This, Fang Jueyu looked around. Aside from a Wuling Hongguang, no car in his garage cost less than 3 million, but he couldn't possibly take that car, could he? In the end, Fang Jueyu took a 5-seater Bentley. While still a car worth millions, it was more understated than those sports cars and quite spacious at Jiangnan Music Academy's gate. 3 girls eagerly waited. Their dorm was one of the few without conflicts. Wu Xiaoling, the eldest, cared for the 3 like a big sister. They were a bit worried when Guisinyu hadn't returned last night. However, today's phone call revealed Fang Jueyu's voice. From his tone and manner, he seemed trustworthy. But if he wanted to take away their beloved Guisinyu, he had to pass their test first. Ladies, today we must really check Xinyu's guy out. That if he doesn't pass, we'll boot him on the spot. Wu Xiaoling declared boldly. Xinyu's had it tough. No more jerk boyfriends. Yeah, let's rate him on looks, physique, family background, and character. Tio match our Xinyu. Every aspect must be top-notch. Zhou Jing added. Right. We won't be won over by just one meal. The youngest, Long Wei, asserted with a righteous face. While they were fervently chatting, a shiny Bentley pulled over nearby, catching them off guard. It's me. The car window rolled down, revealing Guisinyu waving to them. Following the voice, they saw Guisinyu in the front passenger seat with a very young and handsome guy beside her. Oh my god! The 3 girls exclaimed in unison. They'd guessed Guisinyu's boyfriend would be handsome and well-off, but he exceeded their expectations by at least 2 levels. Xinyu, ask them to get in. Fang Jueyu said softly. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Guisinyu laughed. Only then did Xiaoling and the others react, albeit a bit gingerly. They'd never been in such a nice car before. If they knew this was one of the cheaper ones from Fang Jueyu's collection, who knows how they'd react? Where to for dinner? Thought of it. Fang Jueyu turned to them. Consider this my treat to meet everyone in the future. If Xinyu and I ever argue, I'll rely on your support. You're that Fang Jueyu? Xinyu's roommates finally recognized him. Yes, it's me. Wow, Xinyu. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Guisinyu. No wonder you kept it from us, sneaking around all this time. They knew one of Guisinyu's followers was a rich tycoon and had been photographed at China Joy. When questioned, Guisinyu had flatly denied everything. The girls' initial restraint vanished. Though not celebrities themselves, Fang Jueyu's fame was no less than that of some stars, especially since his wealth made even Principal Wang pale in comparison. No way, Xinyu. We worried about you all night. We can't resolve this with just a simple meal. Yeah. With Dean Fang's wealth, he better treat us to something good. Guisinyu had texted them earlier to go easy and not extort Fang Jueyu too harshly. But with this revelation, the girls dropped all pretenses of thriftiness. You guys, Guo Xinyu winked and glared, full of warning. But her threats were ineffective as the girls chatted and joked. Under the lure of delicious food, their morning promise was forgotten, perhaps the famed plastic sisterhood. The car drove into Wanlong Square, a few kilometers outside the school. This place was popular among nearby students. Although the expenses were high, most students couldn't afford it, but sometimes just coming to window shop was a fun thing to do. Most of the food at Wanlong Square was fairly priced, with an average cost of about 100 per person. But on the top floor, there was a French restaurant where the average price exceeded 500. They had wanted to come many times, but never dared to go in. This time, they were lucky to have Fang Jueyu with them. Order whatever you want, don't be shy. Fang Jueyu handed the menu directly to them. The cost of this restaurant was indeed not cheap, but still far less than what he usually spent on a meal. Although everyone said they would take advantage of Fang Jueyu, when it came time to order, each of them was surprisingly reserved, looking like little girls who would be full after just a bite. What are you all pretending for? Guo Xinyu couldn't help but laugh at their antics. They often ate together, and even the shortest among them, Long Wei, was a big eater who could finish a huge hamburger in 5 bites and not take a 6th bite. Yet here she was, only ordering a fruit salad and a watermelon juice. It's not like I have long-term plans that I can't let you. The future wealthy lady looked down on us. Long Wei said, pretending to look aggrieved. Exactly, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already ditching friends for a guy. Xinyu, we really misjudged you. Zhou Jing said, looking heartbroken. All right. Xinyu is just joking with you. Order whatever you want. Fang Jueyu quickly tried to smooth things over. But Fang Jiyu's words didn't seem to work. The three of them looked at Guo Xinyu for confirmation, as if asking if they could really eat to their heart's content. In the end, Guo Xinyu couldn't resist the gazes and reluctantly nodded. Yay, Xinyu, I love you to death. Wu Shaoling almost wanted to give Guo Xinyu a big kiss. I want this volcano steak, deep-sea butterfly prawns, French red, wine braised chicken chops, and this black forest. Order it all. I also want that Mexican spicy chicken breast and a matcha forest. Were you all hungry ghosts in a past life? Guo Xinyu regretted her decision a little as she watched Fang Jiyu's dumbfounded expression. She wished she could just bury herself underground. It was too embarrassing. Xinyu, what's that saying? You eat the meat, and we sisters sip the soup. What's wrong with that? You got yourself a big shot like Dean Fong. It's not too much to let us have some benefits, is it? Besides, we don't eat like this every day. Zhou Jing defended herself. Guo Xinyu wasn't worried about the money. It was just that their behavior was somewhat embarrassing. Yeah, we worried about you all night last night. So what's wrong with rewarding ourselves with some food today? Long Wei chimed in. By the way, handsome Fong. The three suddenly ignited with gossip flames. Our Xinyu never dated before, but her suitors can line up from the school gate to the South Lake. Trust fund kid driving sports cars are a dime a dozen. Oh, how did you win her over? Well, it's personal charm, huh? Fang Jueyu shamelessly laughed. Hiss, Fang Jueyu felt a hand pinch the flesh on his waist, and he bared his teeth in pain. Well, outstanding people attract each other. There's no winning over or not winning over, right, Xinyu? Fang Jueyu forced a smile as he looked at Guo Xinyu, wondering how these girls could be so fierce after getting into relationships. Oh, right. I haven't formally introduced you. Guo Xinyu suddenly remembered what she forgot. This is our dorm leader, Wu Shaoling, a vocal major, also a local from Jiangnan City, and she usually takes good care of the three of us. Hello. Wu Shaoling extended her hand generously. This is Zhou Jing, a violin major from Yanjing. This is Long Wei. We're even in the same major in class. Hello. I'm Fang Jueyu from Haihua City, currently a student at Jiangnan University, entering my senior year. Fang Jueyu introduced himself voluntarily. I'm not very good at talking or coaxing girls, so if I ever make Xinyu angry, I'll have to trouble you all. Haha, no problem. Just for today's meal alone, our Xinyu is sold to you. Though everyone was joking, the three girls noticed that no matter the time, Fang Jueyu always had his eyes softly lingering on Guo Xinyu, which showed he was serious about her. Today, it was a last-minute decision to eat together, so I didn't have time to prepare any gifts. Consider this your meeting gift. Fang Jueyu took out 3 small boxes from his pocket. Fang Jueyu, you're too kind, and no need to prepare gifts. The 3 girls said this, but smiled and accepted them. Just for this gift, I'll tell you a secret. Long Wei beckoned Fang Jueyu with her finger. Xinyu and I bathed together. Don't look at her slim figure. Wei, you're asking for a beating. Guo Xinyu's face flushed with embarrassment, and she pretended to go after her. I thought it was a real secret. Fang Jueyu muttered to himself. This is too valuable. We can't accept it. Zhou Jing opened the small box and immediately gasped in surprise. She initially thought it was just some small jewelry or trinkets, but when the box was opened, the diamond's brilliance made her hand tremble slightly. The price tag was still on it, and the long string of zeros left her dizzy. The diamond necklace was priced at 570,000. What the heck? Since when did rich people take friends or their girlfriends out to eat and start giving diamond necklaces, and for tens of thousands worth? Initially, Zhuang Ying prepared necklaces worth millions, but Fang Jueyu thought that such expensive items might leave a bad impression, so he switched to relatively cheaper ones. But even the cheaper ones cost hundreds of thousands. Go ahead and accept them that I have many diamond mines in Africa. So these diamond necklaces mean nothing to me, that I should be thanking you for taking care of Sinew over the years. Diamond mines? Hearing this, the three girls almost fainted. There were many rumors online about Fang Jueyu. Some said he was a director of an automobile group. Others said he was an illegitimate son of tycoon, while some claimed he was the son of an official. But no one ever said he had mines in Africa, let alone many diamond mines. Are you really giving these to us? They felt like they were dreaming that IT was so wonderful, a bit unreal. Sinew had really found herself a diamond bachelor. Of course, keep them safe. Fang Jueyu nodded with a smile. Oh, by the way, next month I'm inviting you to see Su Luin's concert. I'll give the tickets to Sinew to bring to you. They're VIP seats in the front row. Continue your adventure and my virtual library empire. Ah. The three of them were practically ultimate Su Luin fangirls. They had scrimped and saved for months to look forward to seeing Su Luin's concert, yet they hadn't managed to get tickets. This news was even more explosive than the three necklaces. You wouldn't happen to know Su Luin, would you? Wu Shaoling asked. Sorted out a few days ago. When I went to Sanya, he even caught a ride on my private jet. Sinew, you must have saved the galaxy in your previous life. They were already numb to Fang Jueyu's wealth. I might have saved the whole universe. Sinew affectionately looked at Fang Jueyu as the hands under the table secretly held each other. Rich guy, do you have any brothers or sisters? Introduce one to us. Old Fang, I'm sorry, I couldn't secure this piece of land. After sending Sinew and the others back, Fang Jueyu received some disappointing news. Recently, there was a land bidding near Shandong. This area was quite large. It was originally a wasteland because the local government wanted to develop it. A lot of the land had been gradually leased out. After some investigation, although it was a bit small relative to their construction plans, the surrounding area also seemed to have development intentions in the future, so starting with local construction wasn't a bad idea. Many real estate developers participated in this bidding, but it was eventually auctioned to a company that needed to build an industrial town. Wang Song also returned empty-handed, and the issue of site selection was delayed repeatedly, making him feel somewhat guilty about Fang Jueyu's investment. No problem, I'll think of a way too. This isn't something that can be rushed, Fang Jueyu consoled. No way, the special effects team I hired only signed a 2-year contract. If this drags on, they might pack up and leave. What are you afraid of? At worst, just buy them outright. He was prepared to buy such a large piece of land. Could he be troubled by a mere special effects team? Even if taken a step back, if he used the knowledge recorded in Xiaoyi's database, the special effects they could create wouldn't even compare. Oh, this is really a big problem. Fang Jueyu sighed. Although Huaxia had vast lands, there was only so much available. Even with money, he couldn't conjure a place out of thin air, could he? Master, if places with people are hard to build on, why not build in places without people? Xiao, he seemed to have an idea. Build in the Antarctic or Arctic. Fang Jueyu's mind didn't process this immediately, only thinking of these two places. Are you stupid? Xiao, he was already used to cursing a bit. Land on your Earth only takes up a small part of the surface. Oceans, deserts, these uninhabited areas, aren't they endless? Not to mention anything else, if you build this film city in the desert, the state would probably give you full support. Is it that easy? Fang Jueyu had thought of it too, if built in the desert. Even the Tagore Desert could be used off the shelf, almost reducing the workload of the first phase by 1/3. The desert has unstable foundations and lacks water resources that it's difficult for a person to survive a few days here, let alone build a film city. Dream on. Are you looking down on me? Xiao, he was not satisfied. The civilization that created me is so advanced that you Earthlings can't even fathom. It isn't desert land salinization a problem. If you can't solve it, maybe I can. You have the technology? Of course, whether it's something you can think of or not. As long as you want it, I have it. Xiao Yi said with utmost confidence. I have a gene modification technology for a type of plant. Once planted in the desert, these plants can take root quickly. Their root systems can extend deep into the earth to draw underground water, and while surviving, they can also solidify the land. If you can cultivate this plant within a year, you could create a fully functional area in the desert. That's incredible. And the technology on your Earth can achieve this now. Several countries have made some progress, but to truly develop this plant, maybe it would take 10 more years. Is anyone in our country doing similar research? Fang Jueyu knew that this technology couldn't just appear out of nowhere, that if he wanted to use it to create land in the desert, he'd need a medium, at least to make the technology reasonably available. Of course, but not many, and most are progressing very slowly. Xiao Yi browsed all the documents in an instant. The best work is probably from a project group at your Jiangnan University, led by a Professor Qi Dong. They're stuck on issues with the plant's activity and growth cycle after genetic modification. You can negotiate terms with them using this technology. And this technology, Fang Jueyu chuckled humbly. Call me Dad. In your dreams. Then forget about it. Dad, good boy. Half an hour later, Fang Jueyu rubbed his temples, finally digesting some of the knowledge he had just gained. Comprehend fully. Xiao even infused a lot of foundational biology and genetics knowledge into his brain. At least in these two areas, he could now be considered an expert among experts. Xiao Yi, will it always hurt so much when loading knowledge into my brain? Fang Jueyu looked a bit weary, feeling as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, filled with pain and fatigue. That's because your brain development is still too weak, unable to instantly process and handle such a massive flow of information. If it were your dad, a few seconds would be enough. Xiao Yi explained, so you should quickly complete the authorization task. Nevertheless, your technology is truly amazing, extending new blank segment from the fundamental biological gene chains, artificially adding new base pairs for gene modification. This method is unheard of. Fang Jueyu couldn't help but marvel at the superior technology Xiao Yi taught him. These are just minor tricks. Plant modification is the most basic. If you want, human modification isn't a problem either. This technology has matured in our civilization, and even if you want wormhole technology, it's no issue. Just don't use earthling logic to gauge my capabilities. Though Xiao Yi's attitude was supremely arrogant, it was undeniable that Earth's technology paled compared to their civilization. With this, things will be much easier. Even though school hadn't started yet for half a month, most university graduates still didn't get vacation. Professor Qi Dong was also a well-known professor at Jiangnan University. Before he graduated with a PhD at 28, he had published 8 papers as the first author in the journal Nature and was directly hired as a distinguished professor upon returning to Jiangnan University. Professor Qi Dong was now 65 years old and had achieved the title of academician. His project group has always been devoted to conquering this biological gene technology to combat Huaxia's increasingly severe desertification problem. However, the difficulty of this technology was quite high. He had been researching this field for 10 years and, though making significant progress, faced many critical technical challenges that, as usual, Professor Qi Dong was in his office, reviewing the latest international journal progress on this subject. However, his peers were almost all at the same level as he was, and his team's advancements already held a leading position in the academic community. Even though he had long reached retirement age, out of dedication to scientific research, he was rehired by the university to continue his work. However, his health no longer supported such high-intensity research work, so he feared he might not see the day when this technology matures. Thinking of this, he sighed heavily and closed the document search interface. Read new chapters of my virtual library empire. Suddenly, his email notified him of a new message that he paid little attention, thinking it might be from a student who needed his approval to use the school's equipment. A common occurrence several times a day. But when he opened the email, it wasn't from the school's equipment reservation platform. Instead, it was a simple personal email, yet the email's domain belonged to Jiangnan University. The email contained only one attachment. He opened it to find a genetic model diagram that appeared to be of a biological entity, with extensive notes beside it. This, as an academic heavyweight, he glanced at it and immediately gleaned a wealth of information. Instantly, he dialed his PhD student's number. Chao Fan, Lu Yang, quickly gather all your junior and senior peers in my office for a model analysis. There's been a major discovery. Qi Dong's National Key Bioengineering Laboratory was brightly lit the whole night. Everyone in their project group knew they had hit a bottleneck in this research for far too long. Previously, although genetically modified plants acquired the ability to stabilize soil, their vitality was greatly diminished, the growth cycle slowed, and the rate of desert soil formation was extremely slow. Moreover, each batch of plants could only be used for 5 to 10 years. However, through simulations, they found that after adding this base sequence arrangement, the plant's growth cycle even sped up by twice, and their vitality significantly enhanced, making large-scale application entirely feasible. The only thing missing was actual experimentation. But the person who sent him this email was very protective of their achievement, not sharing the gene modification method. Having spent a lifetime in research and finally seeing a glimmer of hope, Qi-Dong's heart was like a cat's paw being scratched. He was well aware that this person would definitely contact him. The other party must have investigated him enough to know he was engaged in this line of research, possibly preparing some terms or proposing collaboration. Sure enough, by the afternoon of the next day, Qi-Dong's private phone rang. With little Yi's help, all of Fang Jueyu's accounts and information were completely masked, preventing Qi-Dong from seeing any details about this person. "Hello, Professor Qi. Did you see the email I sent you yesterday?" Fang Jueyu inquired politely. The other party had devoted most of their life to the national scientific research cause, a person worthy of respect. So young, Qi-Dong was a bit surprised. He had originally thought the caller would be someone around his age, but this voice was younger than anticipated. "I received it, and I've already run simulations. This gene sequence fully optimizes our previous plan without affecting the original traits of the plants. It's absolutely perfect." Qi-Dong's excitement had not yet subsided. But is this modification method truly feasible? To my knowledge, no institution in the world has proposed such an approach. Of course, I've already realized this bio-gene modification technology, and the technology is in my hands. Qi-Dong was so excited that he was slightly out of character. This concept was truly bold, and the fact that the other party claimed to have achieved it meant it could already be ready for formal experimental stages. "Professor Qi, I called you to discuss matters of collaboration." Fang Jueyu candidly revealed his true intention. Collaboration? Qi-Dong was somewhat taken aback. Given that this technology was already mature, it could be used to apply for various patents or even sold to the state. Without mentioning other accolades, this biomodification technology alone was enough to be nominated for a Nobel Prize in biology. "How about this, Professor Qi? Do you have any time today? I'd like to visit you." Yes. Qi-Dong readily agreed that he was eager to meet the person who researched this. Whether or not they collaborated was a small matter. He just wanted to take this chance to learn from the other party. There's no age in academia, only a difference in knowledge levels. If the other person was more advanced than him, he would be more than willing to humbly learn. "I live in Villa number 8 at the Academy compound at the intersection of Shualin Street number 3. The school isn't a suitable place for us to discuss this matter. If it's inconvenient for you, I can arrange for someone to pick you up." Qi-Dong knew that this kind of matter required some confidentiality measures. "Read latest stories on my virtual library empire." "No need. I'll come over myself. That I live on campus. It's very close." "What? You're from Jiangnan University?" Qi-Dong was slightly shocked. They were the largest bioengineering lab at Jiangnan University. Was this the result achieved by some other project group? It wasn't that he looked down on other groups, but their group's research capabilities were far ahead, and if they couldn't accomplish it, it was even less likely that others could. "Yes, Professor Qi, you don't have to be so polite with me. I'm just a student. Such an address really isn't necessary," Fang Jueyu joked. "So can I come by this afternoon?" A student. This shocked Qi-Dong even more. Had he been researching since he was in his mother's womb? "All right, I'll head home now and wait for you to come." Qi-Dong immediately began packing his stuff. His students had been with him for several years. Regardless of the occasion, this major boss was always as steady as a mountain, even delivering calm reports at international exchange conferences. This kind of hurried demeanor was a first. "Tao Fan, the lab is on break today. Everyone go out and have a day of fun. Don't stay cooped up in the lab every day." Qi-Dong instructed before quickly leaving. The doctorate and graduate students in the project group exchanged puzzled looks. The Qi-Dong of before was not like this. The closer he got to retirement, the more he held a firm grip on research work. They usually didn't even have holidays. Could it be that there's been a significant breakthrough in the project? The Academy campus was a residential area affiliated with Jiangnan University. Those who lived here were mostly professors and scholars. Many bosses spent a high price to purchase houses here just to provide a good, growing environment for their offspring. The real estate here was truly precious in this community. Perhaps any elderly man or woman strolling by the garden was a scholar with a professor title or even a Yangtze River scholar-like prestige. Security measures in the neighborhood were extremely rigorous. There were many academician-level figures living here, national treasures without a doubt, some genuine military personnel, even long-term stationed here. Since he was a student at Jiangnan University, Fang Jueyu easily passed through the layers of security checks. The guards probably assumed he was a student of some teacher here. "Stop. You can't enter just like that. Qidong's residence was quite extraordinary. These national-level high-profile talents were highly regarded at the villa's entrance. A small post was set up, and two armed soldiers stood guard permanently. I have an appointment with Professor Qi. Could you please confirm? Seeing the black hole of the gun barrel made Fang Jueyu shiver involuntarily. The two guards exchanged glances. Just earlier, when Professor Qi rushed back, he did mention an important guest was visiting today, but this young man didn't quite match the type of important guest they'd expect. Hold on, I'll go ask. To be cautious, one soldier went inside. Within a few minutes, an elderly man, somewhat gaunt and wearing slippers, ran out of the villa. Though he appeared terribly thin, he was running faster than the soldier. He glanced around by the gate for a moment, and finally, his eyes landed on Fang Jueyu. Are you? Yes, Professor Qi, it's me. Fang Jueyu nodded with a smile. The related research results hadn't been published yet. Normally, once such results were produced, they would be published in top journals immediately, which means this outcome was likely a recent breakthrough. Was that thing from yesterday your personal research? Qidong tentatively asked. More or less, Fang Jueyu nodded. Gee, it's remarkable to have such academic abilities at such a young age. Who is your mentor? Qidong was filled with curiosity about the mentor behind Fang Jueyu. Could they have been trained by a former Nobel Prize winner? He remembered Jiangnan University had some international exchange programs, so maybe this young man was a joint education product with some foreign university. I don't have a mentor, I just enjoy biology, so my family set up a lab for me to play in. Qidong's expression froze immediately. Although he was an old professor, he wasn't old-fashioned, but this was something he was hearing for the first time. Just because someone liked biology, their family built them a lab to play in. If one liked space, did that mean they should get a spaceship built? What kind of rich people's operation was this? Playing around. Did you know that the results of your casual endeavors are things that most people can't achieve in a lifetime? Qidong warmly welcomed Fang Jueyu into his home, hurriedly asking his wife to brew a pot of tea that they only bring out for important guests. However, Fang Jueyu didn't understand much about tea tasting. To him, it hardly tasted different from plain water. So, what's your name? Classmate. Oh, I'm Fang Jueyu. He realized he'd forgotten to introduce himself. I'm a junior at Jiangnan University School of Information. You can just call me Fang. Studying computer science? Qidong was even more surprised now. How did a computer science student get involved in biology and genetics? But those weren't the important things. The key was understanding how Fang Jueyu managed to graft those gene segments into the original DNA of plants without causing the existing genes to collapse. The two of them chatted for a bit, although they only touched on some basic topics. Qidong discovered from their conversation that Fang Jueyu had a solid academic foundation. Some of his fresh perspectives even challenged Qidong's existing views. Fang, may I take a look at your genetic grafting method first? Qidong had suppressed his curiosity for a long time. If you're worried, you can record a video of the whole process, or even make me sign a confidentiality agreement. Professor Qi, there's no need that I trust your integrity. Had he not trusted Qidong, he wouldn't have approached him. Fang Jueyu had brought his computer with all the organized materials. Qidong's hands slightly trembled as he held the mouse. And he put on his glasses, fully focused, scribbling on a piece of paper as if verifying something. Many methods used in the process were new, and Fang Jueyu explained them in detail, that if there had been any doubts. Qidong was almost certain now that perhaps Fang Jueyu indeed achieved this result. If he had stolen it, he couldn't understand it so thoroughly. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Although Fang Jueyu's methods were novel, they were completely doable in a laboratory. They were just ideas no one had thought of, and his approach was exceptionally bold. Such academic research capabilities were truly impressive. He spent more than 2 hours reviewing the material. Fang Jueyu, who was explaining, was also parched, and the pot of tea had long been emptied. But Qidong didn't mind because the information on the computer was what mattered most. Phew, this is incredible. Qidong finally finished reviewing all the materials. Although some results still needed verification, he was 90% sure that almost everything was feasible. Fang Jueyu had really solved this academic problem. He set the mouse down and looked at Fang Jueyu, examining him with a gaze as if he were a monster. Fang, pardon my bluntness, but your accomplishment could lead to many high-level papers in academia, and if the part about genetic modification is verified, it could be a significant breakthrough. Even a Nobel Prize is not out of the question. Why did you come to me? Professor Qi, if a brand new result suddenly appeared in academia, and it was achieved by a 20-year-old not even in the field, what would you think? Fang Jueyu countered. Well, I definitely think he's a monster. Qidong blurted out instinctively. but quickly realized that might not be appropriate. Ha ha ha, see, even you think so? Fang Jueyu laughed. That's why it wouldn't be appropriate for me to release this result. Then what on earth? I hope this achievement can be published through your research group. Fang Jueyu feigned a compassionate demeanor. You know, the Earth's environment is deteriorating, with desertification becoming severe that I hope it can be put to reasonable use soon. No, how can that be? Qidong understood Fang Jueyu's implication. He wanted to give away this breakthrough directly. If it were someone chasing fame and fortune, they might agree, no matter how excessive Fang Jueyu's requests. But Qidong's academic ethics would not allow it. Professor Qi, don't refuse just yet. Why not hear my purpose first? Qidong's refusal didn't surprise him. It made him respect him even more. All right, let's hear it then. Qidong was actually quite interested in what it was that made Fang Jueyu willing to forego the achievement. Here's the thing, my friend and I are planning to invest in building a film city, which requires a large piece of land. But you know, getting approval for such a large area isn't easy. We're looking towards desert areas. Fang Jueyu slowly explained his idea. Hold on. Qidong was bewildered. That wasn't this about academia. How did it shift to building a film city? I'm struggling to keep up. Are you saying you cultivated this organism just to restore desert land and build a film city on it? Is that not possible? Fang Jueyu asked hesitantly. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library empire, haha. Qidong burst out laughing. You're quite an interesting young you approached me, hoping I'd help publish this achievement, then apply to the government for experimental land. Once the experiment's done, you just start building. Qidong was a shrewd person who quickly understood all of Fang Jueyu's thoughts. The young man's mindset was amusingly unconventional. Based on your thoughts, if you want to build a film city on the moon, you'd first modify its atmospheric environment. Qidong joked, but this is actually a good thing. It was odd, but it could benefit humanity. You don't need to do this. I can help you contact the authorities. If you contribute this technology, I'm sure the government would be willing to support your plan with special policies. Really, Fang Jueyu didn't expect Professor Qi to be willing to help him. Of course, seeing this technology emerge has already cured my long-standing unease, Qidong said cheerfully. However, the inventor of this achievement is indeed a problem. I can give you a suggestion. Go ahead. You could publish the achievement in the name of the university, but keep all the benefits for yourself. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Right. How did I not think of that? Fang Jueyu slapped his thigh, acknowledging the wisdom of age. So, it's the university benefiting from your achievement. It should be. The alma mater nurtured me for so many years that it's time I give back, Fang Jueyu said earnestly. All right, I will help you contact the authorities in the coming days. I'll notify you when the time comes. You can also prepare your conditions, and I'll report them together. That'll make discussions smoother. Thank you, Professor Qi. Fang Jueyu expressed his sincere gratitude. Zhuangying, how does this outfit look on me? Yeah, it doesn't work. Makes you look a bit skinny. How about this one? Isn't it too formal? This one, is it too casual? Early in the morning, Fang Jueyu anxiously played the outfit-changing game in front of the mirror. Guisinyu had already informed her parents about her relationship with Fang Jueyu. Today, they invited him over to their home to formally thank him for looking after their family. Even though it wasn't the first time meeting them, and they lived in a place he had bought, it was the first formal meeting with the parents. It was different from before, and Fang Jueyu seemed particularly concerned. Young master, you've already tried on 32 outfits. Zhuangying glanced at the mountain of clothes on the sofa, feeling a bit of a headache. Normally decisive and easygoing, he was now tangled up with this kind of situation. It's the first formal visit. I want to make a good impression, right? Fang Jueyu said as he changed into yet another outfit. I think Guisinyu's parents already like you very much. You just need to show your sincerity. There's no need to overemphasize the attire, Zhuangying said, pulling out a casual outfit from the pile. I think this one's quite good, mature, and sunny. Really? Fang Jueyu took it with some doubt. These clothes were all custom-made from a private factory that tailored exclusively for him. Normally they look great, but today, everything fell off. It's fine, really. Just keep an eye on the time and don't keep Miss Gu waiting too long. Zhuangying pointed to the large clock in the living room. Why didn't you say so earlier? Fang Jueyu looked at the time. It was almost 9:40. He had agreed to meet Guisinyu at 10 o'clock, and it took half an hour to drive to Jiangnan Music Academy. In a rush, he threw on the clothes. Is everything ready? Don't worry. Everything was delivered fresh this morning, but it's already in the trunk of your Bentley, along with the wine you asked for, Zhuangying said calmly. Great. Thanks for your help. Zhuangying, I'm heading out. Fang Jueyu grabbed his keys and rushed out. As soon as Fang Jueyu left, Zhuangning couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this a bit over the top? Guo Xinyu asked from the passenger seat. Despite her repeated warnings yesterday, Jueyu seemed to ignore her entirely, bringing so many things. The trunk was almost full, packed with seafood, wine, supplements, and even two 500-year-old ginseng roots. Supposedly, they were freshly dug from a ginseng plantation established 1,200 years ago in Changbai Mountain by his family. Additionally, he prepared some toys for Guojunyu. After all, he needed to win over his future brother-in-law. He remembered Guojunyu once telling him he wanted to be an astronaut when he grew up, so Jueyu got him a pricey telescope. Not at all. This is my first time visiting your home. I got to be well prepared. What do you mean, my home? The place we're staying in is yours. Guo Xinyu said. Oh, by the way, my dad started collaborating with his old friend again for business. Once things get better, they plan to move out. Huh. Why move out? Isn't it nice there? It's not about that. The MY parents are quite proud and don't want to live under someone else's roof, Guo Xinyu said, understanding her own stubbornness too well. There's no your or mine when we're family, Fang Jueyu said. I'll have a talk with them about it later. When they arrived at the neighborhood, Guo Shu and Yao Yefang were already waiting downstairs. Upon hearing that Guo Xinyu and Fang Jueyu were together, their hearts were mixed with happiness and worry. While pleased that Xinyu found a reliable partner, they were also concerned about Fang Jueyu's excessive wealth, which somehow made them feel less secure, although it had nothing to do with his character. Why did you bring so much stuff? Yao Yefang welcomed Fang Jueyu warmly, even more than her own daughter, making Guo Xinyu roll her eyes. Guo Shu, on the other hand, watched them with a cheery smile. It's what I should do. It's my first time formally visiting. It wouldn't be right to come empty-handed, Fang Jueyu said, carrying a large bag of items as he energetically made his way up the stairs. Where's Xiaoyu? Why isn't he back yet? Fang Jueyu asked curiously. He's still in school. He should be back soon, Guo Shu replied. Guo Jinyu studied at a private school with a different educational system, and they had regular makeup classes even during the holidays. Today happened to be one of those days. Yao Yefang went to the kitchen to cook while the three of them sat in the living room. Fang, I won't beat around the bush. Neither I nor your aunt oppose you being with Xinyu, but we have only one condition. Treat her well and don't let her suffer. Can you do that? Guo Shu got straight to the point. Isn't this the kind of conversation that usually happens after dinner when everyone's full and satisfied? Fang Jueyu thought to himself. This future father-in-law seemed to be a bit unconventional. Absolutely, rest assured. Fang Jueyu firmly promised, if I ever treat Xinyu poorly, you can use a stick on me. Ha ha, now I'm relieved. Guo Shu laughed heartily. Once the important discussion was over, the atmosphere became less formal and more like an ordinary chat. Guo Shu enjoyed talking about military and politics, subjects Jueyu was able to engage in. Strange, Xiao should be back by now. Why isn't he here? Yao Yefang had already finished preparing lunch and noticed it was already 11:30. Did he get caught up playing with his classmates? Guo Xinyu wondered. Shouldn't be, Guo Shu replied. The residence was chosen especially by Fang Jueyu, just 10 minutes from Guo Junyu's school. Even if he was playing around, he should have been back by now. Call him. Read exclusive chapters of my virtual library empire to avoid distractions. They hadn't given Guo Junyu a phone, but he had a smartwatch for communication. Still, there was no answer, only a busy signal on the other end. The family was immediately worried. This was not a good sign. Don't panic yet. Maybe his watch ran out of battery? Fang Jueyu tried to calm him down. Annie, why don't you call his teacher? Right, call the teacher first. Yao Yefang quickly dialed the teacher's number. The teacher informed her that the school's extra classes ended early today, before 11 o'clock, so Guo Junyu should have already been home. How could this happen? Unable to reach Guo Junyu by any means, even Fang Jueyu started to panic. Let's go search along his route from school. Maybe someone saw him. Fang Jueyu quickly stood up. Should we call the police? Yao Yefang seemed disoriented. Let's not jump to conclusions. Maybe he's just been delayed by something on the way. Guo Shu said, try to stay calm. Let's look for him first. If we really can't find him, then we'll involve the police. Regardless, this meal was now impossible to enjoy. Still no news? The four of them had split up the search for half an hour, practically turning the whole street upside down. Explore new worlds in my virtual library empire? No. And the people at the nearby convenience store also said they haven't seen Xiaoyu. Yao Yefang was almost in tears. If it had been only half an hour, maybe he was just playing with friends, but now it had been over an hour. There was a high chance something had happened. This is troublesome. Fang Jueyu comforted Guo Xinyu while deep in thought. Suddenly, he noticed the cameras near the traffic lights in a city like Jiangnan City. Shouldn't there be hidden cameras all over the street? Xiao Yi, can you help me track Xiaoyu's whereabouts? Fang Jueyu knew that, for now, only Xiao Yi could help him. I'll give it a try. Xiao Yi didn't provide an exact answer either. Its data flow could penetrate almost anywhere on Earth, but cameras always had blind spots, and it couldn't guarantee it would find any trace of Guojunyu. Host, I found it. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi finally delivered some uplifting news. What exactly happened? Fang Jueyu asked impatiently. He might be in danger. Xiao Yi retrieved the footage from that time. Guojunyu had indeed left school around 11, but when he reached the intersection in front, suddenly a small van sped past, grabbing him directly into the vehicle with expertise only a well-trained gang could muster. Democrat Minnesota it. How did this happen? Fang Jueyu frowned. The road surveillance showed that the vehicle headed west and was now outside Jiangnan City. But after that, there was no trace of the vehicle, indicating it had likely reached an area without surveillance. What should we do? Should we tell them? There were still many gangs conducting illegal activities, as for what would happen next. It was almost predictably bad news if they didn't retrieve the person timely. Uncle, Auntie, Sinya, you all head home first. I'll handle this. Fang Jueyu thought for a moment and decided it was best not to let them worry. Little Fang, what should we do now? Yao Yefang became distraught and started crying instantly. Her husband had just recovered, and now Guojunyu was missing, as if heaven was playing a cruel joke on her. Auntie, please calm down. It's not that bad yet that I'll use my connections to try to find him. In the meantime, you should report it to the police. Fang Jueyu tried his best to console Yao Yefang. But, Yefang, calm down. Right now we have to trust little Fang. Guoshu, although equally anxious, was more rational, and he knew Fang Juyu's approach was the best solution for now. Sinew, take care of Annie. Wait for my news. Fang Jueyu got in the car and headed off quickly in the direction of Jiangnan City's west side. Xiao Yi, what's in the west of Jiangnan City? Fang Jueyu asked. He had a hunch that the vehicle might still be at the boundary of two cities. Otherwise, Xiao, you should have been able to track it down in the surrounding cities. With its capabilities, it should quickly filter through such a large data volume. There's a farm and some factories there. Xiao Yi quickly pulled up a map. I've checked those places and haven't found trace of the vehicle. Can you connect to satellites? Fang Jueyu asked. Since Xiao Yi could infiltrate so much, connecting to satellites shouldn't be too difficult, right? Yes, but most of your human technology satellites do not have such high resolution, and I cannot capture that vehicle precisely. Democrat Minnesota it. Fang Jueyu pounded the steering wheel out of frustration, finding himself useless for finding a person despite having an overwhelmingly powerful plug-in attached to him. Wait, host, there's an area with some abandoned warehouses there. Xiao, he suddenly discovered something new. It was originally for storing steel. Over a year ago, the factory moved, and the old site was left unattended and became desolate. Could Xiao have been taken there? Guessed Fang Jueyu. No matter, let's go check out first. Fang Jueyu pressed down on the gas pedal, driving as fast as possible in that direction. Host, rushing over like this might not guarantee a successful rescue. Shouldn't I get you some help? Xiao Yi suggested. Fang Jueyu's body had been strengthened, true, capable of handling several average people. But obviously the other side was a gang, and his strength alone might not suffice. He could even risk being caught himself. Help, Fang Jueyu considered. No, there's no time. Where I find help on such short notice. Don't worry about that. The help I find for you can flatten that gang, even if it's an army. Yeah, Fang Jueyu suddenly remembered. Xiao Yi once mentioned a stepmother managing the world's most powerful superpower user organization. Even if they weren't as formidable as his parents, they shouldn't be too bad, right? Can it be done in time? Fang Jueyu asked. Of course, if necessary. They can appear by your side within a minute. Really? Fang Jueyu was skeptical. If I'm lying to you, I'm under your command. Xiao Yi responded. Wait, let me get someone for you. I'll trust you this once. Fang Jueyu grew increasingly anxious. An hour was enough for many things to happen, and he couldn't take risks with others' safety. Even if his car performed well, he had to maintain the allowed maximum speed. And at this moment, he wished he were flying a plane. Host, he's here. Xiao Yi's voice returned just 10 seconds later. Just as Xiao Yi spoke, a figure dressed in black appeared ghost-like beside him. Fang Jueyu shivered, almost losing his grip on the steering wheel, but he managed to regain control just in time. Who are you? Fang Jueyu's voice trembled. Could this be the legendary superpower user? He sneaked a look over. He seemed like someone in their 30s, with short hair, a cold expression, unclear if naturally mysterious or if it was just their disposition. Young master, my name is Gu Yi. I am your guardian in Jiangnan City. The man spoke mildly. Did my father arrange this? Fang Jueyu asked. Why have I never met you? Yes, it was Mr. Fang Huai's arrangement. I've always been by your side, just undetectable to you, Gu Yi explained. Host Gu Yi's ancestors were generals in the Warring States period, almost executed unjustly by corrupt officials. It was your ancestors who saved them. And since then, the Gu family has followed the Fang family through generations, Xiao Yi explained. Is he powerful? Fang Jueyu secretly inquired. Not bad. The Gu family gained secrets in human potential development. Not as strong as your parents, but still able to take down a regular military unit with ease. That's strong. Fang Jueyu was astonished. He didn't appear particularly extraordinary. No matter, my dad wouldn't deceive me. Fang Jueyu decided to trust Xiao Yi. Right now, nothing was more important than Guo Junyu's safety. Gu Yi, come with me to save someone. Fang Jueyu recklessly increased the throttle, ignoring everything else at this moment. Under Fang Jueyu's frantic acceleration, a journey that usually took an hour was completed in less than 40 minutes. Fortunately, it wasn't rush hour, so the roads weren't too congested. With his skilled driving and remarkable reflexes, he managed to make it through unscathed. However, under the watchful eyes of the road surveillance, this incident didn't escape the traffic department's notice. They even thought it was some rich kid recklessly speeding and immediately dispatched officers to track down a vehicle. Democrat, Minnesota. Why are there traffic cops here now? Just as he was about to leave Jiangnan City, a checkpoint had already been set up at the exit. The staff here had already received word to intercept Fang Jueyu's car. Sir, according to our surveillance, we found that you were severely speeding. Please get out of the car and cooperate for a check. The lead traffic cop said to Fang Jueyu, perhaps suspecting he was driving under the influence. Sorry, I have an emergency. Fang Jueyu didn't have time to be delayed here. My girlfriend's brother was taken away by a car. I chased all the way here, and because I was too anxious, I drove a bit too fast. Discover hidden content in my virtual library empire. That won't do. Your actions are putting your own safety and others' safety at risk. Have you reported it to the police? The traffic cop seemed to notice Fang Jueyu's urgency. Not yet. The child has only been missing for a little over an hour. It doesn't meet the criteria for an investigation. Sir, whatever penalty you give, I will accept. Anyway, you've recorded my license plate. I can't escape. Just let me go find him first. Fang Jueyu pleaded. No way. Even if what you're saying is true, rules are rules. Please get out of the car for inspection and penalties. The law is without mercy, and this is not wrong, the traffic cop added. We can help you report it. If the situation is true, they should help you find him quickly. By then it will be too late. Fang Jueyu became increasingly anxious, his gaze turning to Gu Yi, as if seeking his help. Young master, I can hypnotize them for you. Do you need me to do this? Gu Yi's mouth didn't move, but the voice seemed to directly reach his ear. No, if something like that happens, things will only get more complicated. Fang Jueyu knew that if Gu Yi really did that, it would be a huge hassle to deal with the aftermath. Xiao Yi, do you have any other methods? Fang Jueyu asked. You can ask that girl named Zhuang Ying. She should be able to connect you to some people. Xiao Yi said. Right, since their family has been around for so long, they must have more than just wealth. Their connections must be widespread too, right? Sister Ying, Sinyu's brother, is in trouble. What? You already know. Okay. I am now blocked by traffic cops at the exit due to speeding. I suspect Xiao Yu is in a factory outside Jiangnan City. Sure enough, Zhuang Ying's information was very up to date. Although she never leaves home, it seems like nothing escaped her eyes. Moments later, the traffic cop's communicator buzzed. Fang Jueyu only heard the deep voice of a middle-aged man from the other side, and then the cop turned to him with a strange look in his eyes. Let him pass. Unexpectedly, the cop directly had the checkpoint removed. Captain, this. The traffic policemen were puzzled. It's an order from the bureau, the city bureau, not the district bureau. Though reluctant, they had to follow the orders. Thank you. After this is over, I will come back to accept the penalties, said Fang Jueyu. Knowing it was his connections that worked, he quickly floored the gas and left the highway exit. Wild grasses covered the outskirts, with only a relatively new road, flanked by farmland and factories. Such places are rare these days. Perhaps they were more common 10 or 20 years ago, but these areas are slated for urbanization next year. A gray van was parked outside a deserted warehouse near the farmland. A few people huddled together smoking. Surprisingly, among them were not only Huaxiao people, but also some with Western appearances. They didn't dress ragged like human traffickers, but wore matching uniforms, looking more like members of an organization. Business is getting harder these days. One of the Huaxiao men sighed. What can you do? Public security in Huaxia is getting better. There aren't many opportunities left. It's better in neighboring countries, where a few missing people a day go unnoticed. Members there live more comfortably. Last time, the division even scolded us, asking why the number of test subjects we provide has decreased. But what can we do? If they have the guts, they should come to Huaxia and grab test subjects themselves. Keep your voice down. Another hurriedly hushed him. You know the division people are coming today. If they hear you, you'll be in trouble. It's not like they're here yet. I'm just complaining. Screech. With a screech of brakes, a shiny new Bentley stopped in front of the warehouse, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Who would come to such a desolate place at this time? A young man around 20 years old and a middle-aged man who seemed wooden stepped out of the car, heading straight for the warehouse. Who are you? What do you want? The group immediately blocked their path. Fang Jueyu initially assumed they were just ordinary human traffickers. But it didn't seem that way. What kind of traffickers would wear matching uniforms? This was clearly some organized gang. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the gray van, and immediately his face turned grim. His first time meeting with Sinyu's parents, which should have been a happy day, was ruined by these bastards. That something so dramatic could happen to him was either too unfortunate or too lucky. Where's the kid you took? With Gu Yi behind him, Fang Jueyu felt confident despite facing 5 or 6 hefty thugs. Democrat, Minnesota. They're here for someone. They had been in this line of work long enough to know that being pursued wasn't new. But to be caught within an hour by family was unusual. Have they been exposed already? What do we do? The foreigner asked. Deal with them. Haven't we handled it like this before? Quickly, several dart gun barrels were aimed at Fang Jueyu's head. Just 2 of you dare to come after us. You sure have guts. Guns. Fang Jueyu froze. Gu Yi. Leave it to me, young master. Gu Yi calmly walked forward, seemingly unbothered by the armed men in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, the group pulled their triggers simultaneously at Gu Yi. An eerie scene unfolded, as the bullets all stopped less than half a meter before Gu Yi, as if they had hit an invisible, impenetrable wall. How is that possible? The group was dumbfounded by the sight. Was this a science fiction movie? Were they still dreaming? Ha ha ha, scare now. Fang Jueyu had seen this scene in Xiao Yi's records, where his father, Fang Huai, had similarly terrified a group of mercenaries and superpower users on his parents' day. Although seeing it reappear was shocking, it didn't leave him speechless. How dare you kidnap my girlfriend's brother? Let me tell you, in my family, we have 99 more as powerful as him. You're seeking death. One of them aimed his gun at Fang Jueyu, and a heated bullet roared toward his chest. Instinctively, Fang Jueyu shut his eyes tight. His physical condition was quite strong, but not strong enough to dodge bullets like Gu Yi. However, several seconds passed the gunshot, and Fang Jueyu opened his eyes slightly. The bullet dangled midair, unmoving as he reached out to touch it. The brass bullet still emitted a high temperature, burning a blister on his fingertip. Ouch! He quickly retracted his finger. Gu Yi, take care of them quickly. Sure. Gu Yi remained laconic, vanishing like a ghost from Fang Jueyu's side. Moments later, the entire group fell to the ground as if knocked out by some force. All done, young master. Gu Yi reappeared behind him. You. Fang Jueyu stammered, lacking words to express himself, finally uttering a universal Huaxia exclamation. Awesome. Hurry, find the people. Fang Jueyu rushed into the warehouse. Inside, the warehouse was nearly empty. In a small room made with temporary wooden boards, he found the unconscious Guo Junyu, along with 3 other kids of similar age, 2 boys and a girl. Xiao Yu. Fang Jueyu shook him, but he didn't respond. Master, he seems to have inhaled some chemical. It shouldn't be a big problem. Just needs hospital care or use biological current to wake him up for better results. Gu Yi, they seem unconscious. Can you wake them up? Fang Jueyu recalled how using the biological current once almost exhausted him completely, and he doubted he could wake several unconscious kids without collapsing. Luckily, with Gu Yi here, this small affair should be a piece of cake for him, right? Well, young master, my biological current is a bit different from the ordinary. It might cause irreversible harm to them. If that's the case, then forget it. Better to have them treated at the hospital. It'd be troublesome if they wake up crying for their parents. He immediately called Guo Xinyu to assure her. Hearing the news, Yao Yefeng, who was on the verge of breaking down, burst into tears, while Guoshu let out a long sigh of relief. It's a bit complicated. There are other kids here too. I'll handle this. And you can come to the hospital later. Fang Jueyu instructed. In the evening, Guo Junyu had woken up that he had been knocked unconscious after being dragged into a car. When he awoke, His family was by his side, and they seemed unharmed. Losing consciousness during all this was perhaps a blessing in disguise. In the afternoon, the parents of several other children had come by with a variety of gifts, saying they wanted to thank the person who saved their children. Somehow, the reporters got wind of this and stormed in with the parents. Maybe some parents wanted to thank Fang Jueyu. His heroic deeds were quickly spread online by some media reporters. Although the details were exaggerated, the fact he rescued several missing children was undeniable. Yes, soon as the news broke, thousands of comments praising his bravery appeared under Fang Jueyu's lottery post from the previous day. Even some of the people who used to call him a spoiled rich kid have become his fans. The Dean is awesome. Dean, did you do this with your private bodyguard team? The Dean is not only rich, but also has a righteous heart. We should learn from him. Copy this for 5 cents. Xiao Yi, why did my task progress suddenly increase so much? Fang Jueyu was surprised to find his permission unlock progress had jumped by nearly 10%. Of course, host, your actions have had a positive social impact, which greatly enhances your reputation and naturally increases progress. Democrat, Minnesota. You should have said something earlier. Fang Jueyu immediately picked up his phone and dialed Zhuangying. Hello, Sister Xiaoying? Do me a favor, donate a sum of money to the Huaxia Charity Federation, the Children's Foundation, and various welfare organizations for me. How much? 10 billion per donation. What? There are over 200 major institutions. Donate to all of them. I have no shortage of money. Guo Junyu's issue had settled for the time being. Guoshu applied for some leave for him, deciding to let him stay at home and rest until the end of the summer holiday. Yao Yifeng also quit her recently found job, planning to become a full-time housewife. It seemed like this incident gave them quite a scare. The special hospital room was almost like a small apartment, so Yao Yifeng and Guoshu decided to stay there overnight to take care of him. The hospital was closer to where Fang Jueyu lived. Thus, Guosinyu decided to stay over at Fang Jueyu's place that night, having grown accustomed to it by now, without the initial shyness. Moreover, even their parents had met, and their relationship was officially recognized. Initially, Fang Jueyu intended to send Guosinyu home, but when Yao Yifeng heard Fang Jueyu lived nearby, she even encouraged it. Enjoy more content from my virtual library. Empire, Miss Guo, you're here again. Zhuangying was already preparing the room and change of clothes for Guosinyu for the night. Young master, good luck tonight. Zhuangying whispered into Fang Jueyu's ear, but apparently, Guosinyu overheard and blushed intensely. By the way, Sister Xiaoying, what's with the police? They all seem to know me. Fang Jueyu was curious about today's events. Oh, the director of Jiangnan City's police department is from our Zhuang family. So many things can be facilitated as long as it doesn't break any rules, Zhuangying added. That gang had been abducting children for quite some time, and we finally managed to end it in one sweep. I see. And what about the transportation department? Also part of our family. Incredible. Fang Jueyu decided not to ask further. He suspected even higher-ups might be related to his family, and this possibility was quite high. By the way, young master, I placed the tableware in your nightstand drawer, so feel free to use it tonight. Don't let it go to waste like last time. Zhuangying said with a playful smile. I have never seen a personal assistant talk to their boss like this. Fang Jueyu's face darkened. Zhuangying's driving style was scarier than most guys, and she hadn't even left any exit. Zhuangying could tell Fang Jueyu was only pretending to be angry. I'm off. If you had a different boss, you'd have been fired a long time ago. Fang Jueyu mumbled. Though Zhuangying liked to joke and tease, he actually enjoyed this dynamic as it wasn't too stiff or boring. I'm going to take a shower. Guosinyu picked up the clothes Zhuangying prepared for her. Now various private tailor shops in Jiangnan City, owned by Fang Jueyu, had started designing and making everyday clothing for Guosinyu, the future lady of the house. Many finished pieces had already been delivered to the villa. Sigh, another long night to endure. Fang Jueyu walked over to the piano. Since moving here, he hadn't played much, and his fingers seemed to have lost their agility. Over the past month, his life trajectory had dramatically changed due to his parents' departure and Xiao Yi's appearance. His personality and attitude were subtly shifting. Suddenly, he wanted to sit down and reflect. His fingertips began playing lively notes. The entire villa resonated with the piano's melody. Guosinyu, who was showering, suddenly heard the music. She turned off the water, quietly listening to his piano performance. She was surprised to find that Fang Jueyu's piano skills were no lesser than hers. But she couldn't explain why the music was tinged with a complex emotion she could feel but couldn't describe with words. After a dozen minutes, Fang Jueyu stood up from the piano and exhaled deeply, as if the knots in his heart had cleared through music. Perhaps that was music's magical allure. Regardless of how much wealth and power one possesses, never let it blind one's heart, he muttered to himself, then went upstairs to his room. Guisinyu stood in front of the mirror and changed into a custom-made night dress. It fit her perfectly, made from high-quality silk without any extravagant design. It was incredibly comfortable and lightweight, yet so thin it might easily reveal too much, leaving one to wonder about its ingenious design. She looked at the collar. There were no brand labels. Could this have come from his private workshop again? Guisinyu wondered, not knowing she had guessed correctly this time. She intended to enter Fang Jueyu's room as she did last time, but as she was about to knock, her hand paused mid-air. Something crossed her mind, and a blush reappeared on her cheeks on bare feet. She walked to the piano in the living room and sat down, starting to play a piece called Pure White. It's a composition by an island pianist that she adored. The piano notes caught the attention of Fang Jueyu, who was watching the League of Legends summer tournament. He turned off the video and walked out of his room. In the slightly dim light, he saw Guisinyu playing the melody at the piano. A slight smile formed at the corner of his mouth as he walked to her side and opened a nearby cabinet, retrieving a small violin once owned by Paganini. Fang Jueyu once played a music game called Demo, which featured this very song. His affection for it led him to learn and practice it thoroughly. The beautiful violin music gently blended in. Guisinyu was slightly surprised. The song wasn't exactly obscure, but not many people knew it, and even fewer looked up the sheet music to practice. She didn't expect Fang Jueyu to know it too. Piano and violin were made to dance together like spirits, uniting souls through music. This impromptu collaboration turned out to be remarkably perfect. Standing at the piano, the eye contact between Fang Jueyu and Guisinyu had both unexpected delight and deep affection. Once the performance concluded, Fang Jueyu carefully placed the violin back in the cabinet. I could see that moment. Two snow-white arms wrapped around his neck. "Tonight, take me," Guisinyu whispered in his ear. She initially wasn't ready, but today's event with Guijunyu changed her mind. Life was unpredictable, and you never knew when accidents might occur. But if certain things are not done in time, it would be a regret. The warmth in his ear gave Fang Jueyu goosebumps. With his last bit of reason, he asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes," Guisinyu softly replied. "I'm betting my entire life on this. I will prove that you've made the right bet." Fang Jueyu lifted Guisinyu and headed upstairs. Under the night sky, the shy moon hid behind a cloud, enveloped by utter silence. The sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains and shone on Fang Jueyu's face. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Guisinyu's serene face. Sensing Fang Jueyu's gaze, Guisinyu also opened her eyes. Fang Jueyu gently stroked her silky hair. "There's light outside the window, and you're beside me. That's wonderful. I'll go make breakfast today. You just lie in bed obediently and don't go anywhere." Fang Jueyu got up after dressing and kissed her cheek. "You can cook." Guisinyu was unaware that Fang Jueyu had this skill, as he had his chef make breakfast the last time she stayed over. "What? You underestimate me," Fang Jueyu protested. "Although I usually eat meals prepared by chefs, it's just because I'm too lazy to cook for myself. Back in elementary school, I used to help my mom in the kitchen." In this instance, Fang Jueyu wasn't being boastful. He actually had some cooking skills. Once, during a spring outing, the teacher organized a picnic, and Fang Jueyu single-handedly prepared lunch for his entire group, leaving his classmates full of praise. "Wait for me. I'll bring it up to you once I'm done." Fang Jueyu hurried downstairs to the kitchen. However, the kitchen in his villa was generally unused. The household chef usually cooked in a small kitchen beside the villa. "Hey, Uncle Ding, it's me. Send me some ingredients, please." "Yes, I'm making breakfast myself today, so you don't need to do anything." "Look, my heartfelt breakfast." Half an hour later, Fang Jueyu returned to the room with a plate. Guisinyu indeed felt a bit unwell and probably needed to stay in bed today. "Did you really make this?" The breakfast wasn't very lavish, but the taste was actually quite good. Guisinyu was somewhat pleasantly surprised. Of course, Fang Jueyu could tell from Guisinyu's expression that she was quite satisfied with his breakfast. He sat beside her, gently stroking her hair. It felt almost like they were a newlywed couple. "Xiaoyi, shouldn't I get my reward?" Fang Jueyu suddenly remembered he almost forgot about this. He had no idea what the mysterious prize was, as Xiaoyi was being quite tight-lipped. All right, I'll give it to you, but even if you have it now, you won't be able to use it." A very old-looking ancient book appeared in Fang Jueyu's personal space, seemingly written in a language not from this earth. "What is this? It's not something obscene, is it?" Fang Jueyu showed a look of disdain, wondering why they would give it to him only after completing something intimate. "What's obscene about it? This is a treasure from a civilization." "Okay," Xiaoyi replied with a serious tone. "Don't talk nonsense. What exactly is it for?" Fang Jueyu asked persistently. It's a pretty good thing. What are you thinking? Smiling so happily. Guo Xinyu finished her breakfast and saw Fang Jueyu smiling to himself, seemingly lost in thought. I'm not telling you now. I'll surprise you with it later. Fang Jueyu teased. Oh no, my mom asked me to take care of Xiaoyu today. Guo Xinyu suddenly remembered, but in her current state, she couldn't even take care of herself, let alone Guo Junyu. What would she say if Yao Yefeng called to inquire? What are you worried about? Just be honest. Your mom must have been prepared for that when she let you stay over yesterday. Fang Jueyu teased. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Humph, you're still laughing. As the two bantered, Fang Jueyu's phone rang again. Annoyed, he wondered why every beautiful morning would be interrupted. Is it Professor Qi Dong? Fang Jueyu's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Xinyu, I need to take this call that it's related to the film city's construction. Oh, Guo Xinyu quieted down. Xiao Fang, congratulations on receiving the Courageous Youth Award. It's not a small title. Qi Dong's cheerful laughter came from the other end of the line that he'd heard about Fang Jueyu's involvement in busting a child trafficking ring. Oh, it was just a coincidence, Fang Jueyu replied modestly. I didn't help much. All the credit goes to the police officers of our city. Come on, don't be modest. I heard you knock those people out before the police even arrived. Why are you being polite with an old man like me? Haha, I learned some martial arts as a kid. Just some ordinary traffickers. Nothing impressive. To cover up those people's true identities, the news that circulated didn't mention them having guns. By the way, Professor Qi, you didn't call this early just to praise me, did you? Fang Jueyu guessed his research on plant genetics had caught the attention of higher-ups. Of course not. Are you free this afternoon? Come to my house. Someone wants to meet you and discuss the related matters in person. But Fang Jueyu glanced at Guo Xinyu, who clearly needed someone to look after her in her current condition. Don't worry, Sister Xiaoying is here to take care of me. You don't need to worry. Guo Xinyu, though unaware of what was happening, could tell that someone important wanted to see him. Just go attend to your matters. All right, I'll definitely come this afternoon. Fang Jueyu agreed. Great. Oh, and bring all your documents. That I think they also brought along a few academicians in biology and environment, that if there's no technical issue, your conditions should be negotiable. Professor Qi, thank you for your efforts this time. Fang Jueyu knew Qi Dong must have played a significant role in this process. By the way, do you have enough research funding? It's just barely enough. Qi Dong didn't catch Fang Jueyu's implication. Despite being a key national lab with annual funding, the cost of daily maintenance, materials, and staff salaries meant the funds were just enough. After all, the school had many key labs to support. How about this, Professor Qi? I plan to donate $5 billion to the alma mater as research funding. How do you suggest I do that? $5 billion. Qi Dong was stunned. Xiaofang, are you serious? $5 billion in research funding meant their research group could receive billions. With that money, some long-requested equipment could finally be acquired, and the lab's research capabilities would definitely see a significant boost. Of course, I'm serious that I'll also donate an additional billion to your lab as a thank you for your help this time. All right. Qi Dong was so happy he almost jumped up. I'll go talk to the president now, and we can discuss this more in the afternoon. What? Someone wants to donate $5 billion to our school. The president of Jiangnan University almost jumped up at the news, and even the old professors chatting with him had looks of fiery excitement in their eyes. Every year, the government allocates a large amount of research funding to various universities. Jiangnan University is considered one of the top comprehensive universities in the country, and its annual research funding is less than $5 billion. This donation is almost equivalent to over a year's worth of research funding for the whole school. What's most important for a university? Scientific research achievements. As the saying goes, you can't make bricks without straw, and research funding is the lifeline of scientific research. To be blunt, research is essentially a money-consuming endeavor. Without money, even a group of academicians can't achieve much. Those old professors are already of advanced age. They've long passed the point of thinking about getting rich, and what the school spends to hire them is an unimaginable sum for common people. But their pursuit of research is their sole obsession for the coming days. Though $5 billion sounds like a lot, the university has so many colleges and research groups that when divided up, it's not actually that much. Many professors travel around, negotiating with companies for cooperation to secure more funds for research. Suddenly hearing that someone wants to donate $5 billion to the school, all the professors immediately perked up. All right, I'm in the office. Come over first, and we'll discuss this. This was a big matter. Principal Shun was originally discussing with these professors about a leader visiting the school that afternoon for guidance, so they might as well also discuss the distribution of funds. Old Shin, did we hear correctly just now? Someone wants to donate $5 billion to our school as research funding. An elderly man, missing several teeth, laughed radiantly. His research group had several equipment purchases awaiting arrangements. Yes, you heard right. Principal Shin laughed. Is it a famous alumnus? We've had so many students graduate and start businesses, but not many could come up with $5 billion, right? Another professor said. It's a student, though he hasn't graduated yet. Principal Shin replied. I heard from old Chi that today the leader's visit isn't primarily for inspection and guidance, but to meet this student, that he seems to have a significant academic achievement to report to the state. A significant academic achievement? Is it Chi Dong's group's breakthrough? They instinctively thought that student was Chi Dong's student. Remembering that Chi Dong's group's achievements have been stuck at a bottleneck for many years, they estimated it might be related. Experience new stories on my virtual library empire. I don't care about anything else, Principal. Our group's research on new battery electrodes is at a critical stage that if we succeed this time, I guarantee our university's research on batteries will reach the top position among domestic universities. You must allocate more funding to me. Old Wu, stop boasting. Who does that stuff nowadays? The future focus must be our direction in artificial intelligence. Old Shun, you've promised to allocate funds to us for new equipment 2 years ago. This time you can't back out. Old Sue, isn't that too much? While AI development is impressive, don't think we don't know how much those 2 devices cost. If imported, it would be at least $1.5 billion. Why should you alone get a third? Do the other groups not need to survive? Exactly. Everyone's research isn't easy, and we shouldn't be biased. I don't agree with Old Sue's demand. Old Ding, I haven't even held you accountable for your student breaking our group's equipment last time, and now you're siding with him against me? Professor Su was furious. That's a separate matter. If Fang Jueyu knew his donation almost caused so much academic conflict, what would his expression be? Bang! The principal's office door was flung open. You old folks are something, fighting over money that hasn't even arrived. Let me tell you, I fought for this donation. Without my consent, don't think any of you will get a dime. Chi Dong stormed into the principal's office, almost flipping a table after overhearing their bickering for shares at the door. Old Chi, have a seat, have some water. We all know you have the biggest influence. A sharp professor quickly poured him a cup of tea. Old Chi, we've been friends for so many years. This money, Old Chi, your grandson is graduating soon, right? I happen to have a granddaughter about the same age that I think young people should get to know each other. How about coming to my place for dinner next weekend? Old Do, don't think I don't know your granddaughter looks like a pumpkin. Another professor chimed in with a smile. Old Chi, my granddaughter is pretty. She has been dancing since elementary school, and she's in great shape. For the first time, Chi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he's an academician, there were over 40 academicians in Jiangnan University. All present held this title, and these old folks usually didn't acknowledge each other's superiority and even had a vaguely visible academic disdain chain. Chi Dong had always been in the lower mid of this chain. Now you all need my favor. Chi Dong beamed delightfully. Our group wants $500 million from this fund. Do you have any objections? Chi Dong initially wanted $1 billion. With the additional money Fang Jueyu was providing, it would be 10 years' worth of research funding for their group, but given the limited pie, he couldn't be too excessive. Of course. This money came from your efforts, Old Chi. Asking for 10% isn't too much. Yes, not too much. At this point, who dared to oppose Chi Dong? We'll discuss fund allocation later. I'm here to inform you of some matters, Chi Dong said. This achievement was done by the donor, who is only a junior at our school that, if verified, this achievement might be nominated for a Nobel Prize in a few years. You know what that means. Nobel Prize. Those 2 words were the lifelong dream of everyone present. However, my student doesn't want this to cause too much trouble for him personally. So, he hopes this achievement can be published under the name of our school's Life Sciences Institute. In the coming period, I will need your help to prepare materials. Chi Dong emphasized my student to give himself some face. This is a big deal for our school. We can't refuse. Right. Old Chi, you lead this time, and we'll all follow your arrangements. Every old professor patted their chest firmly. Of course, whether for the school's sake or because of a desire for more funding was anyone's guess. Meanwhile, Fang Jueyu had just finished making lunch, though he had urgent matters. After their intimate moment, he felt uneasy leaving just like that. I've talked to Sister Xiaoying. If you need anything, just tell her, and I'll come back as soon as I finish. All right, go then. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Guo laughed at Fang Juyu's exaggerated behavior, though her heart felt warm. But she wondered if every man could be like this, and how long this kind of concern would last. Then I'm really going? Fang Jueyu hesitated with every step. Yes, go ahead. Am I really going? Stop being wishy-washy, I beg you. The appointed time with the leader was 2 in the afternoon, but Fang Jueyu was never one to be late. He arrived early at Qi Dong's residence, where Qi Dong and his wife were already waiting for him. Little Fang is here. Come on in, have a seat. Qi Dong warmly greeted him. Today, your teacher's wife prepared some fresh fruit for you. Have some. Qi Dong treated Fang Jueyu with a kindness surpassing that shown to his own grandchildren. Not only had Fang solved cutting-edge academic problems at a young age, but he had also provided substantial financial support for Qi Dong's research that Qi Dong almost wished he had a granddaughter to introduce to him. Teacher Qi, you're too kind. I should be the one thanking you for your help. Fang Jueyu responded, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Qi Dong's excessive warmth. By the way, the leader is coming over today. You must be polite and avoid losing decorum in front of him. Speak modestly, understood? Qi Dong reminded him. Don't worry, I understand the importance of that. Fang Jueyu was indeed feeling quite nervous. After all, it was his first time engaging directly with such a prominent figure, and it was impossible for him not to feel a bit of restraint. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Old Qi, open up. Yikes, coming. Qi Dong quickly stood up. Fang Jueyu was puzzled. This didn't seem right. What kind of leader would visit like this? It seemed more like someone checking a water meter. Click. The door opened. Though he'd never seen the leader in person, he had seen him on television. The little old man outside the door was clearly not the leader. Ha ha! Old Qi, you're looking good. It seems you're taking good care of yourself at Jiangnan University, said the little old man. Not as well as you. At the academician workstation in Yanjing, you don't have to worry about trivial matters. It could just focus on research. I truly envy your life, Qi Dong replied as he warmly hugged the old man. Little Fang, let me introduce you. This is my university classmate Wu Yifang that we used to research in the same field, but he moved north and I went south. Though he looks carefree, he's won several national science and technology progress awards. His academic level is no less than mine. No less than you? Much better than you, okay? Academician Wu retorted, dissatisfied. Is this the young man you mentioned? Continue reading stories on my virtual library empire. Yes, it's him. Qi Dong replied. Strange, even if you were born with academic prowess, it's hard to reach such a level. Young man, did you really conduct those studies? Wu Yifang still had some doubts. I brought all the research data with me. If academician Wu has any questions, feel free to ask. Fang Ju confidently replied. With the knowledge given by little E, no one on this planet could stump him. Ha ha ha! Young people are so confident, came a robust voice from outside that a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walked in. He looked just as he did on television, only less imposing and more amiable. Leader, Qi Dong walked over to shake hands with the leader. Hello, leader. Fang Jueyu tried hard to control his emotions to keep his tongue from tying, though his body was slightly stiff. Very good, very good. It's Huaxiao's fortune to have such outstanding young people like you in the new generation. The leader is too kind that I'm just tinkering around. Leader, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. If everyone could tinker around like this, what would the rest of us do? Qi Dong said. And the few of you outside, don't just stand there, come in. There are more people. Fang Jueyu looked and saw 3 scholarly-looking individuals outside the door, along with one person who seemed like a bodyguard. This bodyguard carried no firearms or weapons, and he appeared to be at least 40 years old. Was the leader's current security setup so modest? Even if there wasn't a squad of soldiers, at least there should be 2 armed guards, right? If there were danger, how could one person handle it? Host, don't underestimate him. That bodyguard could be as old as your grandfather. His energy fluctuations are at least the level of an SSS-grade superpower user, Lily said. Can't you use your brain? Which of the people around a national leader is simple? How does Gui compare to this person? Are you comparing a marble to a potato for hardness? Little E retorted bluntly. Old friends, long time no see. The group that arrived were all authoritative experts in biology. They often worked and communicated together and had some degree of friendship. Enough of that chatter. Let's see the specific research details. These scholars weren't here for reminiscing. They were after this innovative breakthrough, or else they wouldn't have come all the way from Yanjing. Little Fang, take out your stuff and show them. Qi Dong's house fortunately had projection equipment that a group of old professors quickly sat in a row on the sofa, put on their glasses, and took out notebooks, fully focused and ready for Fang Jueyu's presentation. Then I'll start. First, let me explain my thoughts, Since altering plant genes can negatively affect traits, why don't we increase the length of their DNA while maintaining their original genes and process the new segments? Fang Jueyu passionately explained for over 40 minutes. Due to time constraints, he had to simplify the key parts, but the experimental methods and innovative approaches he proposed were eye-opening for the scholars. I think the plan is feasible, but have you conducted actual experiments? One professor asked. Not yet, but I have conducted relevant simulation experiments. Fang Jueyu opened a video, which was simulated using the supercomputer at his home. In the video, seeds rapidly took root and sprouted. The coverage and depth of the root system far exceeded those of ordinary plants, and after 3 months, decertified land began to show signs of soil formation. On this basis, I've also made other improvements to the plants, like increasing their wind resistance and water retention capabilities. Once deployed, this vegetation could entirely transform the land for optimal use and even allow for the construction of cities suitable for human habitation. Fang Jueyu opened another video showing the early-stage environmental transformation for city construction, estimated to take about a year to a year and a half. Amazing, absolutely incredible. The scholars couldn't help but praise. With this level of efficiency, even deserts could quickly become habitable. But I have another question. How did you conduct the simulation experiment? Such vast data calculations can't be handled by ordinary computers, right? Someone asked. Oh, I have a small supercomputer at home. This level of calculation is well within its capacity. Fang Jueyu said. A supercomputer? The scholars widened their eyes. This was a piece of strategic national equipment, and there were only a few nationwide. This young man actually had one at home. That's such a waste of resources. It's not a waste, not at all. Fang Jueyu replied. My home computer downloads movies and games super fast, and it never lags. Is this for watching movies and playing games? If the leader weren't present, they would have torn Fang Jueyu to pieces. Resources like these, used for such trivial things, could produce countless research outcomes if applied to scientific inquiries each year.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.